If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. You are listening to the Jonbenet Ramsey series. This is episode 6, The Neighborhood. We will be examining various friends and neighbors and the neighborhood itself surrounding the home of the Ramseys and why there are so many loose ends regarding the Christmas party, regarding the guest list, regarding the other Christmas party. There's just so much to unravel. And there's so much intertwined with these unanswered questions that are all very mind-shocking. And then we'll also be taking a look at some deathbed confessions implicating particular neighbors. All very, very bizarre, and we'll be taking a look at it all in typical Mindshock fashion, with logic and reason, objectivity at the forefront, not falling for logical fallacies or any biases like all these other podcasts fall for. Because the truth is, of course, unknown. And we'll be taking a look at other possibilities, including the ransom note not even being written in the house that morning. So there's a lot to go over and a lot that has not been gone over yet, and we don't know which one of these things might be the smoking gun in unraveling this perplexing true crime case, which many consider the most famous true crime case. As always, if you enjoy the podcast and find it informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support the channel. Help us get more mind-shocking episodes out in faster frequency and cover even more cases in typical Mindshock fashion. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If it's still glitching, you could just go to youtube.com/Mindshock to manually check when the latest episodes are released and peruse our ever-growing back catalog. If you found this episode interesting, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms. And, of course, justice delayed is justice denied. There are people interested in solving not just this case, but other cold cases, and awareness, of course, is key. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. And you could also check us out on Facebook, Reddit, Twitter, and Patreon. Patrons do get priority for a case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. All right, so what are we going to look at first? Let's address the issue of the Christmas parties. So, of course, there were multiple Christmas parties. There was the party at the Ramseys, which was December 23rd, 1996, from approximately 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. And there was also the party from that particular night at the Whites' residence, which they were returning from. Some people theorize that Jonbenet Ramsey might have been killed at the Whites' Christmas party or elsewhere than the Ramsey home, and there was some kind of cover-up. And she was already dead arriving at the home, or perhaps not dead, but injured in some capacity. So, yeah, the other thing we really didn't discuss is how unusual is it that the Ramsey dog, Jonbenet Ramsey's dog, was ushered off to a neighbor's house, therefore not inside the home able to, I don't want to say the word assist, but per se, alert, bark like crazy, perhaps deter a burglar or intruder, or at least, at the very least, some kind of alert, some kind of a ruckus that could have been caused that might have altered the events that transpired? Or is this simply another long line of coincidences? I know coincidence theorists are attracted to the Jonbenet Ramsey case, in large numbers, similar to conspiracy theorists, aka critical thinkers, who are not willing to just believe that every single coincidence is just a coincidence, no matter how high the stack goes. And we'll be examining a number of coincidences. Now, I've discussed this in the past, but there was also this mysterious 911 call on the 23rd that was supposedly a mistaken 911 call. Is this another coincidence? So how often do people accidentally call 911? Obviously it happens. How often does it happen at the scene of a crime within 48 hours? Again, it's really, really bizarre. So I'll just go over a couple sources for this 911 call. So this is 6:48 p.m. on December 23rd, 1996. Someone from the Ramsey residence. So again, the Christmas party is approximately 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Now, obviously, we don't have exact timestamps. People could have lingered after, I suppose. Anyway, this call came in 6:48 p.m. to 911. So there were quite a few people there. So some rumors are that Fleet White was placing an international call. So this has never been corroborated in any capacity. I'm not sure where these rumors came from. But if you're calling internationally, you would use 01 or 101 or 011, whatever the number is. So is it possible someone missed? And again, it is Christmas time, so it's not out of the question that perhaps he has family vacationing in another country or living in another country. These are reasonably wealthy people in Boulder, Colorado, but let's go to the sources here. So this is Washington Post, January 1997. According to Washington Post, which quoted an unnamed source, Boulder police have been told the call was made by a drunken guest attending a Christmas party hosted by the child's parents. The Post reported Friday that the source close to the family described the call as irrelevant. And that's another curiosity, because that would mean they would definitively know exactly what happened with the call. Otherwise, how would they know whether it was relevant or not? Or they're covering something up and they know it is relevant. The December 23rd call ended before the police dispatcher could talk to the person on the line. After calling back, getting voicemail, police sent an officer to the home, according to police records examined Thursday by the Associated Press. So this is January 97, this is being reported. The officer left minutes later and did not file a report. So, again, as I have speculated in earlier episodes, if Ramsey connected to Lockheed Martin and some of these higher up government officials in some capacity, however many degrees of separation one wishes to employ or consider relevant, not relevant, coincidental, as coincidence theorists love to claim everything's just coincidence, no matter how many there are. But is it possible they were having some kind of satanic rites, even as a joke at the party? I mean, again, the coincidence theorists always love to write off any and all possibilities of Satanism or the occult. I mean, they just completely write them off and ignorantly don't want to even look at any evidence in that direction. They consider it a complete waste of time. And that if that is what happened, then that's what happened. Now, whether it was as a goof or whatever, and they didn't want police to see that, or there really was, as the rumor mill goes, there were several people connected with, again, exploitation of children in various capacities, from the photographer Jonbenet Ramsey to other individuals in the area. And then, of course, in the post-Epstein era, it's no longer as crazy as the cognitive dissonant coincidence theorists love to pretend in the pre-Epstein era. So post-Epstein, obviously now that it's known, post-Epstein, Maxwell era, Jill Zane Maxwell, it's known that people, these high-ranking government officials, billionaires, multimillionaires, the corporate elite, so to speak, might have connections to exploiting children in some kind of capacity or some kind of satanic rites or sacrifices. Again, Bohemian Grove, which Alex Jones exposed with some upper level elites. Now, again, John Ramsey is obviously not on the top of that pyramid. But is it possible he rubs shoulders with individuals who are? Again, with his Lockheed connections. So, what was going on at that Christmas party? Perhaps it was an innocent party. Perhaps it was an innocent drunken phone call. But if you weren't there, you don't know for sure. So again, this is Mindshock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So and again, some people believe the police were involved in some kind of capacity as well. Not all the officers, just possibly one or two high-ranking individuals in the police department. In the Death of Innocence book, page 97, during the party, Fleet White used our phone to make a series of calls, trying to get some medicine to his mother in a hospital in Aspen, Colorado. Apparently, he dialed wrong and got 911 instead of 411. The police called back, but after checking with Fleet and the rest of the people in the house, Susan Stein informed them that the call was a mistake. So there is, wow, okay. This is really, really bizarre because, first of all, I don't know if Fleet White ever on the record confirmed to making that call. The other thing that does this pass the smell test? If you're really worried about getting medicine to your mother at the hospital, would you just go off gallivanting to a Christmas party, or would you actually take care of your business before you went to the party, possibly not even go to the party at all? Now, the counterpoint there is if somehow someone else informed him that his mother had just been rushed to the hospital, that's not what it says here. It's saying he's trying to get medicine to his mother. It doesn't say he was just informed while he was at the party. So again, if any of that is even true, who knows? But again, this is Mindshock. We're not going to take anything on blind faith from any source, because how do we know if it's true or not? We have to logically examine this. So Susan Stein was the one that supposedly opened the door to the police officer very slightly, as if trying to obscure what was going on inside the house. So a lot of different theories here. Now, what's bizarre is that they didn't want the police to see that all these people there was a lot of drunk people there, and there were also children there. But that's a common occurrence at any party, let alone a holiday party. It's not like they were letting the children get drunk. So, in any case, they did not allow the officer in. And also what's interesting is supposedly neither one of the Ramseys came to the door. So there's just random people using their phone and coming to the door. Were they otherwise preoccupied? What was going on in the house? I don't know. Again, I'm a big advocate of the brain fingerprint scan technology. I don't know why more people aren't. I will obviously be doing a dedicated episode on that for people that are unaware. The brain fingerprint scan technology is simply technology that measures your brain waves in response to information. So it's completely irrelevant whether you're trying to deceive or you're trying to tell the truth. It bypasses all of that. It takes that completely out of the equation. So either you recognize information or you do not. And there's a $100,000 reward for beating this brain fingerprint scan. Nobody's beat it yet. And this is used in upper levels of military and the government as well. CIA, all of these other organizations use it because it's accurate. It's not this old-timey polygraph, which simply measures whether or not you're nervous and not exactly the truth. So, yeah, again, it's weird. It's weird. So some people theorize that whoever harmed Jonbenet Ramsey, or if there was some other type of plot to extort John Ramsey for either his Christmas bonus of $118,000, or otherwise individuals that were targeting the Ramsey family for whatever reason, either at the time they planned to harm Jonbenet or not, or planned to kidnap Rams, or maybe planned just to kidnap with a ransom and were planning to return her unharmed, or whether this was all just going to be a threat never executed, or whatever, maybe just a home invasion. Maybe it's one party, maybe it's multiple parties. Either way, would someone call 911 from the house to see how long it would take the police to respond? So again, this would point to people doing some serious recon, and for whatever reason being super confident that they would never be found out. Again, if it was a really bustling Christmas party and there were a ton of people there, they were very confident that they wouldn't be found out. Now, were they someone already on the guest list? Or was this a +1? Or was this someone who just wandered in? Or was it an uninvited neighbor who was known to the Ramseys and they didn't have a problem with them necessarily coming to the Christmas party? They were friendly. Maybe they forgot to invite them. Maybe they weren't necessarily official invitations and it was all good. Maybe they didn't care how many neighbors showed up or not. I don't know. I wasn't there. So would someone be doing a police response check? Because again, this is a relatively affluent neighborhood. So they know that the police responds in this type of neighborhood, unlike other types of neighborhoods elsewhere in the country where the police might not respond at all, or they would take their sweet time. So they might have been doing a check, but again, police response times vary, but they might have wanted to get a general idea and then maybe shave off a few minutes for insurance time for whatever they were plotting. So again, I don't know. This would easily be able to be checked though, because if Fleet White did really call about getting medication to his mother at the hospital, there would be a record of the call that was made. Because if he was claiming that that's what he was doing, he messed up a call, there would still be a record of the actual legitimate call that wasn't accidentally dialing 911. So it'd be curious if anybody ever nailed that down. It's weird though. It's a little weird for the way that Stein handled that. Oh, it's definitely a mistake. How did they know it was a mistake? What if there was a real accident in the home? What if a kid was hurt? Would your first instinct maybe just ask one or two drunk people, oh yeah, it's definitely an accident, instead of an actual thorough, did they actually go to each individual, account for every child? If they did, they did. Then it's not as curious. But if they simply checked with only the people around them and then while barely opening the door, having the door open only a slight crack for the police officer, and then saying, oh, no, it was a mistake. What if it wasn't a mistake? What if somebody's lying dead somewhere and they're shooing the police away? It's just bizarre. It's a little bizarre. I don't know how the coincidence theorists would sweep that under the rug without a second thought. So how would innocent parties behave in that respect? I mean, they might not necessarily want to would you let a police officer in during a Christmas party if you had nothing to hide? So I guess some people would, some people wouldn't, because they just view that as an invasion of privacy. But would you have the door open a crack, or would you at least open the door all the way to let the officer see, oh, look, there's nobody being killed here. This is a regular Christmas party. I don't know. And would you be shady in insisting that this was a mistake instead of saying, someone called the police? That's strange. Hold on a second, officer. Let's go make sure. I'll go check to make sure everything's all right. It's just, again, we don't know how it played out. Maybe it did play out that way. But these again, that would have to be corroborated. So the people that are vehemently claiming this is all coincidental, if there was no murder that happened at the house, or for example, if this occurred maybe at a different house at a different party, that would be easier to write off as a coincidence. But to just write off everything as coincidence all the time, that's really bizarre. You're not going to solve a lot of crimes that way. Other people, of course, believe maybe one of the kids at the party dialed 911 as a prank and they didn't want to get them in trouble, but then they would have had to know that for sure. So really, the crux of the issue here is Susan Stein's behavior, which many people point to as bizarre in other instances, not just this one. So that's something we need to look at as well. So the guest list from this party was supposedly never released. And it's curious, obviously innocent people who had nothing to do with anything, why would they have their name out in the public, of course? But it would be interesting to know that the people that were already named, if they would be corroborated, I guess, legitimately. So, people have compiled their own theoretical guest list based on people already named in books. So this isn't exposing anybody who hasn't already been named. So we have John and Patsy Ramsey, of course. Burke and Jonbenet were at the party. Don Powell, which is Patsy's father. Fleet and Priscilla White, and their daughter and son. Their daughter was 5 or 6, their son was 7 or 8. Burke was 9, Jonbenet was 6. Priscilla's parents were also there. Priscilla's sister, I don't know how they have this all this information. So Priscilla's sister's boyfriend was there, but her sister was not. And then apparently, I don't know, people visiting the Whites from California. Priscilla's niece's husband was there without his wife, also visiting the Whites from California. There seems to be a number of people who were there without their spouse. Is that curious? I don't know. John and Barbara Fernie, and then their son, who was 10, and their daughter was 14 or 15. There was also another friend of the Fernies, a 9-year-old boy. I don't know how they scavenged this information. Was he there without his parents, or he's visiting the Fernies? And then, of course, Glenn and Susan Stein and their son, who was also 9. So there's quite a few boys there that are Burke's age. Susan Stein's mother, Glenn Stein's mother, Larry and Pinky Barber and their 2 daughters, who were 6 and 8, Joe and Betty Barnhill, and the Barnhills boarder, Glenn Meyer, who was not invited. And we will be getting in to Glenn Meyer, the mysterious boarder at the Barnhills. So the Barnhills are pretty curious. So the Barnhills basement is where they kept Jonbenet's Christmas bike hidden. And they also were the ones that babysat Jonbenet's dog, Jacques. Now, who again was not there the night in question of her murder, coincidentally or not. And they also were the ones that were renting their basement to one Glenn Meyer. Now, they were quite old, so it's supposedly Joe Barnhill was 77 years old. And so they kept Jonbenet's silver Christmas bicycle in their basement until Christmas Eve, 9 p.m. And also they took care of Jonbenet's dog, Jacques, supposedly multiple times. Now, another curiosity. Actually, there's quite a few curiosities. I mean, there's mind shocks across the board here. This might actually end up being the most mind-shocking episode. So Barnhill was the one who said he saw John Andrew Ramsey approaching the Ramsey home on the evening of Christmas. So he's referenced often as just the neighbor who saw John Andrew. This is a guy supposedly familiar with John Andrew. This is not some neighbor who didn't know the family. So the other things that were bizarre is that on Christmas, so the bicycle was given basically to Jonbenet Christmas Eve, 9 p.m. On Christmas Day, Barnhill didn't see Jonbenet on the bike. He saw Burke on his bike. So what that means, I don't know. Was Burke jealous of her new bike? I don't know. So other issues is that Barnhill's hands were basically crippled, so he was not able to provide a handwriting sample. He is able to sign for personal and medical records, so he can scribble his signature, but apparently he can't actually write out long notes or anything of that nature. So that's curious. So their alibi that night is that he watched TV with his wife, Betty Ruth Barnhill, and the boarder, Glenn Meyer. Then went to sleep, okay? And they slept through the night, supposedly. But earlier in the evening, he saw John Andrew Ramsey approach the Ramsey home. Okay, so his wife, Betty Ruth Barnhill, she had Alzheimer's, and Patsy said she checked on the Barnhills every 2 or 3 days. And she thinks she told Betty Christmas Day afternoon that they were going to the Whites' dinner that night. So Patsy's the one who doesn't remember, even though Betty's the one with Alzheimer's. Okay. Betty gave Patsy literature on divine healing after Betty was cured of allergies. That's just an interesting note. And of course, she corroborated her husband's alibi that they watched TV with Glenn Meyer, then went to sleep. So what Glenn Meyer did after that, again, we don't know. So these are statements from Boulder Daily Camera. 6-year-old was reported kidnapping earlier in the day. Missing girl found dead December 27th, 1996. Joe Barnhill, who lives across the street, said he stowed the Christmas bicycle John Ramsey bought for Jonbenet until Christmas Eve. Barnhill was outside the house Thursday afternoon walking Jonbenet's dog, a pet he said she received as a birthday present about 2 years prior. He described the Ramseys, John, Patricia, Jonbenet, and her older brother Burke, as a happy family. Quote, "They are such congenial people, the best neighbors," end quote, said Barnhill. Barnhill said Jonbenet's mother, called Patsy, a former Miss West Virginia, raised a well-mannered, polite daughter. Quote, "She had been working so hard to groom her and raise her for the society we live in," end quote, said Barnhill. So this is another snippet from December 28th, 1996, Boulder Daily Camera. Coroner reports Boulder girl was strangled. Neighbors said the Ramseys entertained often. They had 3 separate Christmas parties in December. People were often seen coming and going from their house. Many people may have had keys to the house, including caterers, a house cleaner, gardeners, and landscapers, said Joe Barnhill, who lives across the street and takes care of Jonbenet's dog, Jacques. Barnhill, like other neighbors, didn't remember seeing anything suspicious at the Ramsey house Christmas Day, the day before Jonbenet was murdered. "I didn't see a lot of people over there Christmas Day," said Barnhill, who had hidden until Christmas Eve the bicycle Jonbenet's father had bought his daughter. "I didn't see Jonbenet with her bike, but I did see Burke ride his bike down the lawn there." Barnhill also said he saw Jonbenet's son from a previous marriage, a student at CU, come to the house. And this is a detail that's swept under the rug as well. Supposedly, John Andrew was not in Colorado. Again, we'll probably have to dedicate a whole episode to John Andrew, but I do not believe in sweeping things under the rug. We weren't there. We don't know for sure what Barnhills saw. So, more statements from Barnhill here. The following day, December 29th, 1996, Boulder camera, details still elusive in slang. Meanwhile, neighbors said a close family friend and John Ramsey, the girl's father, discovered the body of the aspiring beauty queen Thursday afternoon in the home's basement. They found her in a hidden area down there, so whoever killed her had to be somebody that knew the house, said Joe Barnhill, who lives across the street from the Ramseys and cares for Jonbenet's dog. I'm sure people are more frightened now, and I feel more vulnerable, Barnhill said. We feel that this has been a very secure and quiet neighborhood, and that's why it's such a shock. So, more interesting details here. On January 1st, 1997, Denver Post. After giving numerous interviews to the media, neighbor Barnhill yesterday declined to speak with reporters, saying the Boulder police had asked him to stop giving interviews. Other neighbors said they hadn't been told not to give interviews, but declined to do so. Were they told to say they hadn't been told? I know they're interested in keeping it quiet until all the information comes out, said one woman who wouldn't give her name. Some of the things that leaked out weren't from the police. We, as neighbors, really prefer to respect the dignity and privacy of the Ramseys, said another neighbor. This is a horrible situation. Okay, some other curiosities here. This is the June 1998 interrogation of John Ramsey by Lou Smith and Mike Kane. So he's asking him who was over. Ramsey said, yeah, the Fernies, John and Barbara Fernie, Priscilla and Fleet White, and of course their children, both the Fernies' children, I think, were there. Priscilla's sister and boyfriend, who's this fella, I don't remember what his name is, from California, was there. I can look at the picture and remember some people who were there. Say Don Powell, Patsy's father. I think that's Glenn Stein, Susan and Glenn Stein. There's Priscilla there. I think that's Priscilla's mother. Her father, I think, was there. That's Betty Barnhill, I believe, from across the street. Wait, he doesn't know what his neighbor looks like? Wait, what? The Barnhills, somebody came looking for the Barnhills later in the evening. Knocked on the door. I let him in. He said he was looking for Joe and Betty. Was worried about them. I said, well, they're in the next room, and we invited him in and we made him feel at home. I think we learned later that he was a tenant they had living in the basement, but he was there for a while. So they let this guy who wasn't officially invited to the party, into the party. He's saying he's worried about his neighbors who are going to a Christmas party that they were invited to right across the street. Why would he be worried about them? Does anybody else find that strange? Lou Smith says, what do you know about him? John Ramsey says, nothing. I had no idea they even had a tenant over there. That's the first time I had ever seen him. I thought he was just a guest from out of town. Do you know his name? Lou Smith asked. John Ramsey says, oh, I did, after the facts. I don't know if I'd recognize it if you even told me. Lou Smith says, Glenn Meyer? John Ramsey says, Glenn Meyer, yes. That's the only time I had ever seen him. At the time, I didn't know who he was. I just thought he was a guest. Lou Smith says, but didn't you board your dog over at the Barnhills? John Ramsey says, we did. They became attached to him. We had them keep him once or twice and they really loved him. They lost their dog and he died, so they really became attached to Jacques, and it was kind of a good setup because they took care of him and the kids could play with him. So it was, for us, it was, as parents, it was kind of neat. Lou Smith asks, so did the kids go over there quite often? John Ramsey says, yeah. It was not uncommon for them to go over there, or Jacques would come over. He'd stay with us sometimes, and he became increasingly their dog because they were just so attached to it. And we thought it was kind of nice because they were older. It was a nice companionship for them. It was kind of neat for us because the kids could still have a dog, and we didn't have to deal with a dog 24 hours a day. So more and more as time went on, he stayed more at the Barnhills than he did at our house. Lou Smith asks, were the kids developing a relationship with this fella, Glenn Myers, do you think, or has that ever been discussed? John Ramsey says, it's never been discussed. I don't know, to my knowledge anyway. As I say, I didn't even know he lived there. They had an apartment in the basement. Lou Smith asks, had you yourself ever been to the Barnhills? John Ramsey says, yeah, we went over for dinner once, I'd think. We'd step in and check on them and take him things to eat sometimes. And I think Betty or Joe was sick for a while and Patsy would take them a thing of food and check on them. They were good neighbors. Lou Smith says, okay, did you go to the Barnhills to pick up a bike? John Ramsey says, yeah, Christmas Eve. We'd given Jonbenet a bike, we got Patsy a bike. We were giving Burke a bike, but not that year. Anyway, there was a bike that we put in the basement and I had gone over after the kids went to bed to go get it to put it under the tree. And Joe went down to the garage and went to get it and brought it up. I offered to go get it and he said no, he'd go get it himself. I don't know where it specifically was, whether it was actually in his garage or his basement. Lou Smith says, you know, I've looked at a lot of pictures in regards to this particular case and I can't remember seeing any bikes. What happened to the bikes? Ramsey said, well, they were in the garage, I guess. Jonbenet rode her bike for a moment outside before we went to the Whites, just around the patio. I'm sure that went back in the garage. Patsy's bike, I don't know. It could have gone in the garage. I don't remember. Lou Smith says, have you seen it since Patsy's bike? John Ramsey says, yeah, we have it. Lou Smith asks who took it. John Ramsey says, no, we gave Jonbenet's bike. We gave away. Patsy's bike, we haven't. Okay, so very, very interesting. They have a boarder, a tenant, boarder, whatever you want to call them, across the street from the Ramseys, who the Ramseys don't know about, but their kids go over to play at the house with the dog quite often, or not uncommon, as he would say. Not uncommon means common, right? So they'd been over there a number of times, an unknown number of times. How had they encountered or interacted with Glenn Meyer? And why was Glenn Meyer randomly worried about them when they were right across the street at a Christmas party? Does anybody else find this strange? I don't know. This seems strange. Okay, so some more tidbits here. This is the Lawrence Schiller book, Perfect Murder, Perfect Town. Page 66. Meanwhile, in Boulder, detectives Steve Thomas and Ron Gosage interviewed the Ramseys' neighbors, Joe Barnhill, 77, and his wife, Betty, who lived across the street. The Barnhills had a key to the Ramseys' home. Since they were taking care of Jonbenet's dog, Jacques, the detectives learned that the Barnhills had a boarder, Glenn Meyer, who lived in their basement. So, if they had their keys simply by the door or wherever keys are, or if Glenn Meyer saw where their keys were, where they kept their keys, if he had been boarding with them for whatever period of time, it is plausible that Glenn Meyer could have also had access to a key to the Ramseys' home, so we could add him to the list. Joe and Betty Barnhill had been guests at the Ramseys' Christmas party on December 23rd and had chatted with Patsy's father, Don Paw, a retired engineer. Paw had worked as his son-in-law's first director of human resources at Access Graphics and still worked most of the time for John in Boulder, while Nedra, his wife, ran John's Atlanta office. Paw told the Barnhills he had a new position at Access Manager of Inventory Tracking. The firm's market niche was the Lincoln and Cadillac part of the industry, he said proudly. Barnhill confirmed to police that at about 9 p.m. On December 24th, John Ramsey had come to their house to pick up Jonbenet's bicycle, a Christmas gift. The Barnhills said they were home the night Jonbenet was killed. The police asked Joe for a handwriting sample, but his palsy made it impossible for him to give one. A week later, he signed a waiver and his doctor confirmed Barnhill's illness to the police. The detectives then interviewed the boarder, Glenn Meyer. He said that he had been at home on Christmas night and had watched television in the den with the Barnhills until 9 p.m. He then went downstairs to his basement room and spent the rest of the evening nursing a stomach flu. Meyer was also at the Ramseys' Christmas party, but he said he hadn't been introduced to Patsy or Jonbenet. Do you mind taking a lie detector test? Detective Thomas asked him. Meyer didn't, and on January 1st at 5:30 p.m., a polygraph test was administered. Most of the questions were about the Ramseys, and the examiner told him he had answered the questions truthfully. A few weeks later, Detective Ramsey asked Meyer for several handwriting samples and took his fingerprints. Skipping over to page 179, on December 26, John Ramsey had told the police there weren't any keys hidden under rocks in the yard and that only John Andrew, Nedra, and Linda had extra keys. But 3 weeks later, on January 21st, Patsy's attorney told the police that the Whites, the Fernies, and Joe Barnhill also had keys. In April 1997, Ellis Armistead, an investigator hired by the Ramseys, would tell the police that there were 20 more extra keys outstanding. In the end, however, the detectives could only find 9 people who said they had keys. 6 of the keys were returned, 3 were missing, and then, of course, supposedly the Ramseys had never even changed the locks after moving into the Boulder home, which would mean that there are many, many other sets of keys out there, as well as anybody who made copies. Okay, so let's dissect this. So, conveniently, Glenn Meyer is saying he had the stomach flu conveniently on Christmas night. He conveniently has the stomach flu. Is that someone trying to say he couldn't have been a killer because he was incapacitated with the stomach flu? If he didn't have a stomach flu, would he say he had one even if he's innocent to make it look like he couldn't have done it? I don't know. That's a weird detail. And then, of course, why is he randomly going to the Ramseys for the Christmas? Or is he just a lonely guy that didn't get invited to a Christmas party? So he just sauntered on over, pretending to be concerned about the Barnhills, just to socialize? I don't know. It's weird. So in Death of Innocence, written by John and Patsy Ramsey, March 18, 2000, page 95 states, on December 23rd, 31 people arrived for the party. The Whites, the Barnhills, the Fernies, the Steins, and the Barbers. And all their children, plus their assorted house guests. Later that evening, Glenn Meyer, a single man who rented a room in Joe and Betty Barnhill's basement, showed up looking for them. I invited him in because the Barnhills were good neighbors. Our family dog, Jacques, lived part-time at their house. So why is Glenn Meyer looking for them at this Christmas party? Did they just forget to tell him they went to a party and he's just going to all the neighbors looking for them randomly? I don't know. I mean, it seems like these details would be easy to nail down, but I don't know. Something seems off about the stomach flu. He just conveniently has a stomach flu on the night that Jonbenet Ramsey is murdered. I mean, I don't know. Is that a coincidence? I don't know. It's weird. So let's look at Steve Thomas's book, Jonbenet Inside the Ramsey Murder Investigation, which was released in 2000. It's kind of strange here. Page 70, Joe and Betty Barnhill, the elderly neighbors so trusted by the Ramseys that Jonbenet's silver Christmas bicycle had been hidden with them, would also eventually be pointed to as possible murder suspects by the Ramseys. Now, I don't know where they did this because I haven't seen that. From the moment I saw them, I knew it was ridiculous that they should be considered and that we should be spending time investigating them. Joe, a silver-haired man in his 70s, and late 70s at that, was taking care of his wife who had Alzheimer's, and Joe was crippled so badly with palsy himself that he needed both hands to sign a shaky signature. allowing us to obtain their personal medical records. He never asked for a lawyer and shook our hands as we left, saying, "I'm confident that you will solve it." That sort of cooperation was rare, and we certainly weren't getting it from the Ramseys. We soon cleared the Barnhills. The Barnhills rented out a basement room to Glenn Meyer, who would be pointed out by Ramsey investigators as a possible suspect because he carried a heavy load of debt. So that's another interesting thing there. Now, so this guy is in debt. This guy is randomly going to the Ramsey Christmas party. This guy is randomly stating that he had a stomach flu the particular night that Jonbenet Ramsey was murdered. Now, if he was at the party, all of a sudden, we have the possibility that he's talking and mingling and overhearing conversations about John Ramsey's Christmas bonus, possibly. I wonder how many people knew about the Christmas bonus, because it seems, again, with this Powell character, this family, this is in the family business, so they're discussing business and work amongst each other. What did Glenn Meyer overhear or possibly overhear? Interesting. And he has a heavy load of debt, supposedly. So, again, this is from page 71 here. Meyer was an even more unlikely suspect than the Barnhills, since his own son had been murdered in Boston. Now, that is tragic. He could not have been more cooperative with us. After an interview, giving writing and hair samples and passing a polygraph, he was also cleared. Meyer and the Barnhills also alibied each other, having watched television together on Christmas night and all going to bed early, Meyer with a case of the flu. And I wonder if the Barnhills definitively corroborated that he did indeed have the flu. Another reason to interview the Barnhills, however, was that Joe had told the police he had seen Jonbenet's older half-brother, John Andrew, in Boulder on the evening of December 25th. John Andrew claimed to have been in Atlanta at the time. During the interview, Barnhill sheepishly told us he had made a mistake and apologized, saying that he probably would not even recognize the young man in a crowd. That went a long way toward firming up John Andrew's alibi. Okay, so automatically there, I don't know. This book is by Steve Thomas. Some people say he's extremely biased. Now, this guy seems like he's wanting to be helpful. Did he simply assume he made a mistake? But initially, early on, he seemed to be incredibly sure of himself. Now, all of a sudden, he's saying he simply made a mistake? That something seems off with that situation. The Barnhills also had a key to the Ramsey home, something we had not known. The Ramseys initially said that the only outsiders with keys were two relatives and the housekeeper. So that does not sound to me like they were implicating the Barnhills as suspects, because otherwise they would say, oh yeah, our neighbors across the street, they have keys as well. So again, this does seem like quite a biased book. Since then, we had turned up one with a former nanny, Suzanne Savage, and now another with the Barnhills. We didn't know how many keys existed, and the number would continue to grow. Jacques, the white Bichon Frise that belonged to Jonbenet and was temporarily in the care of the Barnhills, jumped into my lap while we all watched the 5 o'clock news about the funeral in Atlanta. That seems like a weird detail to add to your book. Okay, so we're going to get more into Mindshock territory now with the Barnhills. So this is so these are email corroborations or forum posts here. So someone we haven't really talked about is Rita Johnson, who an individual claimed was friend/acquaintance of Patsy Ramsey, that she bumped into a store in Atlanta and apparently spent some time with her at a garden party. And this is a story that has been online, the veracity of which I don't know has ever been definitively verified. But apparently she was involved with individuals who were known to Patsy and who have been commenting online on message boards. Again, I don't know if this has ever been definitively verified, but these are all similar names in the circling here. Her this was posted November 21st, 2003, by Rita Johnson. Her frequent visits across the street to Joe Barnhill and his wife, taking them to dinner because she was afraid they would have none. This was a quote by Rain Song on Crime News. And Rita Johnson writes here, I just want to set the record straight about Patsy, John, and the Barnhills. From the day of Jonbenet's murder, neither John nor Patsy contacted the Barnhills, even though Jacques was supposedly Jonbenet's dog. Joe Barnhill and I have spoken on numerous occasions, and he very sadly said he has never been contacted by the family and doesn't know why. The only one that contacted him was one of their investigators telling him to, quote, be quiet and never talk about what he saw the morning of the murder, end quote. He said, quote, they told me I was mistaken, end quote. I found that to be very odd. Never once was he contacted when his wife was deathly ill and ultimately died very near the time that Nedra died. And finally, when little Jacques died, he asked me to tell the Ramseys, and I emailed them, but nobody called him then either. He doesn't understand why. Even more so since his stepdaughter, Diane Aldridge, helped out the Ramseys by putting together the Diane Sawyer special. She is the producer for the show. There's no, whoa, is that another coincidence? What? She's the producer. It just goes to show that they seemingly forgot some of those that helped them out in the very early days following Jonbenet's death. It's strange that Patsy would have constantly gone over to their house to make sure they ate and checked on them, yet never spoken to them since the murder. Now, some people believe Rita Johnson is just an unhinged loony who inserted herself in the case and planned to write a book that apparently was never published, but other people have found that she did, in fact, speak to a lot of these people, or at least attempted to. And some of these statements are quite curious. If Diane Aldridge really was the Barnhills' stepdaughter, and she set up the Diane Sawyer special, I mean, that is weird. It's also a little weird if this was a true claim here by Rita Johnson regarding that they were told never to talk about what they saw the morning of the murder. The morning? What does that mean? Rita Johnson also posted this November 27th, 2003. So someone asked a question about Joe Barnhill's son who lived in Colorado. She said something about his DNA not being ruled out. That's just not true. She also mentioned that he didn't visit his father on Christmas and thought that was strange. It's not strange. They are estranged and have been for a long time. Barnhill was remarried and was closer to his stepchildren than he is with his own kids. He has a daughter that he hasn't spoken to in years. He says it's their doing, not his. What I did find disturbing about this post is that this individual never bothered to answer her. She should or would have known all this with as much as she has researched about the case. Barnhill was one of the first ones I checked into and later became friends with him. Since his wife died near Nedra's death, he and I have spoken quite often, and he went into some detail about his thoughts about the events surrounding that fateful Christmas day. Barnhill's son was traveling that day and wasn't even in Colorado, though his DNA was checked and that of his son and the guy who was living in the basement at the time. Barnhill told me that teenage kids and others right on the street weren't tested. He said the guy that lived right next door, single at the time, wasn't even checked. It seems the DNA checking was selective. But no, Joe Barnhill's son's DNA was checked and he was released from suspicion. But then again, remember I was point blank told by Tom Bennett that no one has been 100% released from suspicion. This doesn't seem fair to others that have been labeled suspect from the start, does it? I'm always bothered when someone isn't answered about these types of issues because it adds to the confusion. Okay, and then of course we do know that the DNA evidence was quite suspicious. We have the theory put forth that this was a factory worker regarding Jonbenet's DNA, regarding the DNA found on Jonbenet's underwear, but supposedly there's also DNA under her fingernails. So yeah, there's a lot of issues there. But going back to the Christmas party list, so we have all these individuals, and then of course Linda Hoffman Powell and her daughter Ariana, who was 12, and then Bill and Janet McReynolds. And this was the Santa Claus, Bill McReynolds. And the long list of coincidences with the McReynolds are, they're just too much to go over on this episode. I'll have to do a dedicated episode on them. But apparently there were at least 5 children there, ages 6 to 8, 4 girls, 1 boy. So the 2 Barbers, 2 Whites, and Jonbenet. There were 4 boys, aged 9 to 10, Stein, Ramsey, Fernie, and Fernie's friends. And there were 2 older girls, Furman and Hoffman Powell. So apparently there were 34 people at the party, although John Ramsey apparently said there were 31. Okay. The other thing that's an issue, if Linda Hoffman Powell was... There were issues between... Okay, yeah, I won't get into those issues there. I'll have to do a dedicated episode on Powell. But regarding Glenn Meyer, we are going back to Glenn Meyer. So February 2018, we have this bombshell interview. And this was reported various news sources, including RadarOnline.com. This is from their article, February 6, 2018. My husband killed Jonbenet, chilling claims and shocking new evidence in cold case. Ex-wife tells all on creep across the street, Glenn Meyer. My husband killed Jonbenet Ramsey. That's the bombshell confession of the widow of an Indiana man obsessed with the child pageant queen whose murder has remained America's greatest unsolved mystery until now. In a jaw-dropping, world-exclusive investigation provided to RadarOnline.com, the National Enquirer traveled to 6 states, interviewed dozens of sources, worked alongside detectives, and uncovered new witnesses to crack the cold case after 21 years. And of course, the National Enquirer is a dubious source to say the least, but let's not fall for genetic logical fallacies. They do get stuff correct as well, not to mention if these theories open the door to something that is the real truth, they are still worth investigating, particularly if evidence uncovered has some legitimacy, even if it doesn't match their own headlines. If they discovered something that even possibly rules somebody else out, that could still possibly be helpful. Courageous Charlotte Hay, 85, broke her silence for the first time to finger her unhinged ex-husband, Glenn Meyer, as Jonbenet's murderer. I believe my husband killed Jonbenet. I knew he was capable of it, Charlotte told the Enquirer exclusively. When I asked him if he murdered her, he would just smile at me. He wouldn't deny it. Now again, if this is a loony, unhinged individual, that doesn't mean he killed anybody, but again, insane people do not behave the way normal people behave. So that obviously that's not evidence in any way. Charlotte married Meyer in 1960, but left him in 1966. They were on and off in the decades that followed and reconnected before the murder. They divorced in 2002. At the time of the murder, Meyer was secretly living in the basement of a home across the street from the Ramseys in Boulder, Colorado, and later built a shrine to the slain child using pictures and newspaper clippings, sources said. His handwriting matched the ransom note found in the Ramsey home, and cops considered him a suspect. Now I'm just going to touch on a quick aside right here. Some people theorize, I don't know if we went over this on Mindshock, we try to go over everything, that the notepad was actually stolen from the Ramsey home and that the ransom note could have been written at a different time than theorized, possibly a day or two prior. Okay, continuing here. In emails to the Inquirer, Jonbenet's father, John Ramsey, told how Meyer turned up at his house uninvited when the family hosted a party on December 23rd, 1996, 2 days before her murder. Yes, Glenn Meyer was of interest at some point, John told the Inquirer via email on January 15th. I do recall him coming to our door the night of our family Christmas party, which was just before Christmas. I don't remember why. Up to that point, we did not know he was living across the street in the basement. A new witness made a deathbed confession that she saw Meyer on the Ramsey property on the night of Jonbenet's murder. So again, we don't know if this is true or not, but it's mind-shocking nonetheless. Meyer battled mental illness, was drowning in debt at the time of the murder, and had a history of violence. Court documents obtained by the Inquirer show Meyer was arrested for a 1991 assault in a domestic violence case and was ordered to attend anger counseling courses. In August 95, he was sued for owing more than $24,000 and subpoenaed to appear in Boulder County Court in October 96, 2 months before the murder. So I guess these are not rumors of him being in debt. The creep also had a vicious streak, especially towards young girls. He was violent with my little girl. She was in 4th grade, and he gave her such a horrible spanking, Charlotte told the Inquirer. I told him to stop, but he wouldn't. A lot of times he was cruel to my kids. They were afraid of him. I was scared of him. The beast even walloped her 1-year-old granddaughter while she was sitting in the high chair. The scary thing is, Meyer had a history of abusive and deranged behavior. Yet somehow he ends up living in the basement of Jonbenet's elderly babysitters, Joe and Betty Barnhill. A source says it was easy access. Jonbenet was 6 years old when she was sexually violated and strangled inside her family's ritzy home. Cops suspect the killer broke a basement window, crept into the house, slipped up to the bedroom where Jonbenet was sleeping, and knocked her out with a stun gun. She was carried to the basement, bound, silenced with duct tape, molested, strangled with a garrote, and smashed in the head with a baseball bat. Investigators linked Meyer to the murder through the bizarre 3-page ransom note found before Jonbenet's body was discovered in the basement. A demand of $118,000 was written on a legal pad found in the house and signed SBTC. John told the Inquirer that Lou Smith, a former detective hired to investigate the crime, zeroed in on Meyer due to the ransom note and evidence found in the loaner's basement apartment at the Barnhill home. Lou Smith told me there was a photo of a Navy Avenger aircraft in the basement with SBTC lettering on it, which seemed beyond coincidental, John wrote. Wow, okay, if that's true, that is quite mind-shocking, is it not? Okay, we're gonna go into the SBTC, and this is gonna be mind-shocking because the amount of coincidences are just, they're just mind-shocking. There's no way to explain it. So some people believed this is just simply means saved by the cross. This is a religious family, so that is a common attribute. And of course, the other possibility, people believe it's Subic Bay Training Center. And Subic Bay Training Center is, of course, where John Ramsey's naval training took place in the Philippines. And that's curious because here's the thing. If Patsy Ramsey wrote the note or someone else wrote it and they just made up some random letters for an acronym to throw people off, is it curious that the coincidence stack we're about to go through regarding SBTC, that there's that many possibilities? Because if you're going to pull 4 random letters Let's look at the statistical chance that these 4 random letters are going to happen to relate to so many individuals. Now pick another 4 random and see if you can make them relate to the same individuals. Because again, let's use controls. Let's be scientific. For the coincidence theorists that just immediately write it off, they mean nothing, do not investigate, do not waste time. Think of another 4 random letters and see if you can match them to anything at all. Because if you can't, but you can match SBTC to a whole bunch of things, what does that mean? So again, John Ramsey received his naval training in the Philippines at Subic Bay Training Center. Now, supposedly it wasn't actually known as Subic Bay Training Center. That was John Ramsey's statement regarding that in interviews. So he didn't think of it. However, I mean, I don't know. If your daughter was murdered, are you going to rack absolutely everything? Because he dug up references to some Star Trek episodes or movies. Like, he really found everything he could find about SBTC, but he couldn't match that up to Subic Bay. I mean, how many things are SB relating to his specific life? I don't know. Some people find that weird. However, apparently John Ramsey did have a photograph in his house. So from Perfect Town, Perfect Murder, Linda Wilcox, this quote attributed to Linda Wilcox. I don't remember if I told them about the large photograph John had of an aircraft carrier. On the bottom of the picture in fancy writing were the words Subic Bay Training Center. The script was faint because it blended in with the water, so the words were hard to read. It used to hang behind his desk in the bedroom. The base was closed and renamed in 1992. It is now the Subic Bay Freeport Zone. So another coincidence is, of course, Subic Bay in the Philippines was actually, this was exposed later. This was exposed actually as early as the late 80s, that child prostitution was actually rampant there. So if John Ramsey had something to do with that, was he involved in that, and did he have connections after the fact and continue to be involved in that? And that's where it gets crazy. Someone else actually dug up an article from March 5th, 1993 in the LA Times. Suit asks Navy to aid children left in the Philippines. Courts the class action filing charges that the Amerasian youngsters are owed financial help because they are a product of a U.S. policy for fostering prostitution. And these are known as throwaway children. Here's an excerpt here. When the Navy pulled out of Subic Bay in November, after nearly 50 years of operations there, we agreed to clean up the toxic waste we left behind, but made no provisions for the throwaway children fathered by American sailors, Kotsche said, a noted Bay Area attorney who volunteered to prepare the suit after reading about the children's plight. So we have Subic Bay Training Center, we have Subic Bay throwaway children. Again, this is weird. This is weird. Now, are we ready to add another point to the coincidence stack? John Mark Carr. Now, he wrote in someone's high school yearbook, I shall be the conqueror. SBTC, shall be the conqueror. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Was this a catchphrase that he used a lot? Quite bizarre. Quite bizarre. Also, again, we have, not to jump around a lot, we are jumping around a little bit. So we have John Ramsey stating that Lou Smith told him there was a photo of a Navy Avenger aircraft in the basement with SBTC lettering on it, which seemed beyond coincidental. So that's beyond coincidental, but the photo in John Ramsey's house that has SBTC on it from his naval days. That's not coincidental. So this is why people think that John Ramsey had something to do with it. And if this angle of child prostitution is explored further in Subic Bay in the Philippines, where John Ramsey was stationed, if John Ramsey was involved, because other military personnel were involved, is it possible John Ramsey was involved? And the throwaway children, which just happens to be the catchphrase used there, that just happens to be the phrase. That's quite bizarre. Quite bizarre. Now let's go down this rabbit hole even further. Because let's say if Patsy Ramsey just pulled that out of nowhere and made it up, what are the chances that it matches all these things? And we're about to get even crazier. Another quick aside was supposedly there was a Southwestern Bell Telephone Company phone book that was by the ransom note or somewhere in the vicinity of the ransom note. I don't know if that's been verified. Would you randomly use that from a I don't know. Southwestern Bell Telephone Company, SBTC. But going back to John Mark Carr. So let's see, how many other individuals signed yearbooks in all caps, I shall be the conqueror? Although, to be fair, should that be ISBTC? But there was an old friend of Carr's who apparently found that from their high school yearbook. So that would have been a good amount of years prior. But even if we disregard that, the other thing that's weird with John Mark Carr, apparently he was in Atlanta at the time of the murder. That's weird. Atlanta, the other home of the Ramseys. You can't make this stuff up. Out of all the cities that John Mark Carr could be in, he happened to be Atlanta, and apparently he used to like the SBTC I shall be the conqueror signature, and he used it in the past. Supposedly it was some kind of local vernacular in Atlanta so it was like a common phrase, I shall be the conqueror. I guess all cities and time periods have their catchphrases, of course. Some people said he used another signature, live in multiple peace. I shall be the conqueror, and also live in multiple peace. He used that signature. All right, now that's a couple of coincidences. Are we going to stack it even higher? Because Michael Helgoth, another person of interest, another bizarre individuals, apparently he had a hat that had SBTC on it. I mean, it's kind of bizarre. It's kind of bizarre. And when Michael Helgoth, who supposedly died of suicide, and he had a baseball hat that said SBTC on it that was near his body. So, again, this is just something that's really, really bizarre. The coincidence stack is quite high. But, again, let's switch out. We can switch out the SBTC for 4 other letters, and let's see if it matches anything. Because what are the chances that all these things could match? And I actually just found yet another coincidence to add to the stack. So Robert Chris Wolf, a Boulder journalist, filed a $50 million libel suit against the Ramseys, claiming they libeled him in their book, The Death of Innocence, and in TV interviews by claiming he was a suspect. Following the death of Jonbenet, Wolf's girlfriend called police to say he was acting suspiciously and was not home during the time of the killing. Boulder police investigated Wolf and said they found no evidence to link him to the crime, according to a press report. In March 2003, U.S. District Court Judge Julie Carnes of Atlanta dismissed Wolf's libel suit against the Ramseys, in which his lawyer tried to prove Patsy Ramsey was responsible for Jonbenet's death. Carnes said the child's murder is more consistent with a theory that an intruder murdered Jonbenet than it was with a theory that Mrs. Ramsey did. Okay, but regarding Chris Wolf, There was supposedly a recreation of the original ransom note, and the handwriting is quite similar. It's quite similar, and the recreated document was compiled from the journal entries of an individual who we believe should be further investigated for the murder of Jonbenet Ramsey. Handwriting expert Thomas Grogan of Forensic Document Laboratory Incorporated analyzed these two documents and confirmed in a court-ready report that these were in fact created by the same hand. And so this is quite interesting because this Chris Wolf individual is touted as a possible author, although I don't know if that's been confirmed from this screenshot here. Now, are we ready to get mind shocked? Because Chris Wolf supposedly had a shirt or sweatshirt with what initials on it? Drum roll, please. The coincidence stack is going through the roof. SBTC, Santa Barbara Training Center. Now, I don't know what that refers to, but what are the chances that a guy, there's a ransom note suspiciously compiled from possibly Chris Wolf's journals that matches the ransom note, and the guy had a sweatshirt with SBTC on it. Of course, all of this is alleged, but if it's true, this is quite bizarre. And then, of course, he even had a lawsuit against the Ramseys, and his ex-girlfriend allegedly was the one that copy and pasted this ransom note. And this is bizarre. Now, I'm sure a lot of people, well, actually, I don't know. How many people were unaccounted for Christmas night? Because his girlfriend is saying he was unaccounted for, acting strangely around that time period when he came home after he was unaccounted for. I don't know what to make of this. So Chris Wolf is not exactly a random nobody. So let's get this coincidence stack going because it's about to go through the roof even higher, and we're just getting started. So he had an SBTC sweatshirt. And this individual, again, not a random nobody. He has a master's degree in journalism. He worked as a reporter for Colorado Daily and Colorado County Business Reports. Does anybody want to take a guess where Cheryl McGraw worked, who Chris Wolf interviewed? Drum roll, please. And the coincidence stack goes higher. Access Graphics. I mean, you cannot make up these degrees of separation. Is this all coincidental? It's just really, really bizarre. Now, Wolf has stated that he never heard of Jonbenet Ramsey before the murder, and why would he necessarily, right? Just because he's interviewing the secretary of Access Graphics, Jonbenet Ramsey's father's company, that doesn't mean he would know of Jonbenet Ramsey. So if everybody's got their tinfoil hat on, we will move on to Susanna Chase. Now, Shapiro wrote about Wolf as a suspect in spring 1997. He also convinced him to give police a handwriting and DNA sample. He also contacted a former roommate of Chris Wolf's. So Jeff Shapiro, in December 2001, Ghost of Christmas Past, he wrote that he met with Wolf in the fall of 97. He worked as a mountain climbing instructor for Outward Bound, had a history of working as a male stripper. He had a 1992 indecent exposure charge, which he pleaded guilty to. Dilson said Wolf owned mountain climbing boots, but they were Danners, not high-tech boots. Expressed hostility against John Ramsey and Access Graphics specifically. Shapiro did convince Wolf to cooperate by giving DNA to the authorities. So, okay, I tried calling Wolf back at his old phone number by accident and spoke to his roommate. So Ben Shapiro is calling Wolf's old number and spoke to his roommate. To my surprise, told me that although Wolf had never spoken about Jonbenet Ramsey, he had made numerous comments about a romantic interest he had developed in Susanna Chase shortly before she was murdered. Chase was a University of Colorado student murdered on a sidewalk near Liquor Mart on December 21st, 1997, almost 1 year after Jonbenet Ramsey's murder. Much like the Ramsey case, her murder remains unsolved with no suspect in custody. Like Jonbenet, Chase was struck in the head with an unknown object. I had almost fallen off my chair by the time the roommate explained to me that Wolf had been courting Chase after meeting her at Wild Oats, where she worked as a cashier, Shapiro says. The roommate claimed that Chase had agreed to go out with Wolf as a friend since she already had a boyfriend. Once the murder occurred, the roommate told me Wolf expressed deep sadness and frustration over it. Okay, all right, so what do we have in the coincidence pile regarding Wolf? We have his ex-girlfriend saying he was unaccounted for at the time and was acting strangely afterwards. We have allegedly her compiling letters from his journals that eerily match the ransom note. We have, he has a sweatshirt with SBTC on it. We have, I mean, of course, this is all alleged, but Shapiro has published these articles relating the information I just said about Susanna Chase, who happened to be murdered by someone who went out with her, and she had told him she had a boyfriend. Again, going back to FBI statistics, females are most likely to be murdered females are most likely to have been killed by whom? Ex-boyfriend or love interest or stalker or someone known to them, not a stranger. So we have this Chris Wolf character who just happens to be involved in this coincidence act, and he's also a journalist who interviewed the secretary for Access Graphics, John Ramsey's company. I mean, there's so many coincidences to keep track of. It's just so difficult. It's so difficult. So the Ramsey case was stagnant at the time, so the Globe had sent Shapiro to Los Angeles to follow celebrities and invade their private lives. From LA, Shapiro called Boulder Police Chief Mark Beckner and told him what he just learned from Wolf's old roommate. 1 hour later, Detective Kerry Yamaguchi called and told me to fly back to Boulder so he could interview me about this, Shapiro says. Yamaguchi hinted to me only one thing, that Wolf's girlfriend, who had accused him of the Ramsey murder, had also accused him of the Chase murder as well. Do you think that Chris Wolf is capable of killing someone? Yamaguchi asked me. I don't think so, I said. Later, in a conversation with John Ramsey, Shapiro was asked again for his assessment of Chris Wolf. John Ramsey told me he suspected that the same person who had killed Jonbenet also killed Susanna Chase. I mean, that's kind of random. John Ramsey really says a lot of random things, doesn't he? Shapiro says, Ramsey asked me my thoughts on Wolf. I think his girlfriend is very angry with him, I told him, hinting of a possible motive of revenge on her part. Eventually, Shapiro says police told him they didn't suspect Wolf in either crime, and Shapiro is convinced Wolf didn't do it, despite weird connections he calls coincidence. He's seen far stranger connections involving other suspects, such as the man with the website on how to brutally torture Barbie dolls and make sophisticated garrots like what was used to kill Jonbenet. Obviously, I'll be going over that in another episode. Suzanne and Chase. Wolf says Shapiro got it partly right regarding his relationship with Susanna Chase. I knew Susanna Chase because I ate at Wild Oats almost every single day, Wolf says. I knew all the pretty girls there. I thought she was a wonderful, beautiful, intelligent young woman, but a romantic interest, I don't know about that. I never asked her out on a date. She was 18 years younger than me, and I don't go out and try to score with women who are 18 years younger than me. I don't need notches on my holster. Been there, done that a long time ago. That is quite an interesting quote from Chris Wolf. And he's basically calling the roommate a liar. So the roommate who had obviously shared many conversations with Chris Wolf. And of course, Chris Wolf wouldn't want to implicate himself or make himself look bad, so he probably would say that he doesn't need notches, even if that information is true. Again, that doesn't mean he killed either woman. I'm simply stating to not ignore FBI stats. I also say it's highly strange, highly strange that he has an SBTC sweatshirt, if that's true. And I also think it's an interesting coincidence that he's interviewing Cheryl McGraw, the secretary of Access Graphics. Then he's going on later to sue John Ramsey. Now, I mean, obviously it's not completely outside the realm of possibility. He's working as a reporter for Boulder County Business Report. So he's going to be interviewing a lot of secretaries for a lot of different businesses in Boulder. But there's a lot of businesses in Boulder. He didn't interview every single secretary for every single business. So it's bizarre. It's definitely bizarre. Now, also, just as controls, how many people's girlfriends called the police on their boyfriend, suspecting them of the Jonbenet Ramsey murder? Now, we'd have to guess that Chris Wolf's girlfriend is probably not the only one. But we also can't assume there were hundreds or thousands of people reporting their significant other because, again, if his girlfriend is lying and he really was home as he claimed, then of course that's taken care of. But has his alibi been 100% verified? Did any neighbors see that? I mean, I would think this would all be thoroughly investigated. But just regarding the SBTC, how many instances of SBTC are we going to find? And how many instances of any other acronyms are we not going to find? That's the only point there. So again, we're going all the way back around to Meyer. That was quite a long aside, but I just couldn't let that go regarding John Ramsey stating that it's this major coincidence that there's a Navy Avenger aircraft in the basement with SBTC lettering on it. So what does that mean? What does that SBTC stand for? And why did John Ramsey avoid his own photograph with the I don't know, it's weird. So let's go back to this article here regarding Glenn Meyer. The explosive new evidence pointing to Meyer as Jonbenet's killer is supported by the deathbed confession of a female neighbor who claimed she saw Meyer near the Ramsey home on the night of the killing. She, the neighbor, is positive she saw Meyer approaching the house the night of the murder. Roscoe J. Clark, founder of the online group Jonbenet Investigation, told the Inquirer. People were afraid of him. He would stare at children in the neighborhood. The witness said she wanted to clear her conscience before she died. When questioned by the cops, Meyer's alibi was that he had the stomach flu the night of the murder. And again, not that he's guilty, but was he stretching the truth there? He randomly has the stomach flu of all possible nights that night. And of course, it's a possibility. It's a very, let's say he gets the stomach flu often. Now, we don't know that. If he does, and he has stomach issues, very possible. Also, what I didn't mention before, if he really is mentally unhinged, if he has a split personality or some other sociopathic traits, he would obviously be able to pass a lie detector test because he wouldn't be nervous about it. That doesn't necessarily exonerate him, of course. So, when questioned by cops, Meyer's alibi was that he had a stomach flu the night of the murder. He submitted blood, DNA, and hair samples and was cleared after passing a lie detector test. But police were unable to completely exonerate him from writing the ransom note, according to a source familiar with the case. Cops demanded Meyer submit handwriting samples because of the undeniable similarities with the ransom note. At the Inquirer's request, Charlotte reviewed the ransom note and said the handwriting resembled her ex-husband's, particularly the distinctive way he wrote the G and Y. Not long after Jonbenet's death, Meyer fled Boulder to Indiana, where he lived in a state-run apartment complex for elderly homeless people. That's where Meyer, who was battling dementia, decorated his room with photos of Jonbenet and news clippings about her death. He had pictures of her, pieces of newspapers with pictures of Jonbenet pasted all over the wall of that apartment, Charlotte told the Inquirer. He was obsessed with that little dying girl. Now, here's the thing, though. Again, as a counterpoint, if this guy is mentally unhinged, if Jonbenet and Burke maybe did go to the house to play with their dog and Meyer did encounter them, whether he interacted directly with them or not, just the fact that he knew them and he saw them regularly, Jonbenet dies. If he already has a mental condition and he's just mentally unhinged, he's the type of person that might develop this kind of an obsession and build this shrine, even if he's completely innocent. So just, again, we have to weigh all of this information objectively. Meyer's nephew, Robert Meyer, 63, defended him saying, "I don't think he would be capable of that murder." But Charlotte thinks otherwise. Before he died in July 2005, Charlotte visited her former husband in the hospital. Standing over him, she told the Inquirer her only thought was, "You deserve to die, you a-hole." Okay, interesting. And of course, again, what people believe, whether or not people believe other people are capable of murder, I mean, again, with all of these serial killers who had families that never suspected them, I mean, it's difficult to say, but does that mean a whole lot? I mean, I don't know. The other thing that's a little bizarre is, see, abusive relationships or things of that nature, if he's beating her kids and abusing her kids, why would she continue to get back together with him? Now, it's one thing if you can't escape the relationship, but it's stating here that they're on and off for years at a time, decades at a time, and then they actually remarried before the murder, but then didn't divorce until 2002. Now, I don't know the intricacies there, but if you escape with your kids and he was abusing the kids, why would you ever go back? Now, if you can't escape, obviously that's a completely different situation, but this is bizarre. Now, the other thing that's interesting here too, the motivations of an 85-year-old. I mean, she wants fame at 85, really, or is she mentally not all there as well? I don't know. Is that maybe she really believes he did it even if he didn't? Maybe she's being completely genuine. Obviously, she has no way to know. She's just putting suspicions together based on various factors. Now, if there weren't all these other coincidences, I guess we really have to nail down whether or not there really was a photo with the SBTC in Meyer's room in the basement. Because if there was, again, I mean, that could be somebody trying to implicate him as well, but is it strange how often SBTC comes up in this case with all of these different individuals? This is bizarre. It's just bizarre, especially how it's widely reported that it really couldn't be determined what it means, but there's just so many coincidental issues. Another final point here regarding who might have it out for John Ramsey or Access Graphics, or maybe only knowledge of Access Graphics and not John Ramsey specifically. That knowledge could be gained later. On December 21st, there was actually an article published in the Boulder Daily Camera regarding Access Graphics reaching $1 billion in sales. And there was actually a luncheon on December 20th. Coincidentally, Jonbenet Ramsey was appearing in the Rock Around the Clock performance at High Peaks Elementary School on this same day, the 20th. The other thing that's interesting, there was actually another article published in the Boulder Daily Camera on Christmas Eve mentioning the Ramseys' Christmas party. So the Ramseys really are known in the community. So it's just interesting how a lot of these details, if this was a family not in the public eye, perhaps we would be looking at a completely different case here. And again, I mentioned this in other podcasts, but we really do need to do official studies and statistics on how many deathbed confessions end up being true. Because in general, there doesn't seem to be a reason to lie unless you're getting paid money for a family or whatever that would motivate those actions. Whereas if you're not, then it really does seem to be a way for people to clear their conscience of what they know, particularly if they think they might that might help or bring closure or justice in any way. Even if what they're saying isn't necessarily true, if they believe it's true or it could be true, it's just a way of getting more information out there. And then, of course, with different levels of mental stability or even being coherent, again, depending on how old the individual is or whether or not they have any mental ailments. That all needs to be factored in, of course, but we'll be going over other neighbors and shady characters in the neighborhood. And of course, this is one perplexing case that it's very difficult to be objective, logical, and neutral in examining all theories, but that is the nature of Mindshock, so we will continue to do so. Hope you guys out there found another episode of the Mindshock podcast interesting and informative. If you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help us get more mind-shocking episodes out there in a multitude of cases and keep the awareness up, and not just this case, but other cases, cold cases, cases where there has not been definitive justice served or closure. If you like this podcast, you can also hit that like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get a priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, and any questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Jonbenet Ramsey series. This is episode 7. Re-examined. And in the previous episode, The Neighborhood, I went over the neighbors and various theories and curiosities surrounding the Ramsey home and unanswered questions that linger still. And there have been some comments and theories put forth online that I have not as of yet gone over. And of course, this is Mindshock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure, and we logically and objectively examine every single avenue and theory in a comprehensive fashion. And we will be examining further theories, both involving Glenn Meyer and not involving Glenn Meyer, and individuals that may have written the ransom note and may have written it specifically trying to emulate Patsy Ramsey's handwriting. And that is something we haven't discussed yet on Mindshock that we need to discuss, because if somebody was trying to frame the parents, they did a pretty good job of it. Did someone write the ransom note? Someone who was in the house, perhaps during their Christmas party, who had access to the notepad and other writing materials and had access to previous samples of Patsy Ramsey's handwriting. And what is the true extent of Glenn Meyer's involvement? And how coincidental is it that he was this mysterious boarder with the Barnhills right across the street, who possibly had interacted with Jonbenet and Burke, possibly multiple times? Of course, the dog was at the Barnhills, and the kids liked seeing the dog and playing with the dog. So there's so many unanswered questions that for whatever reason, a lot of people don't like to examine these theories. And if you're really after the truth, you have to examine everything in an objective and logical fashion, and that's why Mindshock exists. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal and help support the channel, help us get more mind-shocking podcasts out there, not just in the Jonbenet Ramsey series, but in all of our true crime series and other topics as well. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, like and share this podcast on social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get a priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings thoughts of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So a couple of interesting comments here. So again, with Glenn Meyer, he mysteriously went to their Christmas party looking for the Barnhill. I mean, nothing about Glenn Meyer adds up. I mean, nothing at all. So there are weird people out there. So if he really was just this weird guy and John Ramsey wanted to paint suspicion on him, I suppose that's a pretty good target. So if John Ramsey was the guilty party and or Patsy and or Burke, or one of them, and John was covering for either himself or other family members of his, this would be a good target, but it's almost like Glenn Meyer did this to himself because his actions don't really make a lot of sense. So on the YouTube comments of the previous podcast regarding Glenn Meyer, here's one from Jessica. There was also the man who came to the door during the Christmas party. The Ramseys discuss in their book that a man they didn't know rang the doorbell and left. So they didn't really know Glenn Meyer. Another, Michelle wrote this: the basement neighbor could have possibly seen John Ramsey's pay stub while roaming around at the party. I thought I read somewhere that one of his pay stubs was shoved up on a messy shelf, possibly in the kitchen. Now, what's really weird is if that's true, what kind of a family are the Ramseys even? I mean, we have the broken basement windows that these millionaires can't afford to replace. I mean, there's a lot of things that just don't make sense about anything regarding the Ramsey home or the Ramseys, their other home. It seems like wherever you look, there's unanswered questions, coincidences, and anomalies that just, there's, without really nailing them down, it's impossible to rule them out. Why are there so many weird things happening? And is that a real clue in and of itself? That there's this much weirdness surrounding the Ramseys, their neighborhood, and all of these individuals associated with them, either directly or indirectly. Whereas, again, we can compare to other cases, even other cases with millionaires involved, there's usually one or two weird issues or connections. Not 50, one or two. So, and of course, in some cases, there's zero. It's just either nothing is known or there's just one avenue, and there's not a lot of strikes against that avenue. So here's another interesting comment here while I'm going down the comments. I'm going to have to explore this in other episodes. Donna commented here, John Mark Carr's wife went to the same hospital and gave birth the same night that Jonbenet was born. And there's a lot of other curiosities with John Mark Carr and his possible history with John Ramsey. I mean, there's just so, no matter which avenue you look at, there's just so much weirdness in this case. Some other comments here discussing the ransom note by Vertex. The ransom note seemed to be written by an adolescent between 18 and 26 years old with a lark in mind, not the Ramseys. Nicole responded here, my mind goes to John Andrew or a kid of a family friend who was a young adult, and why Jonbenet did not scream is because she knew who he was. A response, the next door neighbor did hear a scream between 12 and 2 a.m. And again, we don't know, because there was definitely funny business that went on. We don't know what exactly that was, because if somebody else killed Jonbenet Ramsey, if Patsy Ramsey did indeed discover the body, was that her who screamed? I mean, the neighbor heard us scream. I mean, we don't have much more to go on. Is it a scream of a little girl or an older woman? We don't really know, because if the scream wakes somebody, it's hard to understand the scream exactly, to pinpoint it. So again, here is a theory. Not sure who the author was. I don't know if this was reposted to Reddit or whatnot, but I will read it. It is quite interesting, and it brings about a couple of interesting theories and avenues as of yet unexplored. Glenn Myers was the author of the note, and he organized this crime for money. He knew 3 very bad men who lived in the house on the corner. 2 of them went in the house when the Ramseys went to dinner. He was the lookout, and why he pretended to go to bed. He was secretly living in the basement, and the Ramseys didn't even know. Patsy gave the Barnhills Christmas cards, Christmas letters, and birthday cards in her own writing, and some notes. and this is why Myers could copy some of her letters and numbers. This was all he needed. From his vantage point, he could see enough through the windows of both staircases and knew they came down the back staircase every morning for coffee. He took a notepad from the house on the 23rd at the Christmas party. He got to know a lot about the family since moving into the basement. This is why the pineapple and milk was staged on the table. It was freshly cut and came from the house on the corner that had a big party that night. A great deal of items were placed, moved, brought in, taken from cupboards and drawers all over the house, basement, and a few things outside. The setup was in place. If no money, death of child, and revenge, they didn't care who went to jail. The 4 involved have been identified. He was desperate for money and had a judgment against him for $70,000 before Christmas. The 2 monsters in the house were in the house before this night, and is why they knew where everything was and what to do and where to go to craft this insidious crime. He used Joe Barnhill to pass misinformation to reporters, telling Joe that the Ramseys told police they were involved. That poster of the plane that was on the wall in his room, as Joe was a radial gunner on that plane in World War II. It was a famous bomber plane and lauded as bringing the war to victory. It was called SB2C. So SBTC, T for the number 2. Interesting. It had a logo on the side, Victory. He also knew about the big underpants that Patsy had bought her niece for Christmas and had later given to Jonbenet as they were from Bloomingdale's. And Jonbenet also got a special Barbie doll from there. The doll had her own pair of underwear called Bloomies. Jonbenet wanted the big underwear, so she had some like her doll. They were a pack of 7 and had the weekdays on the waistband. Patsy gave in to Jonbenet and the pack was put in the back of Jonbenet's drawer in her bathroom till she would fit them about 6 to 8 years away. When they got home, Jonbenet went over to the Barnhills to tell them about her special presents, and is why Meyer knew about the underwear. There is photo of that drawer pulled out. Jonbenet was found wearing the Wednesday ones. That year, Christmas was on Wednesday. They had nowhere to operate, and Jonbenet was never to be taken out of the basement. There is a phone in the basement. The open window and the staircase was a subterfuge. There was no entry or exit through that window. There was no snow on the ground. That was a lie from Boulder PD. It didn't even snow that night. Was ice on the pads and melted when the sun came up. Officer French, there at 6 a.m. and searching the basement, stood at that door and couldn't pull it open, though it only had a latch up the top. He said he was looking for entry points and walked away. The 2 in the cellar still had a device holding that door shut. They left after search through the butler's kitchen exit door, then down to the back fence and over. There's a laneway at the back. Cops coming meant no money, and they viciously strangled Jonbenet in a fit of rage. Then the horrific head blows when Jonbenet was taken into the cellar. That was not a garrote, it was a complex bondage device. The facts are known because of the private investigators who never gave up, advanced forensics, and as happens in a lot of unsolved crimes, people talk eventually. The air taser used on Jonbenet has been identified. The burns on her back were from this type of taser. The burn on her face was bigger, as placed there many times. The second burn was under her ear. Go to the murder of Gerald Boggs, 1993, Steamboat Springs, Colorado. Burn on his face is exactly the same, only the second is on his earlobe. Justice is coming. The totally inept and despicable Boulder Police Department are holding things up. Okay, so first thing we have to give this individual, that is a well thought out theory. Now, some people believe Michael Helgoth was one of these individuals, or Michael Helgoth knew one of the individuals involved here. Now, of course, we're not going to fall for any black and white logical fallacies. None of this theory might be true. or part of it might be true, or this could be, perhaps this was a plan that was never actually executed, or there was a mild attempt to execute it, but it never happened. Or it happened as described here. They're alleging that two of the perpetrators were still in the house when the police first arrived. I mean, again, that's tough to really consider, but I mean, can we rule that out completely? I don't know. But the ransom note is interesting, because if Glenn Meyer really did write the ransom note, and he was in that basement with the SB2C bomber plane with Victory there, and he just wanted to put random stuff. I mean, is he mentally, again, are we operating with an individual that's all there mentally? A lot of times in true crime cases, so-called true crime aficionados, they write off the possibility saying, oh, well, he wouldn't want to incriminate himself. Well, here's the thing. Is he operating with a full deck? Was he under the influence at the time he wrote the letter? Or if not, is he mentally all there? Do we know that for sure? If he's some kind of sociopath and he could easily pass polygraphs, is it possible he wanted to mess with people? He wrote it in Patsy's handwriting, but put that detail in just to screw with people. How often do mentally disturbed individuals and criminals just want to screw around? They're not thinking 100% logically, oh, this is going to incriminate me. Their brains work in a different way. So pretending and hallucinating their brains can only work the way a normal, rational person would. Therefore, he didn't write the letter. That's not logical. That's a bit silly because, again, deranged criminals do not operate the way normal people operate. Again, this isn't rocket science. So it is possible, theoretically, that he wrote this, and if he's staring up at that picture of the World War II bomber, Victory SB2C, does that explain it? It might. But what's curious is we really haven't spent a lot of time thinking about the possibility that someone was trying to impersonate Patsy Ramsey's handwriting, and they did a decent job at it. Not perfect, not completely botched, and that's why all these handwriting experts have different opinions. There's handwriting experts that definitively state it was definitely Patsy, and there's some that state not Patsy, and then there's some that state that it's hard to tell. Is this a result of someone trying to impersonate Patsy Ramsey's handwriting, regardless of who it is? Now, who had motive, means, and opportunity? You could argue that Glenn Meyer possibly did. There's also a lot of other individuals. But if they really are leaving these pay stubs in the kitchen, or maybe not even in the kitchen, maybe elsewhere that could still be found by someone roaming the house during a Christmas party, then they would know the exact bonus if that was written out on the pay stub. And again, do we know for certain whether it was or it wasn't? I mean, there's a lot of unanswered questions here. But even if it wasn't, if John Ramsey is a type of braggart and he was bragging about his bonus, somebody could have overheard. Again, not outside the realm of possibility during a busy Christmas party that things are said. And again, maybe he was having a conversation he thought was in private in an office or off to the side, and Glenn Meyer happened to be roaming around, possibly lurking outside. What do we really know about Glenn Meyer? The other thing that we don't really talk about, I mean, yeah, John Ramsey had a lot of publicity, but so did Patsy. April 1996, Patsy Ramsey actually had a women's magazine profile her, and they put a lot of information about her and her family in the articles, which is interesting because now we have a lot of individuals that could have known. I mean, they were in the public eye so much, not just in the circle of their neighbors and friends in the Boulder area, but anybody could have access to these magazines, and anybody following the beauty pageant scene, which could include a lot of deranged individuals, photographers, etc. Plenty of people we have yet to go over in depth in the Jonbenet case, but we'll get to it. But this is interesting because she was Patsy Ramsey was profiled in Women's Magazine, and John Ramsey, of course, Lockheed Martin connections there. So these are people firmly in the public eye. They're not under the radar in any way. And then, of course, December 6th, 1996, Jonbenet was in the local Christmas parade. She sang The Good Ship Lollipop, and her name was actually on the side of the float that she was riding on. Again, very, very public. Burke was also in the parade. The December 13th party, this was a church party at the Ramsey home. More than 150 people from the church attended the church party at the Ramsey home. This is December 13th, 1996. December 17th was the Little Miss Christmas competition, Southwest Plaza in Denver. Jonbenet Ramsey crowned Little Miss Christmas. December 20th, the Access Graphics Luncheon, celebrating reaching $1 billion in sales. That same day, Jonbenet Ramsey is in Rock Around the Clock performance at High Peaks Elementary School. December 21st, Boulder Daily Camera publishes the Access Graphics $1 billion sales mark article. December 22nd, Jonbenet's last pageant, she performs Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree and modeled a few different outfits. The Ramseys also sent out a Christmas letter. The letter, Dear friends and family, it's been another busy year at the Ramsey household. Can't believe it's almost over and time to start again. Melinda, 24, graduated from Medical College of Georgia and is working in pediatric ICU at Kennestone Hospital in Atlanta. John Andrew, 20, is a sophomore at the University of Colorado. Burke is a busy fourth grader where he really shines in math and spelling. He played flag football this fall and is currently on a basketball binge. His Little League team was number 1. He lost just about all of his baby teeth. So I'm sure we'll be seeing the orthodontist in 1997. Jonbenet is enjoying her first year in real school. Kindergarten in the Core Knowledge program is fast-paced and 5 days a week. She has already been moved ahead to first grade math. She continues to enjoy participating in talent and modeling pageants. She was named America's Royal Tiny Miss last summer and is Colorado Little Miss Christmas. Her teaching says that she is outgoing, that she will never have trouble delivering an oral book report. John is always on the go, traveling hither and yon. Access recently celebrated its $1 billion mark in sales, so he's pretty happy. He and his crew were underway in Port Huron to Mackinac Island yacht race in July, but had to pull over midway due to lack of wind. Can you believe that? But his real love is his new old-looking boat, Grand Season, which he spent months designing. I spent most of my free time working in the school and doing volunteer work. The Charlevoix house was on the home tour in July and will likely appear in one of the Better Home and Gardens publications in 1997. Again, this is a completely in the public eye on so many different levels. I mean, it's just, you cannot get more public than the Ramseys were at this time. On a recent trip to New York City, my friend and I appeared among the throng of fans on the Today Show. This is Patsy Ramsey here. Al Roker and Brian actually talked to us, and we were on camera for a few fleeting moments. We are all enjoying continued good health and look forward to seeing you in 1997. One final note, thank you all my friends and my dear husband for surprising me with the biggest, most surprising, most outrageous 40th birthday bash I've ever had. We'll be spending my actual birthday on the Disney Big Red Boat over the new year. Merry Christmas and much love, the Ramseys. Then there was the December 23rd Christmas party. So supposedly the December 22nd is when the Ramseys sent out this Christmas letter written by Patsy. And it's curious if the letter, again, if this was not a printed out letter, if this was written in her handwriting or copied or whatever, Xeroxed, copied from her handwriting, then anybody who had this letter would also have her handwriting, not just close family, friends, neighbors. So December 23rd was the Christmas party attended by 30 guests. So again, the December 13th church party, 150 people from the church. And if the true perpetrators were from the church, I'll be getting into that in future episodes, they would also have had access to the house and possible handwriting samples. But the December 23rd party is the one I discussed in the previous episode and the one most people focus on. So at this 23rd Christmas party, that's former journalism professor Bill McReynolds played Santa Claus. This was also the night of the allegedly mistaken 911 call made from the Ramsey home at 6:47 p.m. And Therese Hilliary answered this. The caller hung up without saying a word, so the police called back only to get the Ramseys' answering machine. An officer goes to the home and leaves shortly around 7 p.m. after he is assured that everything was fine. And of course, this was the Holstein situation that I went over in the previous episode. Christmas Eve, an article is published in the Boulder Daily Camera about the Ramsey party. Jonbenet played at her friend Megan Kostanik's house and told Megan's mother about a secret visit from Santa. The family ate at Pasta J's and either before or after attended the twilight service at the St. John's Episcopal Church. 9 p.m., John retrieves Jonbenet's silver Christmas bike from neighbor Joe Barnhill's garage and places it under the Christmas tree. Then John and Patsy get the Christmas presents they had stashed in the basement. And is the house really that small? Or were they didn't want Jonbenet and Burke to find the Christmas presents? Is that why they hid them at their neighbor's house? I mean, I don't know. How many people hide their children's gifts in their neighbor's house? Let's get a poll going on that. Because I haven't really heard that that's a thing. But then again, nothing seems to be really normal with the Ramseys. Christmas Day, 1996, 6 a.m., the Ramsey family went downstairs, opened presents, which took about an hour. Jonbenet gave her dad a gumball machine that dispensed jelly beans. Her grandmother gave Jonbenet a real gold ring. Her Aunt Pam gave her a cross with gold chains, and her Aunt Polly gave her a jewelry making kit. Santa Claus brought Jonbenet a brand new bicycle. She and her father tried it out that afternoon before the family went to dinner at a close friend's home. Burke got a Nintendo 64 and a remote-controlled car. Patsy received a new bike and a green paper ornament. The Ramsey family then had pancakes for breakfast. The kids were playing with their toys while Patsy and John were preparing for the family to go to a second home in Michigan for vacation the day after Christmas. A bunch of kids started to show up and wanted to know what everyone got for Christmas. Burke was up in his room playing video games. About noon, John went to the hangar to check on the plane and returns around 2 hours later. So these are also critical details that kind of get lost in the mix. So a bunch of kids show up to see what everyone got for Christmas. So how many individuals were really around the Ramsey home in the short time period before Jonbenet Ramsey's death? I'll continue the timeline here just to round it out here. So on December 25th, 10 p.m., Jonbenet had been up late with her friends for a family friend's party. She fell asleep in the car on the ride home. John and Patsy Ramsey maintain they last saw their daughter alive when they put her to bed Christmas night. So at midnight, neighbor Scott Gibbons remembers seeing a light on in the Ramsey's kitchen. 2 a.m., neighbor Melody Stanton allegedly hears a scream from the Ramsey home. Her husband reportedly hears the sound of a metal on concrete sometime after the scream. Years later, Melody backtracked on her statement, stating she actually heard the noise 2 nights prior, and is this pressure from BPD or other sources that caused her to backtrack? And I went over that in previous episodes. You could check those out for the whole scream timeline. So 5:30 a.m., John gets up first, takes a shower, gets dressed. Then Patsy gets and puts on the same outfit she had the night before and reapplies her makeup. She then stops off at the second floor to wash Jonbenet's jumpsuit. Patsy then goes to the kitchen to make coffee. This is when she says she found a 2-page note on the back spiral staircase stating that Jonbenet had been kidnapped. The note was addressed to Mr. Ramsey and claimed to be from a small foreign faction demanding a ransom of $118,000 in cash. While this was happening, John was shaving. Patsy screams and heads to Jonbenet's room. Hearing the screams, John meets Patsy on the stairs. Patsy went up to Jonbenet's room to find it empty. Together, John and Patsy check on Burke, who appeared to be in his room asleep. 5:45 a.m., shortly after finding the note, Patsy calls family friends Fleet and Priscilla White and John and Barbara Fernie from her bedroom while John goes down the stairs to look at the ransom note. 5:52 a.m., Patsy finally calls the police, detailing the supposed kidnapping and the demands on the ransom note. Some people, including the 911 operator that took the call, Kim Archeletta, think that Patsy forgot to hang up when she thought she had, and the fuzzy audio and the end of recording was Patsy having a conversation with 2 additional people in her home. Now, quick aside here, that might not be so quick. Now, again, is Archeletta the most common name ever? It's not exactly Smith or Johnson or Davis or any of these super common names. Archeletta. Kim Archeletta. Now, do we have another Archeletta? Michael Archeletta is actually John Ramsey's pilot. Of course, there's rumors online that Kim Archeletta is directly connected and related to Michael Archeletta. I don't know if that's ever been officially nailed down, but here's an article from Bustle.com, September 18th, 2016, by Noor Al-Sabai. Kim Archeletta wanted to help solve the Ramsey case. At the time, nearly 20 years ago, only one person heard the initial 911 call from Patsy Ramsey, who reported that she'd found a ransom note and that her daughter was missing. But until now, the public had heard next to nothing from Kim Archeletta, the 911 dispatcher from the Jonbenet Ramsey case, who took Patsy's 911 call on the morning of December 26, 1996. But now Archeletta is speaking out and revealing the details of that first call that started a 2-decade-long cultural obsession with this strange murder. Those following this roller coaster of a case might wonder why the dispatcher didn't testify in the case. Years later, her voice is finally being heard. In an interview for the first part of the 3-part CBS docuseries special, The Case of Jonbenet Ramsey, Archeletta told former New Scotland Yard analyst Laura Richards and former FBI agent Jim Clemente, who also worked on the case, that she was unable to testify because she was allegedly placed under a gag order and was, quote, never talked to again, end quote. So again, for all the coincidence theorists out there that maintain that gag orders are basically a myth in most cases, again, anybody looking at true crime or historical fact, there's documented gag orders. That's why the term gag order exists, because it's not a myth. And it's not as rare as some people think as well. I mean, look at all the cases where gag orders were made public. How many cases were gag orders instituted that were not made public yet? So they existed and were used, but nobody knows about them, or at least not yet. So, of course, it's possible that there are gag orders in many cases. So to theorize that there's a gag order in place, regardless of which case you're looking at, it's not as outside of the realm of possibility as coincidence theorists posit. Okay, back to the article. Although she didn't go into details about what she heard during this segment of the special, Archeletta explained what she heard after she thought Patsy had hung up, how her voice allegedly changed, and how the words Archeletta struggled to hear supposedly could have turned the case around had she ever been interviewed for the case. While faced with allegations in the past, the Ramseys have always said they were innocent, and they were cleared from involvement in the case by DNA evidence in 2008. And of course, that DNA evidence has been called into question, so we really don't know exactly what it does or doesn't prove. During the interview, Archeletta alleged that Patsy initially sounded hysterical, but her tone of voice reportedly shifted to one that sounded more rigid and calm once she'd thought she'd hung up the phone. Though the phone call was only 6 seconds long, Archeletta said Patsy allegedly sounded like she was discussing what to do now, that they'd called the police, and that it bothered her immensely. It sounded like she said, "Okay, we've called the police, now what?" And that disturbed me. So I remained on the phone trying to hear what was being said. It sounded like there were 2 voices in the room, maybe 3 different ones. I had a bad feeling about this. To me, it seemed rehearsed.
911 emergency. Police. What's going on? 5515th Street. What's going on there, ma'am? We have a kidnapping. Please explain to me what's going on, okay? There's a note left and our daughter's gone. A note was left and your daughter is gone? How old is your daughter? 6 years old. She's gone. 6 years old. How long ago was it? I don't know. I took down the note. And my daughter's gone. Does it say who took her? What? Does it say who took her? I don't know. There's a ransom note here. It's a ransom note? It says SBTC. Victory. Please. Okay, what's your name? Are you Patsy Ramsey? I'm the mother. Oh my God. Please. Okay, I'm sending an officer over, okay? Please. Do you know how long she's been gone? No, I don't. Please, we just got out. Is you right here? Oh my God, please. Okay, girl. Is somebody? I am, honey. Please. Take a deep breath. Please. Okay. Hurry. Patsy. Patsy. Patsy.
When asked what she made of what she heard, Archeletta merely shook her head. While it's important to note that Patsy, her husband John, and their son, and Jonbenet's brother, Burke, were cleared of all suspicion using DNA testing, the story that Archeletta seems to put forth is chilling. Nobody can truly know what happened that day, but finally hearing from the woman who took that first life-changing call brings up more questions than answers. Okay, and I'm going to add another Bruce McGuire theory here. Is it possible Patsy Ramsey didn't want to go along with John Ramsey? Or if it's not them, if there were other people there, we haven't really discussed this possibility. Is it possible the true perpetrator was there in the room with them and it wasn't Burke? You could hear Burke in the call too saying, "What did you find?" or something along those lines. So it's possible he was involved, but again, without assuming or jumping to any conclusions, either is it possible that Patsy Ramsey pretended to hang up the phone and she intentionally didn't hang it up all the way because she wanted to leave clues for police? Either because she didn't want to go along with John Ramsey, or there was another individual there, friend, family member, stranger, who knows, that was forcing her. If this was all some kind of botched kidnapping charade, did someone force Patsy Ramsey to write that note at gunpoint even? Maybe not even at gunpoint. What if somebody, I don't know. It's curious, because if we're examining all possibilities, is it possible Patsy Ramsey wrote the note against her will, and that's why the handwriting isn't 100% perfect match? Or, of course, someone else wrote it to try to frame Patsy Ramsey in this whole botched kidnapping. Now, regarding the phone call, yeah, obviously it's possible Patsy Ramsey was just distraught and she didn't hang up the phone perfectly. That happens. That's not the most rare. It's totally within the realm of possibility that someone under extreme stress didn't hang up the phone properly. Is it also possible that she did that on purpose? Because according to Kim Archuleta, Patsy Ramsey still had the wherewithal to sound relatively calm. So if she's putting on a hysterical performance by the instruction of either John Ramsey or another party, or possibly even herself, although if what Kim is saying is true, she said, we call them now what, then that's not her idea? So was she told to put on this hysterical performance? At that time, do they even know that Jonbenet is dead? See, again, these are all unanswered questions and variables that should not be assumed by anyone trying to find the truth. A lot of so-called true crime aficionados are obsessed with proving their theory true instead of objectively and neutrally examining all available evidence and identifying assumed variables as such. If something is not definitively proven, you cannot use that as you cannot factor for X if you don't know what X is in an equation. So if there's more variables here than most people would like to admit. There's a lot of different possibilities here. And if John or Patsy were possibly complicit, or if this is overarching to some other kind of crime, or their complicity in something else, we're identifying this perpetrator. And if this was botched or accidental, and if somehow they know that, is there a scenario where they know the guilty party? It's not themselves, but they know or Burke, and there's another guilty party here. And for whatever reason, they know that outing the guilty party is not going to bring Jonbenet back. And they know that exposing the guilty party would expose themselves in something else and make life worse for them in some capacity. Again, these are unknown variables. Would they not name the guilty party even if they know who the guilty party is? Or does the guilty party have some other kind of dirt on John Ramsey? And that's why John Ramsey can never go public with the perpetrator. Was John Ramsey involved in some kind of child trafficking or exploitation ring, as some rumors suggest? In the post-Jeffrey Epstein era, the coincidence theorists look a lot sillier, denying that there's any kind of government conspiracies involving human trafficking. I mean, this has been exposed so much now. How much of a clueless, Dunning-Kruger-like coincidence theorist must one be to deny the possibility that John Ramsey runs in these elite circles connected to Lockheed Martin, etc.? It's just, again, we have to consider these possibilities. And the link between Kim Archuleta and Michael Archuleta, what do we make of that? Again, the pilot, Michael Archuleta. And there are some curiosities around the pilot as well. And this is from a post. Her name was jonbenet.tumblr.com. February 12, 2017. Michael Archuleta, the Ramsey family's pilot and occasional babysitter, was watching Jonbenet and Burke one evening while the parents went out to dinner. To help pass the time, Michael put on a movie for them to watch, but Jonbenet quickly became bored and disappeared upstairs to play with her dolls. When she came back downstairs, Jonbenet told Michael that she could not find her Jolly Rancher candies. Can you help me find them? Okay, Michael replied. Where did they go? I think I put them down the laundry chute where we're supposed to put the dirty clothes. The two went down into the basement of the Charlevoix house to sort through the hamper of dirty laundry. Soon they started pulling out the colorful candies and began to set them in a pile on the floor. 20 years later, Michael and his wife Pam still laugh at this memory whenever they see Jolly Ranchers. This is from Pam Archuleta's book, The Pilot's Wife. So how many people didn't know that Michael Archuleta is not only the family pilot, he actually babysat Jonbenet And Burke Ramsey. How many adults have had access to the Ramsey children in either a babysitting fashion or just present while they're playing with the dog, as in the case of the Barnhills? I mean, it just seems like so many individuals could have targeted the children or have been blackmailed for information about the children and or the Ramseys. I mean, is this out of the realm of possibility? A reviewer of this book posted this on Goodreads.com. A friend recommended this book, and since I am from Boulder and had met Patsy Ramsey several years before the tragic death of Jonbenet, I was curious. This paints an interesting look at the Ramseys and confirms what I always thought, that they were innocent. In this account, I was moved how deeply religious the Ramseys were during this awful time. Such a tragedy. And so it's interesting because some people become more religious if they've done something wrong. Other people find solace in religion in a time of tragedy. So it really doesn't say one way or the other, or they were extremely religious before also. So a couple other issues with Michael Archeletta, but first, apparently he's the one who flew them to Charlevoix, Michigan. And apparently John Ramsey had changing stories. Were they supposed to go to Charlevoix, and then all of a sudden John Ramsey had some kind of meeting in Atlanta supposedly he couldn't miss even when his daughter is dead? There's just, again, a lot of unanswered questions across the board. Let's look at some more snippets from the book, because of course John Ramsey did call the pilot twice. And the second time supposedly was for details for this meeting, and then the police told him he couldn't go, of course. So here's some interesting snippets from the book again. Patsy Ramsey, what the pilot's wife knew. So apparently they had stayed with the Ramseys in their Charlevoix home as well, and Michael spent a lot of time with the Ramsey kids. So here's an interesting story. I believe this was repeated by other people as well. December 6, 1996. When we were driving along the route for the parade, I would occasionally look at the people watching us in the parade. There were so many people just out on a cold December night with their families watching and trying to keep warm. As we got close to the judge's booth, I saw a man, a well-dressed man, in fact, who looked rather nice, with a very angry look on his face, running towards the car. I mean, how could he look nice with an angry... I mean, I don't know how... Okay, whatever. Our car had gotten a little behind since the parade would often stop and wait for slower vehicles to move forward. It happened so fast, and just before he reached the curb, we sped up to catch up with the rest of the participants. When I looked back to see where the man was, he had disappeared. He looked familiar to me, and he gave me a strange feeling like I knew who he was. I had no idea what he saw in our vehicle that made him look so angry. I did not expect something like that to happen during a fun time like this, and it caught me off guard. Michael left, and I went back to sleep, only to have the phone ring at 6:10 a.m., and John Ramsey said rather frantically, "I need to talk to Michael." I told him Michael had already gone to the airport and was getting the plane ready, and he said, "They got Jonbenet." I asked him what he meant, and he said, "She has been kidnapped." He sounded very upset and wanted to get in touch with Michael right away. I told him to call Michael on his cell phone. That's interesting. So how many people think that John Ramsey's an excellent actor? Which is also interesting. See, Patsy, who's a pageant queen and a performer, people, that's a little bit more believable, but how good of an actor is John Ramsey? So he's either faking all of this, calling Pam and telling her that Jonbenet's been kidnapped. Okay. Continuing on here, later around 8 a.m., I got a call from John and Patsy's friend Fleet White, and he questioned me about Michael and the flight. I said, "How do I know who you really are because I do not know your voice? What if you are one of the kidnappers and want to get to his other 2 children?" Fleet became angry and told me who he was, and I said, "If you are who you say you are, then give me your phone number and I will call you back to verify it's you." He did so, but with resistance. Michael came home and was terribly upset. That day will always be embedded in my memory forever. Michael was sobbing. that who could take Jonbenet and why. He was beside himself. I told him to calm down because maybe she would be found and everything would be fine. Was Michael more upset than John Ramsey? I don't know. Continuing on here, Michael said, I cannot believe what just happened. The wind came up very strong, and I felt Jonbenet's spirit come over me, and then the wind died down as suddenly as it came up. Pam, I felt her spirit said goodbye. I wasn't as close to Jonbenet as Michael had been, so I knew in my heart that she needed closure with him and not me. I know that they could not have murdered their very own daughter when there was so much love. I never saw anything like abuse or anger from either parent. I grew up with an abusive father, and John was nowhere near capable of hurting his daughter. Patsy loved Jonbenet with her whole being. And again, these are Pam Archeletta's observations, and even if true, that doesn't mean that an accident could not have occurred. Michael was a constant target for the press and radio talk show person Peter Boyle. He was always being accused of hiding the murder weapon or knowing more than he admitted. He had gone before the grand jury himself for a day and never could talk about what he was asked. Michael was asked by one reporter what he thought about the leak to the papers that he had been given a murder weapon by John and that he had taken and hidden it. Michael said no comment and walked into the house. As it turned out, Michael's brother John had been hard up for money, and he had sold a story to the Globe saying that Michael had been given the murder weapon and taken it away for John Ramsey. John, Michael's brother, said he had done this the day Jonbenet's body had been discovered. So this is John Archeletta, I'm assuming. Our marriage had felt the strain of years of media attention, hiding the Ramseys, and trying to make sense of things that we could not. We lost something in loving each other, and for a while we sought out others to ease our pain. More loss was going on every day, and I thought I had lost Michael to another woman, but we remained together. The loss was huge, but the overall decision to repair the damage outweighed the alternative. So it's interesting. These quotes from the book are quite interesting. Another commentator, Rich, here said this. Yes, Michael was thoroughly investigated, but there was nothing concrete that could be used against him. As far as Pam is concerned, I doubt she would have reported anything about Michael that could have been interpreted by police as suspicious. The impression I got from reading the book is that Michael wasn't usually at home anyway. I find it interesting that Pam didn't bother mentioning in the book where Michael was that night, when she could have easily said he was with her that particular night. Quick aside here, here's an anonymous comment by someone named, okay, it's not quite anonymous, someone named Robert here posted this. Patsy found out about the incest. My idea was that Patsy came to Jonbenet's darkened room with the flashlight and caught John in the act and struck at John with the flashlight and accidentally hit Jonbenet. John convinced Patsy that she killed Jonbenet and would be held accountable. John further used the train track to show Patsy that Jonbenet was dead and no use to call 911. Now John is guilty and so is Patsy guilty. That's what I read of the grand jury findings. Someone named Robert posted this April 4th, 2016. And that's interesting. So does that mean, what kind of access did he have to the grand jury findings? Because if it was some kind of an accidental death in this capacity, and they were going to find the Ramseys guilty of child neglect or accessory after the fact or something and trying to cover this accident up, it wasn't intentional premeditated murder. If it was Patsy attacking John and accidentally hitting Jonbenet in the process, like, how does that scenario unfold? And if this individual's not lying in reading, it said he read of the grand jury findings. So he's not clearly stating he read the grand jury transcripts himself. He's saying he read something about the grand jury findings. I don't know where. But has this theory been investigated? Of course, we've talked about the possibility that she found out, that Patsy found out or whatever. But If this scenario unfolded like this, does that explain everything? It still doesn't explain Burke saying, "What did you find?" Unless Burke thought he was in trouble. Maybe Burke did hit Jonbenet. He had hit her before. If he hit her, not necessarily to knock her unconscious, but or I don't know, maybe he stole one of her presents, whatever. He's worried about being in trouble. So he's a kid worried about being in trouble. Would he ask, "What did you find?" even if he wasn't responsible for some kind of accidental death regarding Jonbenet? If that's the situation, then maybe this is how it all unfolded. Okay, so let's go back to exploring the pilot. So this is from Brill's Content, February 2000. Archeletta's tabloid story, which I touched upon earlier. For many reporters, getting the story out ultimately became more important than getting it right. And context was hardly the only element missing. Tabloids such as The Globe, which kept Jonbenet on the front page for 3 years and counting, fabricated stories outright, says Jeffrey Shapiro, a freelancer who exclusively reported for The Globe from February 28, 1997 to February 11, 1999. Such a manufactured news bulletin began, Shapiro recalls, over the weekend of August 22nd, 98. Shapiro was facing more pressure than usual to find a blockbuster headline. Just a few days before, the National Enquirer had landed the biggest tabloid scoop of recent months. 911 call nails brother in murder cover-up and it's on tape, blared the Enquirer. Shapiro had been a tireless tabloid soldier. He admits that short of paying his sources and breaking the law, he would do anything to live up to his email address, JBS Avenger. He pestered people he believed had information. He climbed trees to peek through windows to watch police investigations of the Ramsey home. He even tried to get close to the Ramsey's minister by pretending that he wanted to convert from Judaism to Christianity. Now that is a dedicated tabloid reporter. If he actually did it for real, even more dedicated. Shapiro defends his tactics even as he betrays his lack of perspective about how big of a deal the Ramsey case is. Do you believe in undercover journalism, he asks. If you were a journalist who knew you had to go undercover to break up a big drug ring that was the cause of death to innocent people, or even to solve one of the two mysteries, what is on the missing 18 minutes of Watergate tapes, or about the grassy knoll assassin who shot President Kennedy, would you go undercover? I would. I would in a second, he says with complete earnestness. Days after the Enquirer's 911 scoop, Shapiro's editor had a big lead for him. Late in the night, on August 22nd, 1998, Shapiro says one of his editors, Joe Mullins, called him at home to tell him that Mullins had found a source with the perfect juicy nugget. The lead, Shapiro recalls, was that John Ramsey had handed his pilot, Michael Archeletta, a box potentially filled with evidence such as the cord used to strangle Jonbenet and the tape found covering her mouth. Mullins referred questions on this topic to Globe's press representatives. So did Tony Frost, the paper's editor. The press representative declined to comment. Shapiro says that when his editor filled him in on the details of the tip, he questioned the accuracy of the main source, who turned out to be Archeletta's brother. Apparently, in addition to telling Mullins about Ramsey's having allegedly dropped off the murder weapon at the pilot's home, Archeletta's brother gave Mullins another tip that Shapiro knew was demonstrably incorrect. The details of a conversation Shapiro knew could not have taken place. Mullins defends his source, Shapiro says, telling the young reporter that although the pilot's brother may have been wrong about the conversation, he was sure about the box delivery. Shapiro says he wasn't convinced. But Mullins assigned Shapiro to look into the tip anyway, and Shapiro went out to stake Archeletta's house. After waiting for hours, Shapiro called Mullins to inform him that nothing was happening. So this is 2 years after the death, and he's just staking out Shapiro's home randomly in the summer, 2 years. I mean, wait, what? This doesn't make any sense. Just wait, the police are on their way over to Archeletta's, Shapiro says Mullins told him. Okay, so they called the police to search the house, I guess, and they wanted Shapiro to see what was going on. Okay. How do you know, Shapiro says, he asked. Because we called the police and told them, so we know they'll be heading over there, Mullins replied, according to Shapiro. Shapiro kept at his post. Meanwhile, Inside the house, Archuleta got a phone call from a Globe editor. According to the pilot, the Globe editor said that Archuletta's brother had told the Globe that John Ramsey had given Archuleta a box of evidence. Would he care to comment? The Globe editor inquired. Archuleta told the editor that he had been estranged from his brother for about 5 months. If you're taking information from my brother, that shows me how stupid you people are, he recalls having told the Globe editor. Soon after, Archuleta says an investigator contacted him to tell him that law enforcement officials were going to come out to his house that night to ask him about information that had just been called in from the Globe. The pilot says he had told the investigator that the police knew from extensive prior interviews that he had not been at the Ramseys' house the morning after the murder. Archuleta says he asked, "Why do you guys chase your tail around every time a Globe reporter calls?" The investigator told Archuleta that they had to follow up every lead, and if the tabloid press wrote that law enforcement had a tip that they didn't look into right away, the police department could get fried in the mainstream papers. Mark Backner, chief of the Boulder Police Department, declined to comment while the Ramsey investigation is still active. Sure enough, the police arrived at the pilot's house late in the night. Shapiro was there to capture the moment, and the Globe had its headline: "World exclusive. Cops probe breakthrough charge in Little Beauty murder case. Jonbenet. Dad caught hiding key evidence. Ramsey hid deathbed sheets, girl's nightie, and stuffed animals in box, then gave it to pilot, says source." The article included only one word of Archuleta's comments: inaccurate. From the beginning, the story was never based on legitimate sources, according to Shapiro. They initiated the whole thing, fed it to the police, got the police to react on it so they could write the story. So this is very, very interesting. So it still doesn't answer the question on why John Ramsey was calling Archuleta to set up some kind of a meeting in Atlanta that he had to go to. I mean, that part still doesn't make sense. Now, the charges that he gave him some kind of a box and all this stuff, if that was just John Archuleta, Michael Archuleta's estranged brother, making up stuff to get money, that's fine. But it still doesn't explain John Ramsey's sudden meeting and having to go to Atlanta, which, of course, the police did not let him do. Okay, now we're going to get into Mindshock coincidence territory. And let me set the stage here with this article from February 21st, 1997, Reports Sought in Jonbenet's Sister's Death by Meg McSherry Breslin. So February 21st, 1997, Boulder, Colorado police investigating the death of 6-year-old beauty princess Jonbenet Ramsey have asked for copies of autopsy and police reports on an apparently routine traffic accident in Downers Grove Township that led to Ramsey's half-sister's death. Ramsey's half-sister, Elizabeth Pash Ramsey, and her boyfriend, Matthew Darrington, died in the January 8th, 1992 accident on I-55 near County Line Road after Darrington's car crashed into a truck. Boulder police would not say why the accident reports were requested about a month ago. "We're just following up any and all leads in the Ramsey investigation," said Leslie Aholm, a spokeswoman for Boulder Police. Aholm would not say whether investigators had been to Chicago or whether they planned to interview people there. Elizabeth Ramsey was the daughter of Jonbenet's father, Jonbenet, and his former wife, Lucinda Pash. Her death certificate said she died of multiple injuries resulting from a car accident. At the time of the accident, Elizabeth Ramsey was a 22-year-old flight attendant for Delta Airlines. Her home address was in Marietta, Georgia. According to a state police report, Elizabeth Ramsey was a passenger in the car, which went out of control on a rain-slicked I-55 at County Line Road and collided with a truck. A spokesman for the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office said the autopsy report was mailed or faxed to Boulder Police a month ago. Since 6-year-old Jonbenet's body was discovered in the basement of her family's Boulder home on December 26th, authorities have released few details about the case, but on Thursday, Boulder prosecutors said John and Patricia Ramsey have not been eliminated as suspects. So this is February 21st, 97, and the article states that Cook County Medical's office said the autopsy report was mailed or faxed to Boulder Police a month ago, so that would be January 21st-ish. So a month or so within weeks, they wanted this report. What are they alleging here? And who was investigated when? So supposedly Mike Archuleta was investigated by Boulder Police January 7th, 1997. Now, so here's the mind shock. Who did John Ramsey meet when Elizabeth was killed January 8th, 1992? At Skybird Aviation. It was none other than Mike Archuleta. Another strange detail, and this was, again, this is just online musings. I don't know how much validity this has to it, but apparently Mike Archuleta had some kind of associate that lived next to the Ramseys, one street over. And apparently John Ramsey had no knowledge of this individual. So I can't find a source for this, for John Ramsey meeting Mike Archuleta at Skybird Aviation when Beth was killed. So this is on acandyrose.com. The reference here is just the standard books, Deaths of Innocent, Perfect Murder, Perfect Town. So it is most likely from one of these books. And it's quite interesting. Other information they have here. John Ramsey called Archuleta early, December 26th, but the pilot was in transit. Co-pilot Richard Balkovig took the call. When Archuleta called him back, hysterical Patsy answered the phone. Archuleta was to notify the commercial airline the Ramsey's children were arriving from Atlanta and leave word to call their father. So the original scheduled departure to Minneapolis was 7 a.m. At 1:30 p.m., John Ramsey calls Archuleta at home saying she's gone, they've killed her. Then instructions to ready a flight to Atlanta. Does that make any sense? And then, of course, there is supposedly John Ramsey's missing time. So what did he go to the airport for? To meet Mike Archuleta. So from Web Sleuths here, we have a post here referring to John's movements on Christmas. And this is why records were subpoenaed by the grand jury from the company that maintained John Ramsey's private plane at Jefferson County Airport. And they were delivered to the Justice Center by an employee of Stevens Aviation. This was Thursday, November 12th, 1998. So from John Ramsey's Boulder Police Department interview, April 30th, 1997, who packed your bags to go out to Charlevoix? John Ramsey says, oh, well, Patsy packed, I think, the kids' bags and was just going to take a dock kit because I had another full set of clothes up there. Okay, so you guys don't have to take a lot of luggage or anything like that, huh? John says, we packed some presents that we were going to take up the day before. Where were those presents at? Well, I grabbed them Christmas morning, I think, or late Christmas morning, and I took them to the airport Christmas Day. So they were already out of the house. They were out of the house and in the airplane preloaded. Okay, what type of, you just carried a little small bath kit, shaving kit, I guess. How big of a suitcase does Patsy carry for the kids and herself? Oh, I don't remember. I remember there were some suitcases sitting out by the back stairs. Usually it's 3 of them bags. So here's a post. I've often wondered why John wanted to go to Michigan for such a brief time in the middle of winter. Patsy did not want to go. It seems like it would have to be more than his son getting a cheap flight to Minneapolis. Because they're that tight on money? I mean, I don't know. But until today, I'd never thought about what a palaver all of this was going to be. Thursday, fly from Colorado to Minneapolis, land briefly in Minneapolis, then continue to Charlevoix. Friday, relax or fly back to Colorado if John is right. Saturday, fly from Michigan to Colorado because that's what Patsy says they were going to do, and it just makes sense, I think. Sunday, fly from Colorado to Orlando, then take a bus to Cape Canaveral to be on the cruise ship that night, the 29th, Patsy's birthday. And I don't know if people have ever really looked at that schedule for it to make any kind of sense and really dissected it. Because John Ramsey says, well, the plan was to leave the morning of the 26th. I had an airplane at the time that was on charter through a charter company run by Mike Archeletta, who was also a friend, became a friend. Mike was going to fly us that morning, the 26th, from Jeffco to Minneapolis. We were going to get into Minneapolis before 11, and my older kids were going to arrive from Atlanta. From Atlanta to Minneapolis, we were going to pick them up and then go on to Charlevoix. And we did it that way because Charlevoix was a difficult place to get to with the airlines. And we were flying from Jeffco to Charlevoix. You almost fly over Minneapolis. So that would be really easy for us to stop in Minneapolis and pick them up. And they had really inexpensive tickets to get there on the airlines. So that was the plan. They were going to stay there for, I think it was till Friday. I forget what day the 26th was. It was Thursday. Inaudible. But we were going to stay for a couple days and come back to Boulder around Friday. Then I think the next morning on Saturday, we were going to leave for the Big Red boat trip with just Jonbenet, Burke, and Patsy and me. So another response here. The purported flight the day after Christmas at 0700 hours doesn't pass the smell test. Neither does their whole itinerary times locations. John Ramsey called his pilot numerous times before 0700 that day. Why? So another postulation here. Both John Ramsey and Patsy Ramsey were willing to leave Jonbenet behind, possibly including Burke, and flee interstate by plane so to avoid being arrested. Wow, is that this meeting that John Ramsey made up, and was he relying on Mike Archuleta as a friend to help get them out of there if they were to be implicated? That is curious, and even if innocent, if John Ramsey thought they would be viewed as guilty and arrested, is this what he would do? All right, let's look at further postulations here. Excellent point. The chances of the Ramseys having flying conditions at that time of year to ensure they would be able to stay on schedule to get them on their cruise would have been very iffy. Of course, they had the means to ditch the small plane in favor of a big commercial flight, which means they might have had a better chance in the event of bad weather. But I can attest to this also, having been to Charlevoix, that in the event of a winter storm, road travel in and out to a commercial airport might have been tricky too. Now, I wonder if the reason the Ramsey big kids were to take a commercial flight was because John Ramsey never really planned the private plane for anything other than his own escape. If Patsy Ramsey would not have called 911 and instead took the Ramsey note as it read, could John Ramsey have convinced her to take Burke and have Archuleta fly them to meet his other kids in Minneapolis, where they would instead be flown to Atlanta, into the company of family, and not to Charlevoix at all? Maybe because the delivery will be exhausting of the ransom money, John Ramsey could have easily convinced Patsy Ramsey he had to use his plane for the delivery of the ransom, so she would agree to the corporate jet flight. It never made sense to me that John Ramsey was at the airport on Christmas Day for hours, readying his plane, and Patsy was using plastic bags for clothing for the kids so they wouldn't go overweight, stuffing his other kids with their bags into John's plane, then having Archuleta pilot them. A pilot usually readies his own plane. Yes, John Ramsey had a vision problem, but it never stopped him from piloting his own plane on many other occasions. But if John Ramsey all the while actually planned to have Archuleta get Patsy, Ramsey, and Burke out of his way, it stands to reason he would have spent those hours readying his own plane for himself to use to deliver the ransom. And if anyone in the hangar saw him leaving alone later on, how convenient to simply say he had a business delay and was going on now to join the rest of his family, especially if he was carrying a blue Samsonite suitcase with him. And these are some very astute observations, because we don't know what the real plan was. Again, regardless of who's innocent, who's guilty, what's going on, is it a staged kidnapping, who's responsible, regardless of any of that, if there is a plan being hatched, The timeline with the flights surely doesn't add up. This is really bizarre, and it's really interesting. So another poster here states, I have no problem believing that John Ramsey could have pre-planned Jonbenet's murder, thinking that her molestation would soon be discovered and either place him or John Andrew Ramsey in a devastating position. After reading The Other Side of Suffering, it became very clear to me that John Ramsey suffered a grave emotional disturbance after Elizabeth was killed, and still being on medication related to that trauma when Jonbenet was killed, may have easily slipped into a multi-delusional existence, allowing him to think that Jonbenet could only become better off once she was with Beth. His words. And the molestation could be covered up once and for all, and saving him and or John Andrew Ramsey from scrutiny. Okay, so, and then of course, The Other Side of Suffering is a 2012 book by Jonbenet Ramsey. Huh, did we ever talk about his middle name? It's Jonbenet. And that's where Jonbenet came from. Huh. Is that vain? I don't know. And another post here. It's quite interesting that after Fleet White had dropped off Burke Ramsey at his place, he placed a call 8 a.m. to Pam Archeletta, the pilot's wife, and questioned her about her husband and the flight. Fleet White was playing detective early, and for good reason. Another response here. Nice point. Looks like Fleet White knew from not seeing Jonbenet on his first visit, yet she appears magically for John Ramsey on his second visit that John Ramsey was implicated. Fleet White has to be thinking, has it all been planned and staged in advance? Was I set up? And that's a good point, because the Fleet White, I mean, what he was thinking throughout this whole time and after the fact, and what his real thoughts are, I mean, that would be very interesting to know. So these are all quite mysterious. Going back to the timeline I was going over, this is from darkmatter69.blogspot.com from May 2019. What you might not know about Jonbenet's murder might shock you, or mind shock you. So again, going back to Kim Archuleta, Kim was told not to talk about this with anyone until they went to court. Kim was never asked by the grand jury or anyone for that matter to give a statement or opinion. I believe she did, though. The 911 call has been examined by many people and organizations, all with differing opinions, even though the FBI and the Secret Service did an analysis coming to the conclusion that no further conversation is audible. It is a highly debated subject. Some audio engineers and investigators think that this is what is at the end of the call. John says, "We are not speaking to you." Patsy says, "What did you do? Help me, Jesus." Burke asks, "What did you find?" And that does indeed seem to be what is audible. So was that really what was at the end of the 911 call? Did the Ramseys lie and Burke was really awake? Was he really asleep and there was someone else in the house? Why didn't Patsy ever mention Jonbenet's name during the call? 5:59 a.m., Officer French arrives on the scene. When Patsy greeted the officer, she was wearing the same clothes that she had worn the night before. 6 to 8 a.m., 4 more officers arrived. Policemen Veitch, Weiss, and Barklow, and their supervisor Reichenbach. Jonbenet's parents have friends come to help search the home, including the aforementioned Whites, the Fernies, and Reverend Hoverstock. Victim advocates and crime scene investigators are also present in the house. A cursory search of the house is conducted but did not find any forced entry. Officer French went to the basement and came to a wooden door that was secured by a wooden latch. He paused for a moment in front of the door, then walked away without opening it. Now that is a thorough search. According to statements that Patsy gave to authorities that day, she realized that Jonbenet was missing after she found a 2.5-page note on the kitchen staircase. The note demanded $118,000 for a safe return. No fingerprints were found on the note. I believe that's inaccurate. I think Patsy's were found on the note. John Ramsey's were not. The note and a practice draft were written with a pen and paper from the Ramsey's home belonging to Patsy. The pen that was used to write the ransom note was neatly put back in its place by the phone. Supposedly, the ransom note's time element indicates that it was composed around midnight. Take the line, "I advise you to be rested." From the ransom note, according to experts, a kidnapper would not normally give such advice to his victims. Why would the kidnappers tell the victims to get rest when they were already supposedly sleeping? And why would the kidnappers care? The note never referred to Jonbenet by name. Was it too emotionally difficult for the authors of the note to write Jonbenet's name? Investigators surmised that it would have taken 21 minutes just to write the note, plus to compose and to write the draft version. The amount of money asked for in the ransom note was kind of small when you consider that John was a CEO for a $1 billion company. The amount of money asked for was the same as the previous bonus that John received from work. And again, if you are a Patsy or John commissioning Patsy to write this note, would you give that away? Unless you're, of course, trying to frame somebody that John is working with. I mean, it's weird. It doesn't really make a lot of sense in either direction. So this blog states, detectives believe that the note was written by a woman and dictated by someone else. It couldn't be proven that Patsy did or did not write the note. And again, does this factor in someone trying to frame Patsy and writing the note in her handwriting? Linda Arndt arrives 8 a.m. with the goal of awaiting the kidnapper's instructions, but there was never any attempt to claim the money. 10:30 a.m., Arndt calls for backup at least twice while left in the house alone. With Ramsey family and friends, 7 in total, she is told that all officers are in Boulder Police Department meeting and they received her message. No one was sent because they were short-staffed. Does that make sense? There's a kidnapped 6-year-old and they're short-staffed even though there were officers there previously? I mean, does this make any kind of sense on any level from any direction? It's just really bizarre. John goes missing for at least an hour. Some say he left the house to supposedly pick up the mail. Later, it is determined that that could not be true, given that the family's mail was delivered through a slot in the front door. Whatever happened, he allegedly was unaccounted for 90 minutes. Some people believe he went to meet Mike Archeletta. Mid-morning, sometime before 1 p.m., Fleet White allegedly was in the windowless wine cellar looking around. He told police he never turned on the light and he never saw anything. 1 p.m., Arndt asked John and his family friend Fleet White to search the house top to bottom to see if anything seemed amiss. And is that proper procedure? I don't know. It seems like you should not allow family members, potential suspects, to do this. It's just really bizarre. John and White started the search in the basement. John opened the latch door, the one that investigators failed to open earlier, and found Jonbenet's body. Her mouth was covered with duct tape, a nylon cord was found around her wrists and neck, and her torso was covered by a white blanket. John immediately picked up Jonbenet's body and ripped the duct tape off her mouth. He then carried her up the stairs to the living room. He set her on the living room floor next to the Christmas tree. Some accounts say that John places another blanket on Jonbenet before he carried her up the stairs, and some say after. Either way, the evidence on the body was now contaminated. The sticky side of the duct tape had a perfect imprint of Jonbenet's lips, but no indication of a protruding tongue or any effort to dislodge the tape. This suggests that the tape was used as a prop in staging a scene, like it was placed after death. The cord was tied far too loosely to restrain a living or conscious child. The route to the wine cellar would be very difficult to navigate by a stranger, especially at night, carrying a child. The staircase light switch was not in an expected location on the wall, but behind someone entering the stairs, so they probably would have done all this in the dark. 1:30 p.m., Boulder policemen Ron Walker and Larry Mason arrive and search the basement and wine cellar for further clues. They also finally secure the home, preventing any further arrivals. 1:40 p.m., John Ramsey calls his pilot and is allegedly heard asking him to prepare the plane to Atlanta. Law enforcement instructs the family not to leave town. 1:45 p.m., heeding the officer's warning, the Ramseys leave their house with plans to stay the night at the Fernie's home. 2:30 p.m., John and Patsy participated in a preliminary interview for more than 2 hours. And Burke was also interviewed within the first couple of weeks. Now, this blog also mentions something. Let's look at Glenn Meyer again here. His son was murdered in Boston. And I don't know if I'm turning into Maxwell, but I don't remember going over that in the previous episode. Perhaps I did. He lived in Barnhills' basement at the time of Jonbenet's murder. When interviewed by detectives, Meyer said that he had been at home on Christmas night, and he had watched television in the den with the Barnhills until 9 p.m. He then went downstairs to his basement room and spent the rest of the evening nursing a stomach flu. Meyer was also at the Ramseys' Christmas party, but he said he hadn't been introduced to Patsy or Jonbenet. He took a polygraph test. Most of the questions were about the Ramseys, and the examiner told him he had answered the questions truthfully. And then, of course, we went over his ex-wife, Charlotte, who came forward claiming that Glenn killed Jonbenet. She said he was obsessed with Jonbenet. She claims, when I asked him if he murdered her, he would just smile at me. He wouldn't deny it. At the time of the murder, he was secretly living in the basement of a home across the street from the Ramsey home. Later, he built a shrine to her using pictures and newspaper clippings. Supposedly, his handwriting matched the ransom note found in the Ramsey home. Cops considered him a suspect. John said that Meyer turned up in his house uninvited when the family hosted a party December 23rd, 1996. A new witness made a deathbed confession. She said she saw Meyer on the Ramsey property the night of Jonbenet's murder. Meyer battled mental illness. Meyer was arrested in 1991, assault in a domestic violence case, and was ordered to attend anger counseling courses. In August 95, he was sued for owing more than $24,000. He was violent with my little girl. She was in 4th grade, and he gave her a horrible spanking. I told him to stop, but he wouldn't. A lot of times he was cruel to my kids. They were afraid of him. I was scared of him, Charlotte recalled. Somehow he ends up living in the basement of Jonbenet's elderly babysitters, Joe and Betty Barnhill. Investigators want to exhume Meyer's body to see if they can solve this cold case once and for all. So again, this is from the Dark Matter 69blogspot.com. There's a whole lot of information here of varying accuracy. So take from that what you will, but it seems like, again, anywhere you look in this case, there's problems, there's anomalies, there's coincidences that don't make sense, and there's just so many unanswered questions, and we'll, of course, continue to explore these questions in further episodes. Believe it or not, there's plenty more still to go over, including suspects that have not been previously named and theories that have not been previously explored. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you find it informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support the channel, help us get more mind-shocking content out there, and find justice in some of these unsolved cases, or cases where the perpetrators have not been definitively brought to justice. Like and share this podcast on social media, of which you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Patrons do get a priority for case topic logical analysis. Requests, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Just check the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit that bell for notifications. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Jonbenet Ramsey series. This is Episode 8, The Abuse Theory. And I know I said I'd be going over a suspect that hasn't been gone over yet before. That will be the next episode because there's been quite a few interesting aspects of the case that have been brought to light by a commenter on YouTube, a Mindshock listener, with the handle Glazier Blue. And they put together a very interesting theory and called it the abuse theory, and that is what we will be going over. Because I don't know if it has been stated so succinctly thus far, and it seems like a very plausible theory that we would be remiss to not examine. So down the rabbit hole we will go into this theory in typical Mindshock fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront, diving into every single possible theory and scenario, unlike any other podcast out there. If you enjoyed the podcast and you find it interesting, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through, or you can just go to youtube.com/Mindshock. Like and share this podcast. Keep the awareness up in this case. It's technically a cold case. It's technically an unsolved murder. There are many theories floating. Some people devoutly believe it is definitively one or both of the parents. Others still theorize it could have been an intruder. Obviously, if you have not checked out the previous 7 episodes, make sure you check those out. We go over all available information, and I will be referencing that. So you can share this podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topological analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comment section. So let's go over Glacier Blue's thoughts here. There are so many theories. I have come across one explanation that is also plausible. A tip-off that was received to a detective not on the case, but was passed on, and nothing came of it. Personally, I think it's one of the few ideas that stands up at tying all this together. I have been watching every theory that points to the parents. Others point to the brother or to an intruder. Everything that looks like a setup and a cover-up by the parents. Why was there pineapple in her stomach, but they didn't know about it? Why was she in different clothing to what she went to bed in? Or the stupid mistakes that were made by police, the 2 sets of strange DNA found on her, and the older injuries that she had. So abuse had happened before. And of course, Jonbenet Ramsey did have an unusually high amount of doctor visits. Some people believe this points to abuse. Some people believe it's at the hands of the parents. Other people believe that John Ramsey himself was in some shady dealings with politicians or other business elites with his billion-dollar company, Axis Graphics, ties to Lockheed Martin, ties to the military, and other individuals in Boulder tied to all of this satanic ritual abuse and child trafficking, etc. Dark theories, of course. This is one of the darkest ones. But before we go into that, just a quick aside on the pineapple. So, some people believe that there was definitively pineapple found in her digestive tract. See, technically, that's not true. So, this is directly from the Daily Camera, and this is the coroner's report, and it was published Monday, July 14th, 1997. It can be found on the Daily Camera website. The date of issue here is July 14th, 1997, from the coroner's report. Quote, "The proximal portion of the small intestine contains fragmented pieces of yellow to light green tan, light green-tan, apparent vegetable or fruit material, which may represent fragments of a pineapple." Let me go over that again for the cheap seats. The proximal portion of the small intestine contains fragmented pieces of yellow to light green tan. So not necessarily yellow, not even necessarily fruit. Yellow to light green tan, apparent vegetable or fruit material, which may represent fragments of a pineapple. So, if it's vegetable or fruit material, obviously it may or may not be pineapple. So to all the goofs out there that take religiously that it was definitely pineapple, they clearly have not read the actual coroner's report. Now, here is another excerpt here. A bolder PD analysis after the autopsy determined that Jonbenet's small intestine had the remnants of cherries, grapes, and pineapple, common fruit cocktail ingredients. And this can be found on the Jonbenet Ramsey Case Encyclopedia that is making this claim. Now, according to the autopsy, it also states the large intestine contains soft grain fecal material. There was an internet poster, Blue Crab, who said the cracked crab meal had been digested and became this fecal material. This is further evidence that the pineapple must have been eaten after the meal at the Whites. Now, so this is a user named Blue Crab making claims about a crab meal in her digestive tract. Make of that what you will. And this is on the Jonbenet Ramsey Encyclopedia, jonbenetramsey.pbworks.com. So, which also references a Colorado State University online textbook, which you can actually find on vivo.colostate.edu. Gastrointestinal transit, how long does it take? Quote, it is difficult to state with any precision how long ingesta remains in the stomach, small intestine, and large intestine. Nonetheless, there have been many studies on GI transit, and the table below represents rough estimates for transit times in healthy humans following ingestion of a standard meal, i.e. solid mixed foods. So how solid is fruit, which is mostly liquid? I don't know. 50% of the stomach contents emptied, 2.5 to 3 hours. Total emptying of the stomach, 4 to 5 hours. 50% emptying of the small intestine, 2.5 to 3 hours. Transit through the colon, 30 to 40 hours. So these are estimates of average transit times, and there's a great deal of variability among individuals and in the small person at different times and after different meals. Okay. So these are all claims made here regarding this. These are actual court documents from Lynn Wood's motion in Burke Ramsey's 2016 defamation case against CBS. And this bolder PD analysis after autopsy is the one to determine Jonbenet's small intestines had the remnants of cherries, grapes, and pineapple. All of them together. So I guess they're trying to make it seem like Jonbenet ate a fruit cocktail at the Whites. So we have these pieces of information, but even if we disregard that and look only at the coroner's report, it states yellow to light green, tan, apparent vegetable or fruit material. I don't know how anyone can hallucinate that that's definitively pineapple and make a definite connection to the pineapple in the kitchen in the Ramsey home. Obviously, we can't exclude it, but not excluding something is not the same thing as definitively believing something. This is Mindshock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure, and we're not going to play these goofy games in pretending that things that aren't for sure are actually for sure and building theories on top of that. So, now that we addressed the pineapple, which obviously needed addressing, let's go back to Glacier Blue's theory here. So, why was there pineapple in her stomach but they didn't know about it? Why was she in different clothing to what she went to bed in? Or the stupid mistakes that were made by the police. 2 sets of strange DNA found on her, and the older injuries that she had, so the abuse had happened before. Theory. The Ramseys were wealthy and successful and had a lot of powerful and wealthy friends. Several of these friends have since been arrested years later as pedophiles. I don't know the exact numbers here. I believe there were people in the circles, the pageant photographer. I mean, it's crazy. Boulder had a lot of crazy, weird people there. The way they had Jonbenet parading in those shows, I think there was more for their powerful friend's benefit. How much more wealth and success did Ramsey get because of his daughter, I wonder? And how far did they let these sick expletives get with her? The tip-off the detective got was that she was killed accidentally while being assaulted. That would give the Ramseys motive to cover up with a fake kidnapping and messing up the crime scene. Would also explain Burke's strange behavior all this time. Basically, he's messed up. Jealous of his sister's attention, even if it was the wrong kind. They took away security from their son just days after their daughter murdered. He was never a target, and none of them seemed bothered when the ransom call didn't come. I don't think they were ever expecting one. That's why. Hell, it wouldn't surprise me if Mr. Ramsey was responsible for some of those older injuries she had. Pedophiles like to share. And there are so many rings and cults among the rich and powerful. Not saying this is what happened, just saying it's a possibility and does explain a lot. There is another theory, but that's another time. They're almost sure that the mother wrote the 2.5-page ransom note. Well, I don't know about that. Different experts say different things regarding the note. What kind of kidnapper would write a note that long from inside the house with paper they found there? Unless they were covering up that they pimped out their baby and it got out of hand, maybe Jonbenet was fighting back this time. And just regarding the paper again, for those that believe that the parents set this whole thing up to make it look like a kidnapping, and I'm not saying they did or they didn't, but John Ramsey has Mindhunter, the FBI profiler book. So if they really are, if he was really trying to stage something, how silly would it be to use paper and stationery from their own house, which would make it look like they wrote it? I mean, does that seem off to anybody else? I mean, how stupid would they have to be to do that if it was really them? Now, again, you could say if they were completely panicked and in a delusionary state of mind about everything that was going on, perhaps they didn't think about it. But for the people that are saying, oh, he was reading Mindhunter, so that's why this all happened this way. Well, either he was a certain amount of lucid or he wasn't, and him and or Patsy. Just things to think about. Okay, Glacier Blue also wrote this second theory. A child been abused is bad enough in the eyes of the law. An abused child that dies, whole new ballgame. I don't doubt Jonbenet was abused, whether by Ramsey, friends, or whoever. She had been abused that night but didn't die. Then later, her brother, who had in the past hit her with a golf club, who was aggressive to her and clearly jealous of her attention, just not knowing it was for wrong reasons, hits her back of the head because she stole some of his pineapple. The bowl had his fingerprints on, but it was in her stomach. Again, as I referenced earlier, maybe not. But parents, instead of calling an ambulance because that hit was going to kill her, but not right away, a hospital could tell she was abused. Injury like that starts all sorts of questions, so they were protecting Burke, but also covering up the past and recent sexual abuse. So they staged the kidnapping, blaming assault DNA just on that. Open to other ideas. Second theory, older version. Okay. He hits her back of the head with the pineapple. Okay, with the flashlight because of the pineapple. The bowl the parents denied giving had Burke's fingerprints on it. So because the hit was going to kill her, but not right away, so she was dying anyway. Choking her was faster, however, head injury like that would send a red flag up at the hospital. Sooner they would find out she was been abused by the oh-so-perfect family, so they were protecting Burke, but also covering up the fact she had been sexually abused or pimped out. They staged the kidnapping, messed up crime scene, conveniently blaming assault injuries and a stranger's DNA on a kidnapper. Or a kidnapper just knew their way around the big house, had time to write a long note and practice note first. Knew exactly how much to ask for, then leave without a trace. Yeah, right. Okay, and I've addressed the intruder theory. There were other intruders in the area waiting lying in wait all night for people to return. So there's precedent there. There's other roving intruders. And then, of course, anybody who had been at the Ramsey Christmas party, anybody could have overheard about the bonus or seen some kind of pay stub lying about. So it's really not that outlandish that somebody could have found this out. It's not like it was highly classified information, the amount of the bonus. So, yeah, and in the next episode, I will address another subject who would possibly know about all this information as well. But anyway, so regarding this theory, there's also something else that gets talked about a lot, whereas if Burke really did it, the people that think that the parents did it and not Burke because Burke was under the age limit to be taken away or institutionalized or whatever, so they wouldn't have lost Burke. But here's the thing. If the parents were found negligent, they would have lost Burke. If the parents were deemed unfit by Child Protective Services, if they allowed abuse, allowed all of this, and even just created some kind of home where Burke did kill her, due to the parents' negligence, Burke could still be taken away from them. So to the people that claim that the parents would have just called the hospital or whatever, they would be, if the parents were responsible, if Burke was responsible, the people that claiming and not the parents, they claimed that John Ramsey and Patsy would have just called the police because Burke wouldn't be prosecuted. It's not that simple. They would have still lost the second child if they were found negligent, which they might very well have been. I mean, the house was a mess. I mean, you have broken windows, unlocked doors. Is this a safe environment for children? And what else don't we know about? If there was a full investigation specifically into the Ramseys, that who knows how that would have unfolded if there was no cover-up. Or, again, there's just so many questions there. The typical answers that the parents did it crowd give as to why it couldn't just be Burke based on the parents' response are completely overlook the very, very basic concept that negligent parents could have children taken away by Child Protective Services. So, especially if they're found guilty of fostering some kind of environment of violence and murder and abuse of various kinds. Again, we don't know how much, we don't know who. And there's just so much unanswered questions. You can't just illogically write that off as, oh, well, Burke's too young to go to prison, so the parents would have obviously told the truth if they thought it was Burke. No, they would not have. Now, again, I'm not saying it was or it wasn't Burke, but that explanation is just not logical. So I'm going to go over one more article here from the Denver Post. And this article titled Autopsy Shows Sex Assault. So, I mean, again, there's so many theories out there. Was there a sexual assault? Was there not a sexual assault? So, this article is by Howard Pankhurst, Denver Post legal affairs writer, February 15th. Jonbenet Ramsey was the apparent victim of a forceful sexual attack in the minutes before she was strangled to death. An attack that left her body scraped and bruised, according to a partial autopsy report released Friday by a Boulder County judge. During his December 27th autopsy on the 6-year-old, Boulder County coroner John Meyer. Now here we have another coincidence. Is John Meyer, the coroner, related to Glenn Meyer, the boarder in the Barnhills home across the street from the Ramseys that went over in previous episodes? I don't know, but it is kind of curious. It's not Myers, it's Meyer. Meyer's a slightly less popular name than Myers with the S. It's not exactly Smith either, but it's popular enough that maybe it is a coincidence. But some people don't believe in coincidences. Either way, Boulder County Coroner John Meyer found scraping and swelling of the child's vaginal area, as well as series of scrapes on the back of her right shoulder, left lower back, and left lower leg. Sheila Rappaport, a Denver prosecutor who tries individuals accused of sexually assaulting or killing small children, said such a pattern is indicative of a forceful sexual attack. Rappaport said the scraping on Jonbenet's back may have been caused as the helpless child lay on her back and was sexually assaulted by her killer. Jonbenet could have been moved about by her attacker, causing the scraping, Rappaport said. There would also appear there is trauma to the back area, and one could hypothesize that it was inflicted during the course of the sexual abuse, said the prosecutor. I would assume there was some movement or pressure or force that would cause that, especially when we were talking about scraping. Usually there is some movement involved there. Rappaport said that without knowing the severity or size of the abrasions, it would be difficult to say the degree of force used. Obviously, there was force used and mistreatment, but in terms of the degree of force, I'd be hard-pressed to say, she said. A crude garrote was used to strangle Jonbenet to death. The strangulation caused scrapes on the child's neck and bleeding in her neck and eyes, according to the report released after the Denver Post went to court seeking to have it unsealed. Meyer noted that the child had scalp bruising and bleeding in the brain, indicative of her being struck over the head. Rappaport said she often sees the types of injuries and sexual penetration reported on Jonbenet. This is not uncommon to have these types of injury and this type of abuse. To find the two together, said Rappaport. Meyer did not include time of death in the autopsy report. But Rappaport said that is not unusual, and in fact she has never seen it. It is very difficult to ascertain the time of death, she noted. But isn't that their job? Can't they make some kind of an estimate? That's kind of weird. Unlike Matlock and other types of TV shows, it is very difficult. There are so many factors that go into the time of death. Sometimes you can pull it in a ballpark within a number of hours. We always try to get that. We'd love to know, but I don't know anybody, even coroners you talk to, who want to do that. In an interview with KUSA-TV, Jonbenet's pediatrician Francesco Buff said he never saw any indication that the child had ever experienced sexual abuse, and some people allege that he was well paid to say that. I can tell you as far as her medical history is concerned that there was never any hint whatsoever of sexual abuse, he said. I didn't see any hint of emotional abuse or physical abuse. She was a very much loved child, just as her brother. Buff said that as a pediatrician, he sees all sorts of children and he can normally tell whether a child is happy. Buff described Jonbenet as just a wonderful, happy kid who had the strength to deal with some very tough situations with regard to her mother's illness. Meyer and the Boulder DA strongly fought release of the report, saying it could jeopardize the investigation. But Meyer on Friday night was pleased with the outcome, saying the parts of the report he was most concerned with had been omitted from what was released publicly. Redaction of the autopsy report was one of the possible decisions that I anticipated, said Meyer. The portions of the report that have been omitted contain details that those of us who were involved in filing this petition believe would have been detrimental to the ongoing investigation. In fact, the very details that we were most concerned about were included in the omitted material. In ordering that only portions of the autopsy report be released, District Judge Carol Glowinski said that although 7 weeks have passed, the investigation continues to be extremely active and that the case is still in the early stages of investigation. In other developments, Friday, John and Patsy Ramsey, along with their 10-year-old son Burke, have traveled to Atlanta for a short trip. Family spokesman Pat Corton said he wasn't sure if the family was aware that a portion of the autopsy report describing their daughter's injuries had been released. Forensics expert Henry C. Lee said Friday he will try to help solve the murder mystery using photos, videotape, and other materials given to him by Colorado detectives who visited Connecticut on Thursday. Lee will attempt to find out what happened without traveling to Boulder. It's a tragedy, and of course, anytime there is a tragedy, as forensic scientists, we have an obligation to our profession and to our society to do our best to assist. Lee said at a news conference held at his laboratory. Lee, director of the Connecticut State Police Forensic Science Laboratory and a key player in O.J. Simpson's criminal defense, said he was briefed by detectives from the Boulder Police Department. At the meeting, the detectives briefed me on the case facts, Lee said. Subsequently, they submitted some reports and evidence for us to review. I will study those materials and will reconstruct the crime scene and evaluate the scientific evidence. And I actually went over Henry Lee's theories in the earlier episodes in this series as well, so you could check those out. Okay, so clearly it seems, just based on available information, that there was some kind of abuse going on, possibly prior to the night of her death. But by all available accounts, also the night of her death. What does that mean? Now again, in the post-Epstein, Jill Zane, Maxwell age, the coincidence theorists look a lot sillier, denying corruption and child and human trafficking amongst the so-called political elite and upper echelon of all these corrupt corporate individuals. Obviously, all of this has been blown wide open in recent years, so the coincidence theorists that were goofy throughout the past years and decades, denying even the possibility that such ritualistic abuse and trafficking could exist among who they believe were upstanding politicians and so-called businessmen. So now that everybody more or less knows that there is at least some of this activity, even the most cognitive dissonant authority worshipping cultists have to at least raise an eyebrow and say that maybe there's some kind of connection to individuals in relation to the Jonbenet Ramsey case. There's also a famous photograph going around showing Ghislaine Maxwell at one of Jonbenet Ramsey's beauty pageants. And what's interesting, even with all of these individuals connected with, let's say, Pizzagate and the tunnels underneath the pizza part, all of this information coming out, I mean, this was all exposed by former FBI head Ted Gunderson. So I don't know why coincidence theorists and authority-worshipping cultists are clinging desperately to try to say that all these politicians that have connections to Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and all these other weird issues. I mean, you can look at videos of people going down in the tunnels regarding the Pizzagate parlor. I mean, I don't really want to go down that rabbit hole. It's just weird how these conspiracy fact deniers, how these corruption fact deniers maintain that it's all nonsense. I mean, the past year should have taught, the past year, I mean, the coincidence theorists are getting blown out by the conspiracy theorists. The critical thinkers are just being proven correct time and time again regarding all these conspiracies and all this corruption that's being exposed in greater and greater numbers every year. I mean, the scoreboard's not even close at this point. And we're going to read a couple articles here, which, I mean, again, the authority-worshipping cultists writing these articles, these devout coincidence theorists that just hate logic and reason and pretend none of these things have been exposed, even though they've been exposed. It's interesting. We're going to start with Rolling Stone. This article is by E.J. Dixon. Pizzagate proponents' latest insane theory. Okay, we have the appeal to incredulity logical fallacy. We have the ad hominem logical fallacy. So, again, these coincidence theorists and authority-worshipping cultists have to cling desperately to faith and fallacies because they don't have any actual logic to support their positions. Pizzagate proponents' latest insane theory, Ghislaine Maxwell was involved with Jonbenet Ramsey's murder. The conspiracy theories are just another attempt to make sense of a cruel, cruel world, or describe a cruel, cruel world accurately, as we've seen. Since Jeffrey Epstein's death under mysterious circumstances last summer, conspiracy theorists of all stripes have been making hay with it, connecting any and all people who have ever been directly or indirectly associated with him to any and all criminal cases of the past 40 years. I mean, that's basically what detectives do in criminal cases. I mean, when you're dealing with mobsters, you're going known associates, known crimes, and it's very likely that there's overlap. I mean, this is just Investigation 101. I don't know why the coincidence theorists get so triggered about this. So it was only a matter of time before what happened with the case of Jonbenet Ramsey, the 6-year-old Colorado beauty queen who was found murdered in her home on Christmas Day 1996. And by the way, this article is dated July 10th, 2020, just last year. According to the theory, which first took root on Twitter and Reddit, a woman who closely resembles alleged Epstein procurer Ghislaine Maxwell, who was arrested by the FBI 2 weeks ago, is seen in the background of what is purported to be the last image of Ramsey alive. The theory also received a great deal of traction on TikTok, where the image supposedly showing Maxwell in the background was sometimes shared with the hashtag Pizzagate. Well, you know what's weird, though? Like, the coincidence theorists all vehemently hallucinate and pretend it's definitely not Maxwell. And then, of course, there is a certain percentage of conspiracy theorists, a very small percentage, that would devoutly claim it definitely is a certain conspiracy and it's definitely an individual. So, what's the truth? It may or may not be her, but researchers have found that she did visit the Boulder area. So, it very well could have been her. And what else is fascinating, before we get off track here, not only are the Podesta brothers match the EFITs in the Madeleine McCann disappearance, but there's also a female person of interest in the Madeleine McCann disappearance who just happens to look like Jill Zane Maxwell. Another coincidence for the coincidence theorists to pretend and hallucinate and deny. It's all quite comical at this point. Again, I'm not saying it was her. I'm saying we don't know whether it was or wasn't. And this evidence is curious. That's what I'm saying. And it's just hilarious watching the coincidence theorists spiral out of control in these Dunning-Kruger stupors, clinging to every fallacy and blind faith they can to deny the possibility. That's all I'm saying regarding that. And just another quick note here. For those saying the photo was photoshopped in 2020, it was actually featured in multiple news publications, including The Sun, in 2019 and prior. Obviously, they weren't alleging this was Jill Zane Maxwell, but this is not a Photoshop that was created in 2020 with the specific intention of passing this woman, who may or may not be Jill Zane Maxwell, off as being Jill Zane Maxwell in the photo. The theory was given further credence, in parentheses, a term used loosely in this context, end quote. Again, typical coincidence theorists speak. When internet detectives sleuthed that Maxwell and the Ramsey family were both repped by the same law firm, the Denver-based firm Haddon, Morgan and Foreman. Though by different lawyers and more than 20 years apart. The firm also represented, among others, Harvey Weinstein and Charlie Sheen. Now, does that, the fact that the firm also represents Harvey Weinstein, what does that say with the Hollywood connections? So, again, how many law firms are in the U.S.? So, a quick search reveals this. IBISworld.com. How many law firms are in the U.S.? 443,558 law firm businesses in the U.S. as of 2020, an increase of 0.7%. As of 2021, an increase of 0.7% in 2020. So obviously there were less law firms in the 90s. How much less? So clearly there's a ton of law firms here. Now, Jill Zane Maxwell's primary locations were New York and London, and possibly New Hampshire. Again, possible connections to the Marbury case there. Not Colorado. There's over 200 large law firms in Colorado alone. So we're not talking about the hundreds of thousands of law firms in the U.S. There's over 200 in Colorado alone, and Jill Zane Maxwell just so happens to have the same law firm as John Ramsey. Now that's an interesting coincidence. The coincidence theorists will defy all logic, reason, statistics, mathematics, anything and everything to cling desperately to the idea that this has to be coincidental. And maybe it is. But with these kinds of numbers, it's not like there's only a couple hundred law firms in the US, maybe a dozen in Colorado. In that case, it would still be a little fishy because there's just so many others. But when you're dealing with hundreds of thousands in the US and Jill Zane Maxwell's non-primary location, obviously she's been to Colorado, but that's not her primary residence. It was in London, New York City, a couple other big cities, not primarily. I mean, her base of operations was not Boulder or Colorado, but even if it were, there's hundreds and hundreds of other law firms. And even if you want to say she would only be in a top law firm, okay, so there's 10, 20 top big power player law firms. It's still an interesting coincidence that it's the same one as John Ramsey. Quite interesting. But let's continue here. While the photo above is not the last known image of Jonbenet Ramsey, that would be this devastating photo taken just a few hours before her death. And this is a photo we've gone over as well. I don't know why people call it devastating. I mean, it's just kind of like a candid snapshot of her looking at the camera. It is, in fact, a genuine photo of her, according to Snopes, which debunked the conspiracy theory. And, of course, Snopes, one of the biggest jokes in terms of coincidence theorists, an authority-worshipping cultist website bought and paid for by the establishment. And basically their debunking amounts to not all women with short dark hair are Ghislaine Maxwell. And of course, that does not exclude Ghislaine Maxwell from being in the photo. And anybody who wants a good laugh, anybody who wants to see logical fallacies and blind faith employed to pretend that theories are debunking, Snopes is the place for you. Perhaps I'll do a podcast on the funding sources of websites like Snopes and Metabunk and all these illogical, silly goof websites that hallucinate. They debunk theories when of course they don't. And their debunkings can easily be debunked. If you haven't checked out the Mindshock podcast, Debunking Debunkers, check that out. Okay, according to Snopes, it was first publicly seen in the A&E documentary Hunting Jonbenet Ramsey's Killer, The Untold Story, which premiered April 2019, but it obviously goes without saying that considering there's absolutely zero evidence that Maxwell and the Ramseys knew each other, it's highly doubtful the woman behind Ramsey is Ghislaine Maxwell. It's far more likely she's just a dark-haired lady who happens to look a little bit like her from the side at the exact moment the photo was taken. So this is the kind of goofiness we have to deal with. Far more likely. More likely based on what? If it's her, it's her. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. I mean, coincidence theorists are so clueless when it comes to logic and reason. Again, I'm not saying it is her. I'm saying it's impossible to deduce likelihoods, to hallucinate to know what is or isn't more or less likely. We don't have that information. The interest of engaging even slightly with this theory, we did searches for images on Maxwell and PhotoWire services dating from December 24th, 1996, only to find none. There is one of her with hotelier Andre Balaz in New York City, December 2nd of that year. Coincidentally, December 25th, 1996 would have been Maxwell's 35th birthday. Another coincidence. But even if someone were to unearth a photo of Ghislaine Maxwell sitting quietly in her New York City penthouse on the very hour that Ramsey was murdered, it's unlikely that the particular theory would lose much oxygen, particularly among the more ardent conspiracy theorist set. Just like if there was a photo, let's say, of her at the Boulder airport, same thing with the coincidence theorists, they would still find a way to explain that away. Both Ramsey and Maxwell have long been subjects of baseless speculation about their connections to other notable individuals. Most famously, Ramsey is believed by a handful of paranoid types to be pop star Katy Perry, while Maxwell has been rumored again without evidence to be a popular Redditor. Actually, there's a lot of evidence there. Even in the face of absolute zero evidence of the woman in the photo being Maxwell, some people will likely still believe it just because it's preferable to be living in a world where people do senseless things like abuse or kill children for no discernible reason. Now again, with goofs like this coincidence theorist that wrote this Rolling Stone article, what they don't understand, again, they commit all these logical fallacies, hasty generalization, logical fallacies, and all of these things, pretending all conspiracy theorists think alike. There's, yes, there are a small percentage of fringe loonies who ardently do believe this. But there are simply critical thinkers out there who know that there's not enough information to say one way or the other. So it's not that they believe it's her. They just find it interesting because it could be her. We don't know. And there, again, with all these logical fallacies, conspiracy theorists simply pointing this out are not denying that there's people out there that do senselessly kill and abuse children who are not connected with any kind of Illuminati cabal. Again, these black and white logical fallacies, hasty generalization logical fallacies, coincidence theorists only have logical fallacies and blind faith in the corrupt establishments to justify their positions. Because obviously, critical thinkers also know about people who senselessly abuse and kill children that are not connected to any conspiracies, that are any political individuals or cults. Just like there are those that are connected to political individuals and cults. So it's weird how all these silly goofs, I mean, this is a writer for Rolling Stone, and they're this bereft of basic logic and reason they have to pretend and hallucinate that all conspiracy theorists are incapable of differentiating between politicians who traffic children and random crazy people on the street who abuse and kill children for no discernible reason. Nobody's denying that. So it's only the coincidence theorists that deny that there are political individuals who do such things, no matter how much evidence comes out. They have to pretend that there is no evidence. One more article here, maryclaire.com.au. People are convinced Ghislaine Maxwell is in the background of this viral Jonbenet Ramsey photo. It's pretty convincing by Grace Back. The Jeffrey Epstein case has taken many surprising twists since the convicted sex offender was arrested in 2019. From his apparent suicide to the arrest of British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell by FBI last week with charges in relation to Epstein. Over the past decade, Ghislaine Maxwell has been accused of aiding Epstein, with some claims that the socialite lured young women into Epstein's houses and forcibly coerced them into performing sexual acts, some as young as 14. Now, as reports surface that Maxwell is set to expose big names during court hearings, photos of her in or in the background of various celebrity photos have begun to go viral. The most recent has people convinced Maxwell is in the background of a photo of Jonbenet Ramsey, the 6-year-old beauty queen who was killed in her home on Christmas Day in Boulder, Colorado, 96. It remains one of the world's most intriguing cold cases. The photo shows Jonbenet holding a bouquet of flowers, smiling at the camera, and a woman with short dark hair in the background. While you could only see the unknown woman's side profile, Twitter has determined that it's Maxwell. And again, this kind of lack of basic logic, reason, critical thinking, even English comprehension, because the tweet clearly is phrased as a question, is Ghislaine Maxwell in this picture with Jonbenet Ramsey? How is that being the same as Twitter has determined that it is Maxwell? I mean, again, the lack of logic and reason and even basic English comprehension of coincidence theorists and authority-worshipping cultists just knows no bounds. The socialite, who is said to have been hiding before her arrest, will reportedly be going to federal court this week for her alleged involvement in enabling, facilitating, or participating in sex trafficking and the abuse of multiple women. According to The Guardian, if she's convicted, Maxwell could face up to 35 years in prison. Also, careful to note, these are the only charges known about. As if Maxwell would only be responsible for these. Because if she's guilty of these, it stands to reason there could have been much, much more, just like with any criminal. I mean, what is the average career criminal convicted of in relation to the total amount of offenses? Again, critical thinkers think about these things. Authority-worshipping cultists and coincidence theorists do not. Prince Andrew also found himself involved in the case due to his close relationship with both Maxwell and Epstein, and the reports made by one woman, Virginia Guffey, formerly Roberts, that she was allegedly brought to the UK aged 17 to have sex with the royal. According to Guffey, she was introduced to Prince Andrew by Maxwell. Because that's so outlandish, right? That women would, or young women, teens would be presented to these royal individuals. Like, that's never happened in history. So these claims are just really, really shocking. The royal family has denied the claims. And if they were true, would they deny them? Let's say they are true. What would the process be? Would they be admitted? The royal family has denied the claims, with Prince Andrew explaining during his controversial Newsnight interview with Emily Maitlis that he had no recollection of meeting her. He also went on to find holes in the allegations by explaining that he medically couldn't sweat, something doctors have since disputed, and using a Pizza Express in Woking as his alibi? The Duke of York has since stepped back from his public duties, stating that he unequivocally regrets his ill-judged association with Jeffrey Epstein. Although if this was never exposed, would he regret it? Despite this, however, a top attorney claimed that Prince Andrew has provided zero cooperation in the investigation. This is something that the prince is said to be bewildered by. It was most recently reported by former Epstein associate Stephen Hoffenberg that Maxwell was prepared to name some big names. She's going to be naming some big names, not only in terms of those who abused underage girls at Epstein's parties, but also those who made financial agreements with Epstein or benefited from his generosity, included flying on his plane and staying at his homes, Hoffenberg explained via the New York Post. She won't be able to handle jail, and she'll immediately start talking to try to get out of it. Very, very interesting. So, clearly, this seems to be a where there's smoke, there's fire situation. Again, I am not alleging anything is true or untrue, but there's a lot of smoke here. I mean, there's a lot of smoke. So that's as far down the rabbit hole as we'll be going for the moment. Obviously, there's a lot of symbolism in the Jonbenet Ramsey case. I mean, there's just hidden clues and drawings and all these things that some claim are associated with cults and rings and all of these very, very dark theories. Unfortunately, evil does exist in the world, and it can be more than one individual acting alone. I know that's hard for coincidence theorists and authority-worshipping cultists to wrap their brain around, that sometimes criminal-minded individuals do not act alone. And corrupt profiteers are corrupt profiteers. They engage in corruption, and again, as Alex Jones has exposed in Bohemian Grove, again, the coincidence theorists pretend that never happened, but clearly the rich and powerful and famous and those running in elite circles are involved in cults. Now, to what extent, that can be debated, and exactly who, where, when, how, and why, that can all be debated. But what cannot be debated is that these rings do exist, and there are some high up individuals who engage in them. Now, was this definitively the case regarding Jonbenet Ramsey's death? I don't know. I wasn't there. And if whoever wasn't there can't say for sure, they can hallucinate, they can pretend, they can cling to all these faith and fallacies to justify their positions, but they don't know for sure. Hope you guys found another edition of Mindshock True Crime interesting and thought-provoking. Plenty more to come, including a suspect that does not get any attention, who's a very good fit that I'll be going over in the next episode. If you want to support Mindshock, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, like and share this podcast on social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. You are listening to the Jonbenet Ramsey series. This is episode 9, The Forgotten Suspect. And we are going to take a look at someone here who was mentioned early on online, I believe 2006 or so. Most of this has been scrubbed from the internet and very difficult to find now, but this is Mindshock, where we examine every avenue, every theory. No one is alleging anybody's innocent or guilty in any way. This is simply the examination of available evidence and theories. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. Or you can just go to youtube.com/Mindshock. Like and share this podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Alright, so this post, The Forgotten Suspect, by Under the Radar, August 2006. Part 1. In the summer of 2001, the Jonbenet Ramsey 5-year anniversary was quickly approaching. An arrest had not been made, and at that time I was convinced that Patsy Ramsey had committed this crime. I had based my opinion on basically what I saw in the media and the scant few pieces of evidence that I saw on TV. I just figured the ransom note was written in the home, Jonbenet was killed in the home, and the body was found in the home. Patsy Ramsey did not look too believable on TV. It was Christmas night. Who kills on Christmas night is what I asked myself. Shouldn't they be home with their family? I could not believe that an arrest had not been made yet. That was when I decided to set out to see if I just may be wrong about Patsy Ramsey. And I quickly found out that I was dead wrong about Patsy Ramsey. I can only describe it as heaven sent. God, my interest in solving crimes, and the internet is how I was able to solve this crime. One day, when I was at work, on lunch of course, I decided to pull up the ransom note on the internet and see if I could see anything in it that would not only eliminate Patsy Ramsey, but women altogether. I was looking for a man word, if there is any such thing. I just knew that I would know it when I saw it. I put myself in Patsy Ramsey's shoes and pretended that I was her writing this note after allegedly killing my daughter. I decided to pull the top of the screen down towards the bottom of the screen in order to only expose about one line at a time of the ransom note. I wanted to concentrate one line at a time. It took me literally 5 minutes to see what I was looking for and more. And here's the line, and I have to admit that it was a minor clue at the time. Make sure you bring an adequate size attaché to the bank. I found the use of the word bring in that sentence unusual, because if I were Patsy Ramsey and I was writing the note, I surely would have used the word take instead of bring. For at least two reasons. The first being you would want to portray yourself as being on the outside looking in on the crime. If you give away your position by saying bring and letting everyone know that you'll be waiting for John when he gets to the bank, it could make it easier for you to get caught. Secondly, the ransom note is written in the house, meaning the attaché is most likely in the house somewhere close by. Even more reason to use the word take instead of bring. This author is comfortable using the word bring. I thought to myself, maybe a banker wrote the note since he will already be there. And that is when I decided to read the ransom notes again, as if I were a disgruntled banker friend of John's writing them. And that is when I began to see many clues that pointed directly to a banker friend being involved. You will withdraw $118,000 from your account. $100,000 will be in $100 bills, the remaining $18,000 in $20 bills. I guess they don't like $50 bills? The author of the ransom note begins the most important part of the ransom note, which is the body, by saying you will withdraw $118,000 from your account. Classic banker lingo. I mean, that's actually an interesting point. Withdraw instead of get 118 or withdraw. Specifically withdraw. That's interesting. That is interesting. Classic banker lingo. He goes on to use the words bills twice. Says remaining. Notice that the author uses a decimal point when writing the amount of $118,000 and 0 cents. If one is thinking in terms of hundreds of thousands of dollars, why use a decimal which represents cents? That's another interesting point. A banker uses decimal points in his everyday life, and why does the money have to come from John's account? Well, that's another interesting point. Yeah, who cares where they get the money? This statement tells us something about the author, and that is he has an interest in John's bank account. Why can't John get the money from a safe or from a friend? Why does it specifically have to come from John's account? Is it because he wanted to be in control of the transaction to ensure that John was following the instructions to a T? That's what I thought. More evidence of a banker friend. And then these lines. If we monitor you getting the money early, we might call you early to arrange an earlier delivery of the money. The author now tells us something else about himself. He now tells us that he will know if John gets the money early, because he says if we monitor you getting the money early, we might call you early to arrange an earlier pickup of your daughter. So that's an important clue, because again, he says that if he monitors John getting the money early, he will know when to call him early. He doesn't want to call John too soon before John gets the money and have to keep calling him back. He wants it to run smoothly. I also figured at the time that the only person who could truly monitor the transaction and know if John really got the money early would have to be inside the bank in the middle of the transaction. Because even if you are the killer and you know what bank John will go to and monitor go into the bank, you won't necessarily know if John actually got the money. He may have run into some difficulties in obtaining it at the time. That's curious. I haven't actually really heard anybody dissect this part of the note before. It is curious. Then there were other words in the ransom note that showed me that this was personal. The purpose of this note being written was more than just about a ransom. The money was definitely the secondary motive at the least. And the author tells something else about himself in this following paragraph. He tells us that he is angry at John about something. Because in the beginning of the ransom note, the author begins calm, cool, and collected. He began by calling John Ramsey Mr. Ramsey, trying to give the impression that they were not familiar with each other personally. Then by the end of the note, after all of his anger and emotions have come out, he is so angry that it makes him come out of character and show everyone, especially John, that yes, this is personal. Don't try to grow a brain, John. You are not the only fat cat around, so don't think that killing will be difficult. Don't underestimate us, John. Use that good southern common sense of yours. It is up to you now, John. So at this point, I was sure a banker friend had written the ransom note and most likely killed Jonbenet. I just needed to find out his name. I had theorized at the time that John Ramsey, the guy with the multi-billion-dollar business who was all in the local newspapers, most likely had a banker who was also probably close to him in Boulder. Most likely a bank manager at his local bank. I thought that he wanted John to come through him. That is why he told him to get the money from his account. Another question the banker theory could logically answer was how could the author of the ransom note know about the Christmas bonus amount that John Ramsey received that year of $118,000 that was the same amount on the ransom note? A banker friend could easily find out. Also, again, if John was bragging or there was a pay stub left around the house, obviously it's possible there's a circle of individuals that could have known. But it's curious, either way. And a banker friend could easily find out. And for nearly 5 years, that was my theory, until I read John and Patsy Ramsey's book, The Death of Innocence. I read the book last November 2005, and when I did, it finally showed me the name of the banker friend I was looking for. But it was not a local banker in Boulder, Colorado at all. He was actually John Ramsey's financial manager / friend from Atlanta, Georgia. One would think that if I wanted to determine who committed this crime, John and Patsy's books should have been the first thing that I read. But it was one of the last, 5 years later. I can't say why it happened that way, but I can say I'm glad that it did, because it gave me 5 years to learn the case and all of the evidence and clues. And the Ramsey book was just a nail in the coffin for me as to who committed this crime. This is the way I determined the banker's name, by reading John and Patsy Ramsey's book, The Death of Innocence. The following are direct quotes from the book, The Death of Innocence. John is describing what he did to arrange getting the ransom note shortly after reading the ransom note. I'm assuming getting the ransom money shortly after reading the ransom note. I call my banker friend Rod Westmerland in Atlanta to arrange the ransom money and discover that he has left for his parents' home in Tupelo, Mississippi. I get through to his assistant at Atlanta's Merrill Lynch office. I'm thankful that today is a work day. I quickly explain what has happened, and she says she'll get in touch with Rod right away. Rod Westmerland. The phone rings, everyone freezes as I slowly pick up the receiver. Hello, I answer tentatively. John, this is Rod. We've arranged for you to have a credit line of $118,000 on your Visa card. You can go to a local bank and get the money as a cash advance. John Fernie has been in contact with the president of a local bank, a personal friend of his, and is working to get the ransom money ready. John Fernie goes to the bank with my credit card to get the cash. Those lines blew up my theory of the killer being a local banker in Boulder, Colorado, because he never arranged to get the money by just going to his local bank and walking into the doors to meet his local bank manager, who also happened to be his friend. He had to call another banker friend of his in Atlanta, Georgia, who just happened to not be home on Christmas Day, to arrange to get the money. Is that kind of weird, though? That seems kind of weird. Wouldn't you just go to your local branch to get it as fast as possible? I don't know. So while that information did blow up one part of my theory, it actually helped me to see what was really going on here. And it showed me the name of the specific banker friend that was involved in the transaction that day, and that was Rod Westmerland. Now, if Rod Westmerland is our killer who most likely wrote the ransom note, let's try to determine what we know about Rod Westmerland and his actions before, during, and after the crime. As stated earlier, one of the first things I found out about him is that he is not at home in Atlanta, Georgia on the day of the crime. Another thing we learn, which is very important, is that he is one of the 2 known participants in the plot or exchange of the money and Jonbenet as laid out in the ransom note. There are only 3 known participants in the plot itself if you follow the ransom note. For instance, in the ransom note, the kidnapper wanted John Ramsey to get money from his account and give it to the kidnapper in exchange for his daughter. Now, the participants in that plot is John Ramsey, the person John had to go through to get the money, who we know now is Rod Westmerland, and the kidnapper, in parentheses S, in exchange for his daughter. One of the first rules of investigations is to follow the money trail. Even if Rod Westmerland is innocent of this very public crime, I believe that his name should be more publicly known, just for history's sake, so the public gets the story straight on what actually occurred that day. I have heard just about everyone else's name in this case named as a possible suspect, even Santa Claus, for goodness sake. Then why am I the only person talking about Rod Westmerland and the role that he played in this crime? If this were a movie, he would have played a major supporting role in it before, during, and after the crime. I'm not sure about that. This is just hours after the crime as Rod Westmerland comes to town from wherever he was at. So, back to the book here. Rod Westmerland, my good friend who had helped me raise the ransom money, arrived from Atlanta. I was grateful to see him. Wait a second, wasn't he in Tupelo? Over the 20 years I had known Rod, he had always come to my aid when I needed him. For him to leave Atlanta during the Christmas season, during a busy time of the year for him professionally, was no small sacrifice. He started questioning the police, hammering away on what I wanted to know. We just learned something else about Rod Westmerland from John Ramsey himself, that Rod Westmerland being there in Boulder, Colorado was no small sacrifice. So Rod apparently had gone above and beyond to be there on scene just hours after the crime in Boulder, and notice the very first thing he apparently does when walking through the door, questioning the police, hammering away on what I wanted to know. Rod asked the police, "How many of you are on the case right now?" Rod pressed. "Well, there's 8 of us." Rod pressed further. "Well, where are the rest of them?" "Actually, a couple are on vacation and a few are sick," the detective answered. Let me put it another way. Rod bore down. "Exactly how many are working on solving this problem right now?" "You're telling me that you only have 2 or 3 at most working on the case." Rod glared at the man. "Something like that," the detective admitted. "The FBI," Rod asked again. "We only have to call them," the detective explained. Personally, I find that behavior odd by Rod Westmerland. A person who had just supposedly arrived on the crime scene from out of town would naturally need some time to soak up all these strange clues, and would also need time to determine if the police were doing a good or bad job of investigating. Police can investigate in funny ways sometimes. There could be 1 officer in the room, but 30 behind the scenes investigating. So common sense would say take some time to see what the clues are and how the police are reacting to them, especially since all of the initial clues in the beginning indicated that someone in the house committed this crime, namely one of his friends in the Ramsey family. Note written in the home, Jonbenet killed in the home, body found in the home, so what's his rush to judgment for? And in all of this, I believe we learned something else about Rod Westmerland. Through my research over the years, I learned that Rod Westmerland actually has a wife. I did learn her name, but I won't reveal it now. John Ramsey's book never mentions her arriving on the crime scene with Rod, so I believe we learned that he showed up on the crime scene alone without his wife. Now that I determined who I believe to be the killer, I wanted to keep learning more about the case and as much about this individual as I could. And the best way was my original way, the internet. I will now try to show you in as many ways as possible how the clues in this case continue to point to one person, and he is Rod Westmerland, John Ramsey's financial manager friend, and how much more sense my theory makes than any other theory that has ever been made public. I believe that the most important piece of evidence found at the crime scene was the ransom note, not the DNA, because the DNA could be explained away if the killer was close to the family and Jonbenet. The DNA could have gotten there innocently. There is nothing innocent about the ransom note. And again, the note is not just about a ransom, it wants to tell a story also, to let John know that this is personal, and it comes from within the killer. Just as the DNA takes us into the killer's cells and molecules, the ransom note takes us into the killer's heart and mind. One of the best things that I like about the ransom note is that it can help an amateur detective like myself eliminate whole pools of possible suspects. For instance, we may not all agree on who the possible suspect in this case is, but there is one thing that I'm sure is unanimous, and that whoever killed Jonbenet Ramsey had to come from one of the following pools of suspects: the immediate family, the extended family, including in-laws, business associates, whether at home or at work and anywhere in between, friends, old and new, close and not so close, or strangers, crime of opportunity. So these are the 5 pools that are listed here. The Boulder DA claims that John Mark Carr sexually assaulted and killed Jonbenet Ramsey. Since the author of the ransom note wants to tell a story, I will use the ransom note as a guide and compare the Boulder DA's suspect, John Carr, against my suspect, Rod Westmerland. And I will let the public judge for themselves whose theory makes more sense and whose suspect would make the strongest suspect. John Mark Carr would be considered a stranger. He does not know the family personally, and the Ramseys do not know John Carr personally, although this is actually disputed as well. Rod Westmerland would be considered a friend or business associate. Rod Westmerland does know the Ramseys intimately and the house intimately, so he is a friend first and a business associate secondly, because he does business with John by being his financial manager. Using one of the most important pieces of evidence left at the crime scene, the ransom note, I will eliminate the very first pool of suspects, and that will be strangers or crimes of opportunity. I have already made my feelings known as to how intimately this killer had to have known this family and their house. As I stated before, the ransom note tells us that this was personal, no matter how much the author attempted to hide it in the beginning of the ransom note. This killer was no stranger, thus eliminating strangers or crimes of opportunity. That leaves immediate family, extended family, business associate, friend. Now I'm going to eliminate the immediate family and extended family. If, for the sake of this argument, and that the ransom note is real, and the author really wanted that money, then this is how we eliminate the immediate family. It wouldn't be physically possible for anyone in the home that day, the immediate family, to pull this crime off and get away with it. They can't be in 2 places at one time. They can't be at home with the police, because the first thing they did was to call the police, and then at the same time out somewhere else at the bank watching. So that eliminates the immediate family. Unless, of course, the immediate family was working with other parties. And of course, this is all, again, presupposing that the ransom is real, which the author here is admitting that supposing it's real, all of this is at play. But even then, the immediate family can be in cahoots with other individuals, possibly. And the last and final pools of possible suspect that I want to eliminate was the extended family. And the way that I was able to eliminate them was the same way I was able to eliminate everyone else on the planet, beside just one person, as being the author of the ransom note at the time that it was written. And I like to call it the kidnapper mistake, or Rod Westmerland's big omission. The author of the ransom notes wants to give the impression that he already knows where John does his banking and will be waiting for John Ramsey to arrive so he can monitor John getting the money, so the kidnappers will know when to call John early. One problem with that plot is that the author of the note never feels the need to tell John Ramsey in the ransom note what specific bank branch to go to in order to monitor John getting the money early. And to add to that confusion, as we learned from the previous excerpts from the Ramsey's book, the money was set up on John's Visa card as a cash advance. And that's another issue, isn't that, I mean, what's the percentage on the cash advance? Is that really the smartest financial way to do this deal? It's kind of weird. So John could have picked the money up at the bank he wanted to, including the one closest to his house. Furthermore, the person who eventually went to pick up the ransom money was John Fernie, not John Ramsey, as Fernie took Ramsey's Visa card to the bank to get the money. And that's another security issue. Like, do banks just give $118,000 to anybody who shows up with the guy's Visa card? This author seemed more concerned about John's account than he was of John's bank. With all of those known facts, the only person on the planet who could have said on December 25th, at the time the ransom note was written, that they, quote, will know when John gets the money early, end quote, without ever telling John Ramsey in the ransom notes which specific branch to go to, is Rod Westmerland. Because he wouldn't have to tell John which bank to go to, because he knows he will learn by phone later. John Ramsey probably didn't even know what bank he would be picking the money up at the time he first read the ransom note, because as we learned from the Ramsey book, the money was eventually picked up at a friend of John Ramsey's bank, who just happened to be at the house at the time, not at John Ramsey's usual bank. Another important thing that Rod Westmerland would learn from the phone calls from John Ramsey is if John Ramsey is following the instructions in the ransom note. The ransom note tells John not to notify anyone of his situation, including bank authorities. So if John Ramsey calls his friend of 20 years, who also happens to be his financial manager, and never mentions to him that Jonbenet has been kidnapped, then he can assume that he, John, may not have called the police either. The only two pools of suspects that I was possibly not able to conclusively eliminate were friends and business associates. And there are things in the ransom note that says it could be a business associate, lines such as, quote, we respect your business, end quote. Rod Westmerland is not only a close friend, but he is also considered a business associate because he is on John Ramsey's payroll as John's financial manager. I have now shown you, by process of elimination, how you are able to eliminate pools of possible suspects by using the ransom as your guide. I also showed you how you can see in the ransom note some of the unconscious mistakes the author made, including the biggest mistake, which exposed Rod Westmerland as being the only person on the planet as being the author of the note at the time that it was written. I will now show you more clues from the ransom note that points to Rod Westmerland as being the author of the note. The line came towards the end of the notes, the time in the notes when the author began getting emotional and was trying to show John that this is personal. Those lines were, quote, you are not the only fat cat around, so don't think that killing will be difficult, end quote. With this statement, the author of the ransom note tells us a couple of things about himself. He tells us that he knows John well enough to know that John Ramsey is not only rich, but John's wealth has somehow gone to his head, and that John may consider himself some kind of fat cat. And also, more importantly, it tells us that the author of the note, the killer of Jonbenet Ramsey, considers himself a fat cat somewhere near the level of John Ramsey. Because if he tells John Ramsey that John is not the only fat cat around, that must mean that the writer also considers himself somewhat of a fat cat. My suspicion about those lines and the connection between Rod Westmerland and the use of the word fat cat in the ransom notes were validated when I came across the actual transcripts of the taped interview that John Ramsey gave to the police, and here is what they revealed. So this was from June 25th, 26th, 27th, 1998. Taped interrogation interview of John Ramsey by Lou Smith and Michael Caine in Colorado. Michael Caine, these are the phrases in the ransom note here that seem to have some kind of Hollywood connection. What do you think about that? John Ramsey says, there are the phrases that came out later, you must grow a brain and other fat cats here, or something like that. Michael Caine asks, you're not the only fat cat around. John Ramsey says, well, grow a brain, fat cats, we've heard them before. John recalled a reception after Jonbenet's funeral in Atlanta by his wealthy stockbroker friend, Rod Westmerland. John Ramsey says, my friends were around me, consoling me and trying to give me advice. And to be part of that group, it's the Atlanta Fat Cats. We now learn from John Ramsey that Rod Westmerland considers himself a fat cat, an Atlanta fat cat. Huh. So John Ramsey's insinuating here that there's a group of Atlanta fat cats, and that all these guys consider themselves fat cats. Amongst them, John Ramsey and Todd Westmerland. That's pretty curious. That's pretty curious. The author of the note also says, use that good Southern common sense of yours. I found this comment to be unusual considering the situation. This writer is in Colorado, in another person's home, committing a crime, and during all of this, he is in the presence of mind to be thinking of the South. The writer actually is paying a compliment to the South by saying that good Southern common sense. John Ramsey lived in the South, but he is not a Southerner. He was originally from Michigan. So why would this author knowingly want to take the time to pay a compliment to the South? I believe it is because the author is from the South. Atlanta, to be exact. An Atlanta fat cat. That is about one of the clues that points to both John Carr and Rod Westmerland in this case. And that is, they both have lived in Atlanta at one time or another. And I don't know if this particular author knows this, and I don't know if this rumor was ever substantiated, but did John Mark Carr's wife give birth at the same Atlanta hospital as Patsy Ramsey was giving birth? And yeah, that was, I don't know if that was just a rumor, if that was actually substantiated, as well as other weird, bizarre connections between John Mark Carr and John Ramsey. But regardless, the fact that the author of the ransom note wants to pay a compliment to the South, and that Rod Westmerland is from the South, is just more evidence, in my opinion, of Rod Westmerland's involvement. At this point, in my opinion, the only difference between Rod Westmerland's guilt or innocence is just a matter of hours. Did he really arrive in Boulder at the time that he says he did, or was he already in Boulder prior to when he says he was committing the crime? Because all of the other clues seem to point to him as being the strongest suspect. Once I finally determined Rod Westmerland's name, which would have been in November of 2005, I immediately sent Professor Michael Tracy a series of emails detailing my concerns about Rod Westmerland. And he did respond to all of them, but didn't say much. But what he did say was that he would forward the information to Detective Lou Smith, and I thanked him for it. Unknown to me at the time, but known to me now, is that Professor Tracy had other ideas of his own as to who the killer was, because he had already been talking with John Carr for the past 3 years. So he had plans, and he had a book to coincide with the arrest. And at this point, I really doubt if he ever forwarded my information to the police. Which is why I also sent numerous emails to the Boulder DA expressing my concerns about Rod Westmerland. They only responded with a general email that they send everyone and never asked me one question about my theory. Huh. Part 2. I will now take my theory as Rod Westmerland being the killer of Jonbenet Ramsey a step further. But before I do, I must say I am 100% sure that Rod Westmerland committed this crime. I know this because of all the information that I've learned over the years about the case, and I have tried to show everyone else as best as I could in the first part of my theory, so I don't want the second part of my theory in any way to take away from the validity of the first part of my theory. And that is, Rod Westmerland is the killer. The second part of my theory is based on a very strong gut feeling that I have and things that this person has said. And here is the second part of my theory. Once I finally determined Rod Westmerland's name, I thought to myself, if Rod Westmerland really killed Jonbenet, and if he is still alive, he is out there somewhere for his bird. And although he was so close to the crime before, during, and after it, after almost 10 years, no one has ever talked about him as a possible suspect. He is rarely even brought up in a casual way when people discuss the case. He is literally the forgotten suspect. So I thought he must be feeling really confident about himself that he was able to outsmart everyone for this long and avoid all public scrutiny. He would also want to know if somebody out there had figured him out and may have been talking about him as a possible suspect in the case. Since he was a financial manager, computers was his life. So he would most likely be on a computer, in particular Jonbenet Ramsey forums. Professor Michael Tracy isn't the only person who believes they have talked to the killer of Jonbenet Ramsey online. I also believe that I have communicated with Rod Westmerland online while he was trying to see if anyone was talking about him as a suspect, and I will be using these postings from who I believe to be Rod Westmerland himself and the killer of Jonbenet Ramsey to help me to show the possible motives for this crime and try to help explain the why in this crime. There is some information that this poster has revealed online that, if true, it is information that only the killer could know. It has some very revealing information that has never been made public. You will also see how this poster threatened to find out where I live and kick the expletive out of me and make me hold his target. Simply because I said that I believed Rod Westmerland killed Jonbenet and that I believed this poster was Rod Westmerland. And that I should tell this to the Boulder DA, and you will see where the poster pretty much dares the Boulder DA to try and come after him. The plot is really thickening here. As I stated before, my sole purpose for going into the Jonbenet Ramsey forums was to find Rod Westmerland and to help confirm all of my beliefs about him in this case. So everything I said inside of the forums was well thought out. Sometimes I would take a whole day to respond just to be sure that I said the right things. And everything this poster said was made from pure emotions. Even my screen name had a purpose, Under the Radar. And the very first discussion thread I began in the forum was titled, He's Been Under the Radar for Almost 10 Years. I knew that if he were out there, that title would get his attention before it would get anyone else's. So my plan of attack was to get his attention, then once I found someone who could possibly be him, begin by treating them nicely and at the same time not giving out too much information about my suspect, just dropping little hints here and there. I did not reveal Rod Westmerland's name at first. This poster was actually the first person to name Rod Westmerland by name in the forum. Once I determined that this poster could very well be him, I wanted to try and get him angry, and the way I would get him angry is by talking as bad as I could about Rod Westmerland, just pretty much trashing him. And see how personally this poster would take that. And once I saw that he failed that test also, I wanted to see if he would actually cross the line and threaten me with bodily harm just by accusing him of being Rod Westmerland and saying that I predicted he would be online trying to see who may be talking about him as a suspect, and that I should tell the Boulder DA this information. Now that I have set the context of the posting between myself and who I believe to be Rod Westmerland, I will now show you some examples of the postings and some of the eerie things this person says in the forum. And I know that you may have your doubts about this poster really being Rod Westmerland. I don't blame you, because I would have my doubts also. So to deal with that huge obstacle that I have in front of me, I will jump right to the chase. I will show you a posting that this poster made before I even began to post in the forum that shows you some possible information that only the killer could know. I hope this can get your attention. Remember, my screen name is Under the Radar, and this poster's screen name is Autumn. Autumn claims to be a woman. This is a very public discussion forum. Question. When the author of the ransom says, your daughter will be beheaded, did you ever stop to think to yourself, by what means is this person thinking about beheading her? Me neither. That is, until I read a posting by Autumn, a posting that, again, he posted before I arrived in the forum or just after I arrived there. Back when he was free to talk, and talk is what he did, and here's an excerpt from the post. The discussion was titled, What Would You Ask the Parents? And here's a very, very interesting question that Autumn would love to ask John and Patsy Ramsey. Autumn wrote, I would ask if either of them, the parents, can account for the evidence that was removed from the house with the body of their daughter, especially the wire that was found in the basement near the body. If they knew anything about a cutter type of garrote that is made with wire and could be used to decapitate a small child, how was Jonbenet cleaned up after a bedwetting? Autumn just says something about asking the parents to account for evidence that was removed from the house with their daughter's body, especially a cutter or type of garrote. After all of my years of research, this is the first time that I have ever heard of a second possible murder weapon being collected from the crime scene. If there were another murder weapon, in particular another garrote collected from the crime scene, and it had been made public by the Boulder DA, I'm sure that I would have been all over the news by now. But the only weapon collected from the crime scene that has ever been made public to this point is the garrote with the rope. But Autumn is saying there was a cutter also removed from the crime scene. For those of you who do not know what a cutter is, I can't blame you for that because I didn't know what it was either. But I looked it up on the internet, and a cutter is a type of garrote, but it is more deadlier and lethal type of garrote, whereas the normal garrote is made from ropes, like the one that was used on Jonbenet Ramsey, and is mostly meant to strangle and cut off the airways. A cutter is made of a thin metal, like a guitar string or piano string, and it actually cuts into the skin and can actually decapitate a small child, just like Autumn said. And that would explain the means as to how the author planned on decapitating Jonbenet. With a cutter, I took the extra step to find the actual evidence list that was released to the public by the Boulder DA. And on that list, there are two pieces of evidence that refer to some wire that were collected. Wire near body, 7 kky, wire tied in knot, 5 bah. How does Autumn assume from those two pieces of evidence that it was a cutter is beyond me. And something else that is very curious about this comment is this. When he asked the question to the Ramseys, and he says that he wants them to account for the wire that was removed from the house with their daughter's body, what does he mean by account for it? The wire has been accounted for already. You see it right there on the evidence list. Does he really mean why hasn't the wire been accounted for as a weapon publicly yet? It seems like it is something that he's proud of and is somewhat upset that hasn't been made public yet, just a wire. This is just a strong gut feeling, but someone should ask the Boulder DA if a cutter was found at the crime scene and what they say. I believe they may have more information that has never been released publicly for reasons such as this, in case the real killer comes along and says something that has never been said publicly. Here is a copy of the actual text by Autumn, including all the questions that he would like to ask the Ramseys. April 15, 2006. So what are the questions you would ask the parents, which is the title of this particular thread? What questions would you ask them to remove any doubt that you had that they might know more about this than they say they do? 1, I would ask for guest lists of the parties they attended in the 3 months preceding the crime. 2, I would ask for the mailing lists of their 95 and 96 Christmas newsletters. 3, if they believe the article that appeared in the newspaper less than 6 days before Jonbenet's murder about Access reaching the $1 billion mark had something to do with this crime. 4, how often did they take Jonbenet to the park in their neighborhood? This question pertains to a janitor of the park that was accused of peeping in on people in the women's bathroom. That's the first I've heard of that. 5, if Jonbenet was allowed to go to the restroom by herself in public. 6, if they ever saw signs of inappropriate conduct regarding Jonbenet. 7, what forms of discipline they used regarding their children. 8, on average in a week, how often the children were in need of discipline. 9, I would ask both of the Ramseys if anyone had shown any flirtation towards either of them in the preceding 6 months before the murder, or if either of them noticed the other being flirted with, and how those advances were rebuffed. 10, I would ask them for a list of people that had access to their house that smoked. 11, if anyone that normally would attend parties given by or for the Ramseys had been accidentally or purposely left off any guest list or the mailing lists due to failing friendship, person no longer employed by the Ramseys, etc. That's a pretty good question. 12, how were people invited to the Ramseys social circle, and was anyone trying really hard to get in? Also a pretty good question. 13, how were people invited to specific parties or gatherings given by the Ramseys, and who did the inviting? 12, if they had a phone jack in the basement or outside the house, since the December 23rd 911 hang-up call could have been placed to establish police response time to the house. 13, if they had ever heard of a garrote before this crime, and if so, did they know that it is used in some countries as an execution device, and is also depicted in the U.S. Navy's World War II hand-to-hand combat manual for naval aviators, the famous V5 manual, and the U.S. Army's Field Manual 21-150, marked December 1971. 14. If thinking about the above answer brings anyone to mind that may have knowledge for using or making the device. 15, if either of them knew that the garrote is also studied in regards to martial arts, and if knowing this information brings up memories of anything or anyone concerning martial arts or personal self-defense. 16, I would ask if either of them can account for the evidence that was removed from the house with the body of their daughter, especially the wire that was found in the basement near the body. 17, if they knew anything about a cutter type of garrote that is made with wire and could be used to decapitate a small child. 18, how was Jonbenet cleaned up after a bedwetting episode? 19, I would ask Mrs. Ramsey why she didn't make Jonbenet go to the bathroom before tucking her in on Christmas night, even though she knew they were going to be rushed for time, and logic says she wouldn't have wanted to take extra time in the morning to clean up a bedwetting episode. April 15, 2006. 20. When you got the letter from Santa Bill about his illness, did you respond to it? And if so, how did you respond? 21. Did you give out Christmas presents to your maid, your mailman, Santa Bill, etc.? And if so, what were those gifts? 22. Did you pay Santa Bill for attending your party even though he had said he would do it for free? 23. Who received a men's scarf from you as a present? 24. Have all those scars been accounted for? 25. How intimately do you think this killer knew your family before the crime? 26. How long and how often before this crime do you believe the killer was in your house? 27. Did you ever have the feeling that something seemed out of place in the house, or you couldn't find something after you were sure you had left it in a specific place? 28. Did your children ever complain about their things missing or ending up in weird places? These questions are weird. It's almost getting like to a paranormal vibe here. 29, I would ask them to make a list of every person or company that has delivered to or worked on their houses. 30, finally, I would ask them if they could go back to that morning when the note was found. Knowing how this case has turned out so far, what, if anything, would they do differently? Wow, that's also a kind of a creepy question as well. Is he trying to insinuate here that they shouldn't call the police? Okay. Back to Under the Radar's post here. Now I will talk about this killer's motives. Why would Ron Westmerland, John Ramsey's close friend of 20 years, a wealthy guy himself, want to commit a crime like this against John Ramsey and kill Jonbenet? Since I was not there that day and have never met either John Ramsey or Rod Westmerland, I can only theorize as to all of the reasons this crime occurred. And here's what I theorized happened, and I will use postings from Autumn to try and confirm my theory. The very first motive for this crime begins with inside of the killer. This person is just a sick, diabolical, controlling, and manipulating type of person who is susceptible to committing a crime like this. Then from there, I believe the other motives are jealousy, greed, and anger. Because the ransom note tells us that someone was angry at John for something and wanted to get back at him and knock him off his pedestal. This killer wanted to take something away from John and be around to watch him suffer. Because even though the ransom note was directed at John, the killer killed Jonbenet. Why didn't he just kill John? It's because he wanted to take something away from John, I believe, and John did indeed fall off his pedestal, just as this killer had planned. Listen to how Autumn/Rod Westmerland describes the killer of Jonbenet and how he committed this crime. This post, April 13th, 2006. By Autumn. Personally, I see this killer as an organized offender who staged this crime scene to look like an unorganized offender committed it. I don't believe someone who was as comfortable in that house as the Ramseys would have missed the opportunity to leave clues in other places throughout the house. This killer was worried about being caught and kept his crime in an area that had numerous exits, except for the second floor, which he removed the child from, and the basement, which only had one. But leaving the ransom note with such a paltry amount for the owner of $1 billion company should have ensured him enough time to get out that window and escape before the Ramseys even expected to hear from them about the delivery of the ransom money. Of course, the Ramseys didn't wait. They tried to get help and called 911, which may explain why the butler door, closes door to the basement, I believe, was found open when a Ramsey family friend arrived, even though Mr. Ramsey had checked the door himself earlier and found it to be secure. It was also near this door in the yard that an unidentified aluminum bat containing carpet fibers from the basement was found. I'm just guessing here, but couldn't the small knob on an aluminum baseball bat be what cracked Jonbenet's skull? We know there was no blood coming from her head wound, so you wouldn't find any on the bat, but carpet fibers from the bat say it was in the basement sometime prior to her death, and since the owner of that bat has never been identified, you have to wonder why it's there. Oh yeah, I do have one final question for you. Whose DNA is under Jonbenet Ramsey's fingernails and in her panties? Unknown male DNA is what the lab report says. I know it makes me wonder who else was with Jonbenet that night. Pretty interesting how the plot thickens when you look at the evidence instead of making up your mind based on other people's opinions. You all say you care about Jonbenet. Well, when I say quit hurting her case and her parents and start praying that the investigation of her murder continues until her killer or killers are caught, and that it happens before he takes another innocent life. I really hope I gave all of you some more to think about other than what the media mainstream reports say. And just to be perfectly clear, I have no connection to the Ramseys. I came to my conclusions based on the evidence. Parents definitely don't need a stun gun to get control of their own abused 6-year-old child, and if this fantasy child abuse has been going on for any length of time like you say it was, then common sense tells you that the parents already knew they didn't need a stun gun to get Jonbenet to do exactly what they wanted. So why use one as many times as it was used on her if it was just meant for staging? John Ramsey was raised in Michigan. He moved to Atlanta when he was around 30. Atlanta is where Rod Westmerland lives. When John Ramsey moved to Atlanta, he didn't have much money. He began his business by working out of his garage. I'm not sure of Rod Westmerland's status at the time when they first met. All I can say is that now he is a fat cat. So he was either broke like John, or he had more money than John. Either way, John eventually grew to have more wealth than Rod Westmerland, or at least became more famous. Rod Westmerland and John Ramsey were not lifelong friends, yet they were at a point in their lives where Rod Westmerland was in control of John Ramsey's billions of dollars. Also, just to clarify here, I'm not sure John Ramsey had billions of dollars. His company, Access Graphics, met a certain benchmark of $1 billion in sales. That doesn't mean that John Ramsey himself has billions of dollars liquid. He might, I don't know his, actually, let's look up his net worth at the time. Okay, so according to Wikipedia, his net worth was reported at $6.4 million. May 1st, 1996, prior to his daughter's murder. So this was before the $1 billion Access Graphics mark, so obviously he would have a lot more money. I don't know, that actually seems kind of low, though. Because he was named Entrepreneur of the Year by Boulder Chamber of Commerce. The company cleared over $1 billion, so that's supposedly net, not gross. And he's getting a $118,000 Christmas bonus. So how much money is he really? How much money does he really have on the books, off the books, with all these houses and boats or whatever he had? 6.4 seems kind of low, but still, you know, whatever. It seems like he did not have billions, though. Certainly not liquid. So he probably had maybe tens of millions at most, but Anyway, continuing on here with Under the Radar's assessment. Illustrated by the fact that Rod Westmerland was the very first person John Ramsey called to arrange the ransom money after finding the ransom note. A friend of yours of 20 years, but not a lifelong friend, is now in control of your billions of dollar investments. That is a bad combination. This relationship is susceptible to jealousy and envy and greed. Also, counterpoint here, that depends, because what was Rod Westmerland's net worth? Because if he's managing all these different people's money, he might be doing quite well for himself as well. So Rod Westmerland actually has a listing in Forbes, Merrill Private Wealth Management, Atlanta, Georgia, and he's ranked 2021. He's ranked number 8, America's Top Wealth Advisors, number 1, Forbes Best in State Wealth Advisors 2021. Rod started his wealth management career in 1978. The entire tenure has been with Merrill Lynch in Atlanta. He is focused on servicing the complete needs of current and former private business owners, C-suite executives, and their families. He's also a member of Alexander Tharp Fund Board of Directors for Georgia Tech Athletic Association, past board member for Atlantic Chamber Players, member of the Board of Trustees for the High Museum of Art, where he is actively involved in the annual wine collection. Additionally, Rod belongs to the Capital City Club, Sea Island Country Club, and Atlanta Tastevin. Rod served in the Navy for 5 years as a Supply Corps officer after graduating from the Georgia Institute of Technology on an ROTC scholarship. Rod is married and has 2 children. Wow, is there a possible connection to John Ramsey and Rod Westmerland through the Navy? Huh. Anyway, he seems to have done, he's got a lot of industry recognition here. Chosen number 3 private wealth management team nationally by Barron's top 50 private wealth management teams in 2020. Named to Barron's America's top 100 financial advisors for the 14th consecutive year in 2020. Chosen number 1 advisor in Georgia by Barron's top 1,200 financial advisors for the 12th consecutive year in 2020. Top 10 advisor in the country by Forbes' top 250 wealth advisors for the 5th consecutive year in 2020. Number 1 Georgia Best in State, 3rd consecutive year. Financial Times top 400 advisors in 2020 for 8th consecutive year. It is curious. Most of all these accolades are happening around 2004 and onward. So in 1996, it's curious that he obviously didn't have this level of recognition. And those into the dark conspiracies, if he's part of some kind of Illuminati web, was this ticket to the big show? Was he involved in some of these crazy parties or etc.? Again, I'm not alleging that he was or he wasn't. It's just, it's weird. It's definitely weird. I couldn't find a net worth on him. But it says here, minimum account size for business is $10 million. Typical size of household accounts, $10 to $75 million is what Rod Westmerland manages, according to MDJ Online. So, yeah, he's definitely got some big-time clients. Now, whether or not he was in the league of John Ramsey... But, again, we don't know any of the personal details of their relationship, so all of this is, of course, conjecture. Continuing on here, in these next postings from Autumn, you will now learn how much banking and financial management experience he has and how much knowledge he has of John's banking, things that Rod Westmerland would know. The first part is my comments, then Autumn responding to my comments. June 23rd, 2006. Okay, we can go back and forth as far as the weight of the money being too heavy or not. The fact of the matter is that until we can actually have $1 million cash in front of us, which I hope happens soon, we truly can't tell either way. But I believe the weight is only half the problem. I have to refer back to another one of Autumn's previous postings when Autumn said, and Autumn seems to know a great deal of banking by the posting, that to get $1 million in cash in one day without calling the police for help would take a monumental effort. And a financial manager would know that, right, Autumn? Because, like Autumn said, just getting $118,000 in cash would take a lot of work. So I believe the problem was twofold. First, the amount of effort it would take to get $1 million in cash in such short notice, plus the weight of the money to be able to lug it around. Let me know what you think. Yes, $1 million cash withdrawal from the bank would take way too much time and could not be carried out without numerous questions being raised. Neither amount could be handled by just a teller, and either amount would make the bank manager highly suspicious, meaning that he would most likely make a call to his superiors or local authorities, who would notify the FBI of a possible crime in progress. Banks are educated in these types of situations and are taught to seek outside assistance when they become suspicious that a crime may be occurring. A financial manager would know that getting any large amount of cash from the bank quickly would cause alarm bells to go off at the bank and impede a speedy delivery of the money. That's probably why when he was contacted by John Ramsey about the money, Rod went to Visa and not a bank to secure the cash ransom demanded. Oh, that is curious. That actually does make sense. That is very, very interesting. Huh. Okay, Autumn's comments here. Although it is not impossible to withdraw $118,000 from a bank account in cash. Also, here in the comments, Autumn is writing 118,000.00 from a bank account in cash. It is a pain in the ass. First, you go into the bank and request the money. Then you have to fill out paperwork so the bank can inform the IRS, since anything over 10,000, again, .00, for the cents, going in or out of your account needs to be reported to them. Then the bank will usually try to get you to take a cashier's check for the withdrawal amount. Secondly, people with large incomes usually invest the money and don't leave it sitting in a bank that is only FDI insured for $100,000 per account, also .00. So asking for the extra $18,000.00 could have given the killer more time to get away if the plan was to destroy John's life by killing his daughter and not really about the ransom money. Thirdly, most banks will honor the withdrawal with their available cash on hand, although they may need to write a cashier's check to be cashed at another one of their branches, if the amount of the withdrawal cannot be obtained at their branch. Some banks do require a notice of some sort, and will make the money available by the next business day, which the ransom note seemed to give enough time for, since I believe the note was intended to be found on the 26th, which to me means the call from the kidnappers would have come on the 27th, one full banking day from when the note was found to when the call would come. This comment by Autumn helped to answer a question I had for a long time, and that was, what did the author mean when he told John, "I will call you tomorrow between 8 and 10 a.m. When the author says tomorrow, did he mean the 26th or the 27th? Autumn just cleared that up. The author meant December 27th because, as Autumn just stated, John Ramsey would not have had enough time to get that amount of money from the bank that opens at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. It would possibly take more time than that. And the author of the note also tells John to be well rested. Well, if he meant the 26th, there would be no time at all for any rest. But if he meant the 27th, then yes, he would have time to rest. Autumn's comments. Actually, the amount of the Christmas bonus was listed on all of John's 1996 pay stubs, starting in February, which I have heard were kept in John's study, so anyone with access to his study could have obtained that information. Under the radar's analysis here, it was listed on all of John's 96 pay stubs starting in November. How does Autumn supposedly know these specifics? Huh. Autumn's comments. I'm of the opinion that the note was rewritten at the Ramsey's house based on the fact that the paper and pen used were found at the scene. Huh, that's very possible. I have also wondered if the amount of the ransom could have been changed after the kidnapper saw one of John's pay stubs in his study. Maybe he figured it was only a bonus to John, so he would be willing to give it up without involving police. Huh. The same thing I figured. It was a bonus, so John would have no problem in giving it up. Here's a few more postings by Autumn that I found very interesting. June 20th, 2006. Devil Dog wrote, "My first post is in regards to this topic question, and Autumn, where did you go to boot? Semper Fi, Ooh, rah, devil dog, I went to boot at PI in SC. Are you from PI too, or Smiles? Are you a Hollywood Marine? The answer to your first question is yes. Do you know the case? Semper Fidelis. Here's the first time Autumn lets us know that he is former military. A Garrett is also a military weapon. Her death is so brutal, it seems like there is such a personal hatred towards her, or maybe just the killer's image of her. Her method of death doesn't seem to be directed at her father unless they were trying to behead her with the Garrett. But I really don't think killing her was in the original plan, since the murder weapon was made at the scene and not brought in with them. The ransom demand seems like it was meant for John, but then it looks like the perfect plan escalated into something the killer couldn't control. And from the content in the ransom note, we know the writer likes to seem like they are in complete control of their surroundings, even if those surroundings are in someone else's house. This killer is also sadistic and may get sexual or other pleasure by inflicting pain on others. It would have taken a pretty long time for the Garrett to kill Jonbenet, and he could have stopped at any of the numerous twists along the way, but he didn't. He went to the very end until he couldn't twist anymore. The suffering that was inflicted on such a beautiful, innocent, tiny little girl by this monster haunts me. I just can't get it out of my head. Why would anyone? How could anyone? Why can't we find him? Where is he? Is he hurting someone else? Will Jonbenet ever have justice? If the answer to the last question is no, then I hope that her killer or killers have already died horrible, painful deaths. Much, much worse than this one. So Autumn is haunted by the death of Jonbenet Ramsey. I really don't see Rod as the killer if this is who you are alluding to. Maybe he could have hired someone, but he has a really good alibi for the time of the crime. Could be someone connected to both John and Rod, though. Autumn is saying here in one of our earlier exchanges that he does not believe Rod to be the killer, but he does implicate Rod Westmerland indirectly by saying that he could have hired someone to do it. This is very important to remember because at this point, Autumn is saying himself that although Rod Westmerland may not have directly killed Jonbenet, rather he could have killed her indirectly. So he's not totally ruling out Rod's guilt at this point early on. John Ramsey hadn't made a political contribution since 1994, I believe, so maybe this has something to do with someone who felt betrayed by John because he didn't contribute to this person's cause, or it could just be a jealousy over the Ramseys' lifestyle. The ransom note is demanding and shows a lot of disdain for John. It also seems to depersonalize Jonbenet like she is a possession instead of a person. So material possessions and power would seem to motivate this person. Maybe 118.000 would have been all that was needed to help this person gain something important to him, but he couldn't convince John to go along with it. I really don't think the BP went far enough back in John's past because I think the ransom note intentionally put the focus on Atlanta instead of possibly Michigan, where John grew up and attended college. It could also be someone from his military past, since garroting is in the December issue of a Navy training manual when I believe John was still enlisted. I see this as a game of Clue. So many suspects, weapons, and possible motives, all inexplicably tainted by an inexperienced police force. If we could only find a match for the DNA, which to me wouldn't be such a big deal if the same male DNA hadn't been collected from both her panties and under her fingernails, because I believe with all my heart that Jonbenet fought hard for her life and got a piece of her killer before she died. This crime was like a game of Clue to the killer, and I agree this case is not about a pedophile such as John Carr. This case is about a diabolical killer who likes to make a game out of killing. Here's some more insight from Autumn about John Ramsey and Rod Westmerland's relationship. May 10th, 2006. Yes, but I don't think the writer thought that John thought he was a big shot. John knew that Rod was a fat cat. He wouldn't have to tell him in a note. He didn't tell John Ramsey in the note that Rod was a fat cat. What he was doing in the note was trying to say something to John to try and stick it to him. And at the same time, he was reminding John of his own status as a fat cat, not realizing the importance of the comment. And here's Autumn's attempt to try and convince me that Rod Westmerland has already been checked out. May 10, 2006, his whereabouts were checked along with all flight records. So unless he walked to Boulder, killed Jonbenet, and then walked back to Atlanta to receive the call from John that morning, it wasn't him. Here's an important submission from Autumn. May 10, 2006, having to say you're not the only fat cat around implies that the writer considers himself a fat cat, although John doesn't consider him one. It also doesn't mention the Atlanta fat cats specifically. Rod is a recognized fat cat here in Atlanta, so there would be no reason for him to make that statement to John of all people. He has just acknowledged that he at least knows of Rod Westmerland being recognized as a fat cat, and acknowledges that he also lives in Atlanta. But in one of the more heated exchanges when I began to accuse Autumn of being Rod Westmerland, look at what he now says. I don't know where you got the idea that I lived in Atlanta or that I knew Rod or the Ramseys personally, but go ahead with your delusion if it makes you happy. July 14, 2006. Once I had determined that the person who I'd been communicating with for the past 4 months or so was most likely Rod Westmerland, the person that I came searching for, I knew one of the best ways that I can confirm for sure if it was really him was to put it out for everyone in the forum to see for themselves. I was now going to accuse Autumn of being Rod Westmerland and threaten to tell the Boulder DA about the connections between Autumn, who claims to be a woman, and Rod Westmerland, and wait to see Autumn's reaction to that. If Autumn is truly not Westmerland and is really a woman as she says, she wouldn't have anything to be worried about. But if it really is Westmerland, then this response should be good, and here are some of those final exchanges between us. July 13, 2006. Under Call the Boulder DA. Tell them you're a reporter and that you recently received information from a protected source that you choose not to name that Rod may have been involved in the murder. Some might say, well, if Autumn really is Westmerland, then why did he just tell you? So that was the post there. Some might say, well, if Autumn really is Rod Westmerland, then why did he just tell you to call the Boulder DA and tell them? To that I will say, well, yeah, he did tell me to go to the Boulder DA and tell them, but look at the false circumstance he set up for me to go to them. As a reporter, I say it was all a bluff to shut me up. Ask them if they can confirm or deny that he is a suspect. Ask them if he submitted handwriting and DNA samples and see if his alibi was checked out. Then tell them what you think. We don't get it, but maybe they will. All you can do is try. Obviously, it's very important to you to get the word out, but telling us isn't going to resolve anything for you. So make the call. You will feel better. Honestly, if I felt as strongly as you do about a suspect, I would have made the call a long time ago. You've got nothing to lose, right? All they can say is no, but at least you tried. Good luck. That was the post by Autumn. Wow, that is curious. Huh. Under the Radar said, thanks for the advice, Autumn. I will consider it, that's for sure. Now I have some advice for you, Autumn. Stop defending Rod Westmerland, because every time I have something bad to say about him, you are the very first person who always comes to his defense. I am really starting to believe that you are Rod Westmerland. Let's see what we know about Autumn. I know you say that you're a woman, but I would have to see you in person to believe that. You're from Atlanta, just like Rod Westmerland. You have a background in banking or financial management that I can tell from your prior postings, just like Rod Westmerland. You even claim to know Rod Westmerland personally, and you seem to know some of the most intimate details about the Ramseys and the case, just like Ron Westmerland would. And again, you will defend Rod Westmerland with every ounce of blood, sweat, and tears in your body. Maybe I should take your advice a step further. If you aren't Rod Westmerland, then you shouldn't have anything to worry about. But maybe I should call the Boulder DA and tell them that not only am I sure that Rod Westmerland committed this crime, but I am sure that he is in the Topics.net forums posting as Autumn, trying to determine if anyone is chatting about him as a possible suspect, just as I suspected he would be doing. Maybe you should subpoena Autumn's postings and determine if it really is Rod Westmerland, because Autumn has revealed some very incriminating evidence in prior postings that would help build their case. So don't stop posting now, Autumn. Just keep running your mouth and telling everyone in this forum just how informed you are about the case. Keep it flowing, Autumn. Please don't stop now, because then I will know for sure that you have just been spooked by my recommendation to the Boulder DA Rodney. And don't change screen names, because I will know who you are. You're just as quick to defend the middleman in the money transaction, Rod Westmerland. Tell Rod Westmerland when you see him that he is nothing, and I wish for the day when I come face to face with him, because I would spit in his face and dare him to do something about it. That coward. Tell him I said that he is nothing but a pathetic child killer, and I hope his cellmate finds out that he killed a little girl. And please don't stop posting on him, just keep on talking, because as far as I'm concerned, it's just more evidence of Rodney's guilt. You may not know this, but every time you post something, Autumn, it helps me. And if you now change your behavior, I will call you out on it and expose you for who you really are, Rod Westmerland, just as I predicted. You think you're so smart, I think you are so predictable. So I will be telling the Boulder DA exactly where to find the child killer. How about turning your good friend Rod Westmerland in, and maybe it will make you feel better, maybe it will help you get some sleep at night. My mind is clear, is yours. Do you have a lot of guilt on your mind? Have you ever heard that saying, one who solves crimes has a clear mind, one who commits crimes does not? Thus comes the sleepless nights, Autumn. Can you give us more insight about Rod Westmerland himself? Did he ever serve in the military? How old is he? Does he have kids? Is he and John Ramsey still close friends? Anything else you can offer about Rod Westmerland would be great, Autumn. Wow, here's another post by Autumn. I have security clearance so high that the Boulder DA can't even see my jacket. So you go right ahead and make yourself look even more ridiculous than everyone on here already thinks you are. Huh. Wow, that's an interesting challenge to Under the Radar. Let's see what Under the Radar thinks about this. Autumn now makes a direct challenge to the Boulder DA to even try to see his military jacket or files. If Autumn is a woman and not Rod Westmerland, who is a man, then why would the investigation even need to get that far? I wonder if the FBI can see his military jacket. After all, he would have crossed state lines to commit this crime. He then sends me another subliminal threat of bodily harm. July 14, 2006. So, other posts here. Foxel Oxy wrote, would anyone like a side of fries with their plate of paranoia? No expletive. I thought it was a nice post. How anyone could take it any other way is beyond me, but leave it to Under to feel persecuted by a show of friendly supportive advice. I did feel sorry for him. Now I just want to hold my target, LOL. He wants me to hold his target. That is a very diabolical thought. Just like the diabolical killer that killed Jonbenet Ramsey. And I got the death threat that I was looking for just to shut me up. And I was now convinced that Autumn was Rod Westmerland in the forums listening to the chatter to see if anyone was talking about him as a suspect in the case, just as I predicted. And at that point, or shortly thereafter, I terminated all communications with Autumn, and Autumn quit posting for a while after those communications. Autumn has since returned to the forum and is now saying that he believes John Carr is guilty. I bet he does. It would actually be an about face for Autumn because early on, before Carr was arrested, his own comments state that this case is not about a pedophile because a pedophile would not leave a note. He stated that this killer was very familiar with the family, yet John Carr is a pedophile and does not know the family. Allegedly. So if Autumn is ever investigated and it turns out to be Rod Westmerland, then that would be overwhelming proof of his guilt because he said some pretty incriminating statements in the forum, and it would again validate my theory. Part 3, as I stated in the beginning of Part 2, I don't want Part 3 to minimize or discount in any way Part 1 of my theory, and that is Rod Westmerland committed this crime. Part 3 is similar to Part 2, a very strong gut feeling that I have, and I get that feeling because of eerie similarities between the notes left at both crime scenes. One of the profiles that I have of the killer of Jonbenet Ramsey is that he does not only like to kill, but he enjoys killing. Is there a distinction there? He likes to make a game out of killing. He likes to see his handiwork on TV. But at the same time, he is a fat cat, and a fat cat has a lot to lose. So he wants to do everything he can not to get caught. He is controlling and manipulating and wants to control everything. With that said, it has now been almost 10 years since the Jonbenet Ramsey murder. And if this killer really enjoys killing, as much as I believe he does, surely he would have killed again by now in a similar high-profile way. Well, I have a strong feeling that he has indeed killed again in a high-profile way. The still bizarre, unsolved mystery of the pizza bomber Brian Wells case. The reason I say that is because the notes left with Brian Wells are just too similar to the Jonbenet notes to be excused. Although the letters were written almost 7 years apart and the Jonbenet notes were purposely written sloppy, perhaps by someone wearing gloves, the Brian Wells notes were very neatly written, almost as if they were typed, like the killer writes the notes in the comfort of his own home. But they used the same letter formations, words, and phrases. They were both written with the same tone by the same controlling and manipulative type person. If the Boulder DA believes that John Carr's high school yearbook revealed similarities in the handwritings from the ransom note, then someone needs to show them the instructional type notes that were left with Brian Wells. There are many more similarities between those two notes. Okay, for those that don't know about the Brian Wells case, I am not sure where Under the Radar is going with this, but this is quite a crazy case. Here's the breakdown. Brian Douglas Wells, born November 15th, 1956, died August 28th, 2003, was an American pizza delivery man who was murdered during a complex plot involving a bank robbery, a scavenger hunt, and a homemade explosive device near his hometown of Erie, Pennsylvania. Following an attempt to rob a PNC bank and while surrounded by police, Wells was murdered when an explosive collar locked to his neck detonated. It is known as the collar bomb or pizza bomber case. The incident was shown live on television. Wells's involvement in the plot is a matter of controversy. Investigators concluded, and a federal prosecutor's indictment alleged Wells was a knowing participant in the bank robbery, but was told the bomb was fake and did not know his co-conspirators intended for him to die. Wells's family said he was not a willing participant in the incident. The multiple aspects of the crime meant the FBI led an investigative task force in conjunction with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives and the Pennsylvania State Police. It is the only crime of its kind. CNN described it as one of the most complicated and bizarre crimes in the annals of the FBI. The incident has gained extensive coverage in mass media, including the 2018 Netflix series Evil Genius. A federal grand jury indicted Marjorie Deal Armstrong and Kenneth Barnes on charges of bank robbery, conspiracy, and weapons charges. Fellow co-conspirator William Bill Rothstein had died, and his roommate Floyd Stockton was given immunity from prosecution so he could testify against Deal Armstrong. In 2008, U.S. District Judge Sean J. McLaughlin sentenced Barnes to 45 years in federal prison. 2 years later, Deal Armstrong was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Biography: Brian Wells was born in Warren, Pennsylvania to Rose and Harold Wells, the latter of whom was a Korean War veteran. In 1973, when Wells was a 16-year-old sophomore, he dropped out of Erie's East High School and went to work as a mechanic. Conspirators. At Kenneth Barnes' home, he, Marjorie Deal Armstrong, and William Rothstein discussed ways they could make money. Deal Armstrong suggested Barnes kill her father, Harold Deal, so that she would receive an inheritance. Barnes told her he was willing to do this for $200,000, equivalent to $281,368 in 2020. The collar bomb bank robbery plot was hatched to obtain enough money to pay Barnes to kill Deal Armstrong's father. How much was the inheritance going to be? Wow. In return for a reduced sentence, Barnes later told investigators Deal Armstrong was the mastermind of the crime and that she wanted the money to pay Barnes to kill her father, who she believed was wasting her inheritance. Wait a second. The inheritance was the guy's money, so he's not allowed to use it as he sees fit. He needs to be killed in order for her to get it. Interesting. Deal Armstrong, Barnes, and Rothstein seem to have issues with compulsive hoarding. Marjorie Eleanor Marge Deal Armstrong, born February 26, 1949, died April 4, 2017, had a history of suffering from multiple mental illnesses, including bipolar disorder, since her early teens, and seems to have been a serial killer. Before her mental health deteriorated in her 20s, Deal Armstrong was an exemplary student in high school and earned a master's degree from Gannon College. In 1984, she shot her boyfriend, Robert Thomas, 6 times as he lay on the couch, but was acquitted on claims of self-defense. Her husband and several other partners also died under suspicious circumstances. Neil Armstrong died from breast cancer in prison April 4th, 2017 at the age of 68. Kenneth Barnes, unknown birthday. It just says he was born in 1954. The FBI couldn't even nail down this guy's birthday or even birth month. Not even a month. 1954, died June 20th, 2019, was a retired television repairman, crack dealer, and Neil Armstrong's fishing buddy. He suffered from diabetes and died in prison June 20th, 2019 at the age of 64 or 65, since they don't know when he was born. William Ansel Bill Rothstein, January 17th, 1944, was when he was born, July 30th, 2004, when he died. Dated Neil Armstrong in the late 60s and early 70s, he was implicated in a 1977 murder after he gave a handgun to a friend who used it to murder a romantic rival. He later attempted to destroy the weapon, but was granted immunity from prosecution in exchange for his testimony. Rothstein was a handyman and a part-time shop teacher and was part of a group called the Fractured Intellectuals, intelligent people who were not well adjusted. Rothstein was admitted to the Mill Creek Community Hospital on July 23, 2004, having previously been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, showing diffuse large cell-type myeloproliferative lymphoma, and died on July 30th that year at the age of 60. Floyd Arthur J. Stockton Jr., born 1947, also no birth date, not even a birth month, is a convicted rapist of a disabled teenager. Stockton lived as a fugitive at Rothstein's house. He was granted immunity for his testimony against Neil Armstrong, but was never called to testify in court due to illness. Okay, this guy was a convicted rapist of a disabled teenager. Why are they granting him immunity? That's messed up. Conspirators' connection to Wells. Immediately after his death, investigators searched Wells's house and found a list of people he knew, including 2 prostitutes unknown to other members of his family. One of the prostitutes he frequented, Jessica Hoopsick, knew Kenneth Barnes, who dealt crack and whose house was used by sex workers. Wells as conspirator. According to law enforcement reports, Wells participated in the planning of the bank robbery the day before and was aware of the complex plot, although he believed the bomb would be fake and would serve as an alibi if he was caught. According to an FBI affidavit, 2 witnesses confirmed that Wells talked about the robbery about a month before it occurred. Wells was seen leaving Rothstein's house the day before the incident, and investigators believe he participated in a rehearsal. It was believed Wells was killed to reduce the number of witnesses. Family and friends of Wells dispute his involvement in the bank robbery and his own death, according to them. Wells was accosted at gunpoint and forced to wear the bomb. And that's curious, too. If for whatever reason the FBI wanted to make him guilty, I mean, some money changing hands or some threats, be quite easy to come up with witnesses that could testify to Wells' involvement. The crime, the collar bomb. The bomb used in the killings consisted of a hinged collar that worked like a large handcuff to go around the neck. 4 keyholes that went under the chin and a rectangular section that contained 2 pipe bombs and 2 kitchen timers. 1 electronic timer hung down over the chest. The device had several decoys, such as unconnected wires, a toy cell phone, and stickers bearing deceptive warnings. Pizza delivery. Wells worked as a pizza delivery driver at the Mamma Mia's Pizzeria in Erie for 10 years before his death. Just after 1:30 p.m. on August 28, 2003, the pizzeria received a call from a payphone at a nearby gas station. The owner could not understand the customer and passed the phone to Wells, who received a call to deliver 2 pizzas to 8631 Peach Street, an address a few miles from the pizzeria. The address was the location of the transmitting tower of WSEE-TV at the end of a dirt road. According to law enforcement, upon arriving at the television tower, Wells found the plot had changed and learned the bomb was real. Wells' family disputes his account of the events at the television tower. According to them, Wells was accosted at gunpoint by strangers and forced to participate. The details of events at the tower that led to the bomb being attached to Wells' neck have never been firmly established, but evidence suggests there was a struggle and that Barnes, Neil Armstrong, Rothstein, and Stockton were all present at the time. In interviews by law enforcement, Stockton claimed to be the one to put the bomb around Wells' neck. When Wells discovered that the bomb was real, Barnes said a pistol was fired in order to force Wells' compliance, and witnesses confirm hearing a gunshot. After the bomb was applied, Wells was given a sophisticated homemade shotgun which had the appearance of an unusually shaped cane. Wells was instructed to claim that 3 black men had forced the bomb on him and were holding him as a hostage. Treasure hunt. Wells's corpse was found with 9 pages of lengthy handwritten instructions addressed to bomb hostage, telling him to rob the bank. The instructions also included a treasure hunt listing a series of strictly timed tasks of collecting keys that would delay detonation and eventually defuse the bomb. It also warned that Wells would be under constant surveillance and any attempt to contact authorities would result in the bomb's detonation. Act now, think later, or you will die was scribbled at the bottom of the instructions. Robbery. Wells was instructed to quietly enter the PNC Bank at Summit Town Center on Peach Street and give the teller an affixed note demanding $250,000 and to use his shotgun to threaten anyone who did not cooperate or attempt to flee. Upon entering the bank at around 2:30 p.m., Wells slid the note to a teller. The note stated that the bomb would explode in 15 minutes and that the full amount must be handed over within that time. The teller was unable to access the vault that quickly and gave Wells a bag containing $8,702, with which he exited the bank. At 2:38, a witness called 911 from the bank and reported a male leaving the bank with a bomb or something wrapped around his neck. This is the first known emergency call for the incident. According to the witnesses at the bank and surveillance footage, after entering the bank, Wells waited in line. When he reached the counter, he began sucking a lollipop. He appeared confident as he left the bank, swinging his cane gun and the bag of money like Charlie Chaplin, according to one witness. Arrest and death. Around 15 minutes after Wells left the bank, he had completed the first task of the treasure hunt. He was proceeding with the second task when police saw him standing outside his automobile and promptly arrested him, handcuffed him, and left him sitting on the ground in the parking lot. Wells said 3 unnamed black people had placed a bomb around his neck, provided him with a shotgun, and told him they would kill him unless he committed the robbery and completed several other tasks. The responding police officers did not attempt to disarm the device, instead focusing on clearing the immediate area of pedestrians and ensuring Wells could not detonate the device. The bomb squad was first called at 3:04 p.m. At least 30 minutes after the first 911 call from the bank and about 10 minutes after Wells was arrested. So they're just chilling for like 10 minutes with this guy having a bomb around his neck. That's weird. At 3:18, 3 minutes before the bomb squad arrived, the bomb detonated and blasted a fist-sized hole in Wells's chest, killing him in seconds. Traffic congested in the area delayed the bomb squad's arrival, but personnel from the ATF still considered their response appropriately quick. Aftermath. WJET-TV, an Erie ABC affiliate, broadcast the event live on the air, but did not show the moment of the detonation live due to a technical problem. Was that a coincidence that they just happened to have technical problems at the moment of the explosion? The station provided the footage to FBI investigators, ABC's head office, and sister station in Buffalo, New York. The footage was subsequently linked to a shock jock on DC 101, a radio station in Washington, D.C., who posted it on his website in December 2003. Although he subsequently removed the video at WJET-TV's request, by then it had been posted to numerous video sharing websites. Though the note claimed Wells would gain extra time by each key found, police later traveled the note's route and could not complete it in the allotted time, implying Wells would not have enough time to get the bomb defused. The collar of the bomb was still intact and Wells' body was decapitated so it could be retained. Death of Robert Panetti. The case also involved 2 further deaths linked to the conspirators. On August 31st, 2003, Wells' co-worker at the pizza store and its only other delivery driver, Robert Thomas Panetti, was found dead in his home after suffering a drug overdose. The murder of James Roden. On September 20th, 2003, Rothstein, who lived near the television tower, called police to inform them the body of a man, James Roden, was hidden in a freezer in a garage at his house. After he telephoned police, Rothstein wrote a suicide note indicating his planned death had nothing to do with Wells. Investigators do not believe Rothstein ever attempted suicide. Roden had been living with Diehl Armstrong for 10 years. In custody, Rothstein claimed Diehl Armstrong had murdered her then-boyfriend Roden with a 12-gauge shotgun during a dispute over money. Rothstein said she subsequently paid him $2,000 to hide the body and clean the crime scene at her house. In January 2005, Diehl Armstrong pleaded guilty but mentally ill to the murder of Roden and was sentenced to between 7 and 20 years in prison. She is believed to have killed Roden to prevent him from informing authorities about the robbery plot. Diehl Armstrong and Barnes charged. April 2005, Diehl Armstrong told a state trooper she had information about Wells's case, and after meeting with FBI agents, said she would tell them everything she knew if she was transferred from the Muncie Correctional Institution to a minimum security prison in Cambridge Springs. During a series of interviews, Diehl Armstrong admitted to providing the kitchen timers used for the bomb, stated Rothstein masterminded the plot, and that Wells had been directly involved in the plan. In late 2005, Barnes, who was still in jail on unrelated drug charges, was turned in by his brother-in-law after revealing the details of the crime to him. September 3rd, 2008, Barnes pleaded guilty to conspiring to rob a bank and to aiding and abetting. On December 3rd that year, he was sentenced to 45 years in prison by a federal judge in Erie for his role in the crime. July 2006, U.S. Attorney Mary Beth Buchanan announced Diehl Armstrong and Barnes had been charged with the crime, with Diehl Armstrong as the mastermind. The deceased Rothstein and Wells were named as unindicted co-conspirators. Buchanan stated Wells had been involved in the plot from the beginning, but that his co-conspirators fitted him with a real bomb that would have exploded even if it was removed. The Diehl Armstrong trial, July 29, 2008, U.S. District Court Judge Sean J. McLaughlin made an initial finding that Diehl Armstrong was mentally incompetent to stand trial due to a number of mental disorders, indicating this ruling would be reviewed after she had received a period of treatment in a mental hospital. Diehl Armstrong was then transferred for treatment to a federal mental health facility in Texas. On February 24, 2009, Judge McLaughlin scheduled a hearing for March 11, 2010 to determine whether Diehl Armstrong was now competent to stand trial. On September 9th, the judge determined she was now competent. In October 2010, Diehl Armstrong took the stand to testify on her own behalf as part of her defense. She asked for a change of venue, arguing extensive media coverage of the case prevented her from receiving a fair trial in Erie. Judge McLaughlin denied this request, noting while the allegations were unusual, the news coverage as a whole has been about as factual and objective as it could be under the circumstances. November 1st, 2010, Diehl Armstrong was convicted of armed bank robbery, conspiracy to commit armed bank robbery, and of using a destructive device in a crime. February 28, 2011, she was sentenced to life in prison to be served consecutively with the prison term imposed in 2005 for killing Roden. In November 2012, the Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit affirmed her conviction. January 2013, the U.S. Supreme Court denied her petition for certiorari, declining to hear her case. In December 2015, Diehl Armstrong lost her second appeal of her conviction. The Hoopsick confession. In 2018, Jessica Hoopsick admitted to her involvement in the plot. Melissa Chan of Time wrote, "Hoopsick says a conspirator approached her to find a gopher who could be scared into robbing a bank." In the 2018 documentary Evil Genius, Hoopsick identifies the conspirator as Barnes and alleges she recommended Wells, whom she described as a pushover. Admitting to setting up Wells in exchange for money and drugs, Hoopsick expressed regret for her role and said Wells had no advanced knowledge of the robbery. ATF agent Jason Wick, wow, if that guy's name was John Wick, that'd be interesting, stated Hoopsick was uncooperative in 2003 and that authorities always believed that she knew more about the case. However, Wick also expressed concern Hoopsick might not be a credible witness. Okay, so now that we've become familiar with the Wells case, let's continue on for Under the Radar's connection to Todd Westmerland. So this is Under the Radar's post here, August 28, 2003 in Erie, PA. At around 1 p.m., someone called Mamma Mia's Pizza, ordered a delivery of 2 pizzas to what turned out to be near a radio transmission tower, which shows that Brian Wells could not have been an intended target, because when you order a pizza, you never know who could show up. But Brian Wells was the one to show up. The next time he is seen was when he walked into the PNC Bank with a bomb strapped around his neck with a strange-looking device and notes instructing him on what to do, and some kind of homemade cane gun with one shot in it. The notes instructed him to go directly to the McDonald's across the street after getting the money. There would be more notes there for his further instructions. After that, he was to go next door to McDonald's and retrieve more instructions near the eyeglass world nearby. After that, he was to follow more instructions until he received his final delivery spot. This is where the police caught him and the TV cameras rolled as he was blown up on TV. After all of this planning that this diabolical killer put into this game-like crime, it should be obvious to everyone that this plan logically would not work. If you send someone to a bank to rob it, logic will tell you that if you really wanted to retrieve that money, you would order the victim away from the area as fast as possible. To send him directly across the street to McDonald's of all places, directly under the Golden Arches to retrieve his next set of instructions should tell you he's spending too much time near the bank and will get caught soon, especially with his pizza car. So it's like the killer wanted Brian to get caught just so he could blow him up on TV. Again, he likes to see his handiwork on TV. As the FBI has stated, someone just wanted to kill someone. And I agree, and at the same time make a game of it. The following are copies of the notes that were left with Brian Wells that day. Notice the similarities that I have spoke about. It seems to be an extension of the Jonbenet Ramsey notes. So here are the notes. Rules. 1. You must follow a course of instructions to find keys and combination codes to disarm bomb. Do not insert keys into keyholes until instructed. Some keyholes are booby-trapped to prevent tampering. 2. Drive 60 miles per hour throughout course. Coarse. 3. Use only 2 or 3 minutes at each stop. A sentry will be watching at each stop to ensure you are not being followed. 4. Bomb has tripwires. Forcing or tampering will detonate. 5. All weapons, papers, containers, tapes, etc. must be returned to us. Each item you find after dropping money has a key and/or combination word. You will need to decipher the combination. This will disarm some tripwires before you unlock. This procedure is to make sure you leave no materials behind. 1. McDonald's. Leave McDonald's from the rear and drive behind and around the side up Eyeglass's World. Stop at Peach Street. Important, you must get out and tie the orange tape, taped on the bomb case, around the fire hydrant at Peach Street to signal that you have the money and left the bank. 2. Go south on Peach Street, take Route 90 west for 2 miles. At Interchange 178, take 79 north for 2¼ miles. At Exit 180, pull to the side of the off-ramp and stop next to the yellow traffic light warning sign. Go directly across the grass to the right and into the woods. The container with the orange tape has your next instructions. Place all notes, containers, and tapes in the money bag and proceed. Police. If others alert police too soon, we will retaliate. Underlined. But you may still save bomb hostage. To do so, all police vehicles/aircraft must stand down and assemble all units at the specified location. Country Fair and Eyeglass World parking lots. No lights vehicles face away from the road. Light 3 flares and place next to fire hydrant at Eyeglass World to indicate full cooperation. Stop no traffic in Erie County during this time. All nearby units must gather at this location. For every 15 units we count, we will spare 1 retaliation target. You can be sure it is in our best interest to act upon and maintain our future credibility regarding these matters. Important, no surveillance aircraft. We must be allowed to continue or bomb hostage will die. After completion, this event must not be reported to the public by any media or other means. If officials discuss this case with any public or members of the press, we will retaliate. We have prepared an ambush for police vehicles that attempt to follow the bomb hostage. You can only protect the bomb hostage and everyone else by staying clear. Our team is in radio contact. If any of us is stopped or apprehended, the bomb will detonate. If bomb hostage is delayed for more than 10 minutes, he will not have enough time to continue. Our team has spent combined 7.5 years in prison perfecting this plan. Do not think you can outsmart us in less than 1 hour. Save bomb hostage and people targeted for retaliation by standing down. Bomb hostage must be alone and use no radios or cell phones. Do not follow. All units must go to specific location and stand down to allow bomb hostage to continue, then return alive. Interrupting his progress in any way will use up his delivery time and get him killed. Bomb cannot be disarmed. It has more than 10 tripwires and any of 3 timers will detonate it. They cannot be stopped. The only way is to remove it from the hostage and allow it to detonate in the safe area we have arranged. Attempting to open or remove the bomb will detonate it. It can only be removed by disarming the tripwires, then removing it with a combination and special keys. We cannot provide these if we are stopped or tracked. We have planned for dozens of contingencies to ensure we are not followed or tracked. Stopping or tracking any one of us or hostage will cause the rest of us to 1. Bomb and 2. Retaliate. Bomb hostage will be instructed how to filter and electronically screen for tracking/security devices. If found, he cannot deliver and then bomb will explode. Cooperate fully and no one will get hurt. Our enforcement policy. Wow, this is a lot of notes. Bomb hostage was provided with weapons to enforce cooperation. The bank now has the life of the bomb hostage, its customers and employees' safety, its reputation, and legal liability in its hands. Success option. You must assist bomb hostage and follow instructions exactly. Avoid outside involvement until the bomb hostage returns to turn himself in. This will save the bomb hostage and prevent 2. Retaliate. Greater complications will bring greater demands. To keep this simple, be smart. Failure option. If we have not returned to our apartment with the money demanded, the bomb hostage will die. Others involved will be dead or hurt. Your customers will be attacked, and the press and customers will condemn you. Attacks will continue until $1 million demands are met. The most certain way to fail us is to contact police prematurely. If we ever see/hear/smell police or aircraft, we will 1. Bomb. You must wait 1 hour after the bomb hostage returns to alert authorities, or we will 2. Retaliate. The press must not broadcast this event. Our descriptions or rewards must not be posted anywhere. No one must copy our method. Investigation must not cross state lines. These rules will be enforced with 2. Retaliate, which may also include members of the press and more. Time is running out, so don't be foolish. Total compliance is the only option that can be safely achieved. Knowing that the money is insured should make your choices clear. The troubleshooters. P.S. If any of you expletive up this robbery, it will be our life's mission to expletive up your lives. We have followed your customers and employees home. We know where your families live. It is most important that you wait until bomb hostage returns before calling police and provide as much money as you can to meet our demand. If vault is not being opened by now, you are using up bomb hostage's safety margin and may die. We may detonate the bomb if he spends much more than 20 minutes in bank. And there's plenty more. Bank manager, important. Go to vault now. Ensure all people remain quiet and calm. Prevent anyone from alarming authorities or contacting outside. Close bank. All people remain inside until complete. Act fast or bomb hostage time will be exhausted. We may detonate the bomb at any time if police are seen. Resistance will be met with the following. 1. Bomb. We will detonate the bomb with a cell phone or its timer will detonate in minutes if we don't receive our demands or any of us is obstructed. The bomb has more than 10 booby traps and can only be disarmed and removed by finding and following our instructions and keys. 2. Retaliate. To ensure money is delivered and a safe return to our apartment in 1 hour, Sentry number 3 has tracked several customers and employees. Sentry number 3, how many sentries are there? Has tracked several customers and employees from your bank to their homes. He will sniper or bomb their residence if we do not receive the money. We will then continue assaults until much greater demands, millions, are met. During that time, bank's reputation and revenue will decline as we notify the press that people are getting hurt because you did not cooperate. Use no ink bombs, markings, tracking, locating device, or any other security measures. We will screen for these, and if found, will make us detonate bomb. Defiance guarantees death and revenge. We are using scanners and other detection methods to verify the money is clear. Channels are monitored for police calls. We will detonate if the authorities are involved. Myself, wife, and partner are following sentries to ensure compliance. After receiving money, we will provide... So there's sentries, and then they're also following the sentries to make sure the sentries do their job. Is this too complicated for anybody yet? After receiving the money, we'll provide bomb hostage with the location of the final key and combination to disarm and remove bomb. Wait 1 hour after bomb hostage returns to contact police, or we will 1. Bomb or 2. Retaliate. If police, radio, APB, block roads, use aircraft, or in any way try to interfere with us, we will detonate by phone or allow timer to detonate. This event must not become public knowledge and featured on news, or we will 2. Retaliate. and then outlined in a rectangle. Now, gather employees with access codes to vault and work fast to fill the bag with $250,000. You have only 15 minutes. No matter what, bomb hostage must not leave the bank without money. Cooperate fully, and bomb hostage customers and employees will be safe. Do not slow the bomb hostage's progress, or he will die. Cooperate fully, and no one will get hurt. Proceed now to vault. Time is running out. Read other pages later. And now there's yet another page for the receptionist. Do not cause panic, or many people will be killed. Sounding any alarm will interrupt this action and guarantee injuries and death. Involving authorities at this point will get this hostage and other people killed. Immediately, without causing alarm, you must contact the bank manager in private. The bomb hostage must accompany you. Give manager the following demands. Bombs expertly booby-trapped and cannot be disarmed in time unless keys are found by following instructions immediately. Bomb hostage needs less than 20 minutes in bank and 30 minutes to deliver the money. No money, no keys. If any one of us is stopped or apprehended, we will detonate the bomb or its time will run out. We will retaliate if interrupted. Summary. Bank manager. Now there's a summary. No alarm, panic, or police. Close doors. Everyone must remain in the bank or we explode the bomb and later assault your associates/customers. We are monitoring everything. You now have only 15 minutes to comply. Attempting to stop us will explode bomb. There is no possible way to disarm it. Comply with the demand, A or B. Bomb hostage will use the remaining time to follow instructions that he will receive as he proceeds to deliver money. Money will be inspected before we give him keys combination. If we are prevented from receiving or using money, or C/hear any police or aircraft, we will 1. Bomb and 2. Retaliate. If we are safe, you are safe. Bomb hostage will return safe after delivering. Do not contact authorities until 1 hour after bomb hostage returns, or we will 2. Retaliate. Demands. Bomb hostage must deliver one of the following amount to us depending on your available funds. Safe bills only. We will screen for die packs, transmitters, and any security devices before releasing bomb hostage. Use Plan A only if you do not have more funds available. A. $150,000, $150,000, 50s, 20s only, 50s preferred. Prevents only 1 bomb to save bomb hostage, but we will 2 retaliate. So even if they do that, there'll still be retaliation, but it only, wow, is this convoluted for anybody? B, $250,000, 100,000 in hundreds accepted. Prevents both the 1 bomb and 2 retaliate. Guarantees everyone's safety. So why would they pick? So they're gonna have to pick Plan A and still receive retaliation. Detailed instructions follow on the next page. Important timing is crucial. Quietly get assistance and go to vault while continuing. Act now, think later, or you will die. Wow, there's even more here. Step 1, proceed now. 1, take the following demands to PNC Bank, get $250,000. Instruct bank managers to help or else everyone will be killed. Enforce demands with your weapon and bomb. 2, put $250,000 in black garbage bag. Leave your driver's license at the bank and promise to return. Then return the money to us by following a course of instructions. You will receive further instructions as you proceed. Do not leave the bank without the money or you will die. Carry out money in the trash bag and follow instructions. Stay close to bank manager or employees at all times during the robbery. Bring yellow stripped copies with you. You must bring weapon with you. Exit the bank with the money and go to the McDonald's restaurant. They even drew the diagram of the McDonald's with the arches, drive-through open 24 hours, and then a rock and some grass. Get out of the car, go to the small sign reading drive-through/open 24 hours. In the flower bed by the sign, there is a rock with a note taped to the bottom. It has your next instructions. How many movies do you think these people watch that put this together? If you can't find all instructions, alternate drop sequence, use only in emergency, may be deadly. Route 90, park eastbound next to Countryside Trailer Park. Take everything, walk to Grub Road Overpass. Warning, find notes before arrow, walk to Grub Road Overpass. Warning, we are following you and watching all stops. If you do not go to the bank, we will detonate. If anyone follows or interferes, we may leave and allow timers to detonate or call cell phone detonator. During the exchange, you may be required to identify one of our vehicles, a green coupe, and we will then remove front hubcaps. Cooperate quickly and you will survive. What? We have gone to great lengths in planning and designing keys to unlock bomb to ensure that you may survive. There is only one way you can survive, and that is to cooperate completely. Still not done. Bomb hostage. Yet another page here. You are to go to PNC Bank at Summit Town Center on Peach Street. Quietly give the following demand notes to a receptionist or bank manager. Do not cause alarm. Get required money and deliver to a specified location by following the notes that you will collect as you race against time. Race against time. Really, how many movies do these people watch? Each note leads to the next note and key until finished. You will collect several keys and a combination to remove bomb. After, police won't charge you because you were a hostage. Most important rule, do not radio, phone, or contact anyone. Alerting authorities, your company, or anyone else will bring your death. If we spot police vehicles or aircraft, you will be killed. This powerful booby trap bomb can be removed only by following our instructions. Using time attempting to escape, it will fail and leave you short of time to follow instructions. Do not delay. You have less than 55 minutes until detonation. Spend no more than 20 minutes in the bank. You will need 25 minutes travel time. You have a safety margin less than 10 minutes. Use all remaining time to retrieve and obey our instructions. You will gain additional time by finding the first of several keys. As you follow our instructions, you'll be given all keys and combinations after the money is received and safely counted. We will leave keys and combination as you progress. If you delay, disobey, or alert anyone, you will die. It is your choice to live or bring death. If you do not obey and leave bank without money, you will die. So will others. Stay calm and do as instructed to survive. We're following your moves in 3 cars to make sure you obey. 3 sentries are driving and looking out for authorities. We are scanning... Why would they tell them how many? 3... We are scanning police radio frequencies and cell phone calls. If police or aircraft are involved, you will be destroyed. Alerting authorities or anyone else will prevent you from completing the mission. Go to the bank and quietly enter with the weapon you were given. Give the demands to the receptionist or manager. Avoid panicking the tellers or customers. Use the weapon if anyone does not cooperate or attempts to leave the bank. Weapon instructions are near the trigger. There's also instructions for the weapon. You must deliver money alone. You must return all weapons notes to us. Turn yourself into bank and police after we release you safely. Act now, think later, or you will die. Wow. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that does have in common with being probably the longest hostage-type notes ever, kind of like the Ramsey note was the longest ransom note. Alright, let's go back to Under the Radar here. Because of the recent John Carr DNA results, I have heard people say that this case will be harder for the Boulder DA to prosecute any further suspect they may arrest. If my theory is correct and the person who I believe really did commit this crime, then I believe that the FBI should assume prosecution of this suspect. This suspect would have crossed state lines in the commission of this crime, which could give it FBI jurisdiction. And that is one good thing about my suspect. Either way, as I stated earlier, whether Rod Westmerland is guilty or not, I believe he should still be a part of the public debate. We have all heard of all the other players in this crime scene talked about publicly as possible suspects. Fleet White, Helgoth, Jeff Merrick, Bill McReynolds, the Santa Claus, and now a person who has never even met the family, allegedly, John Carr. I say it's long overdue that we add another name to that suspect list, the guy who was intimate with the Ramseys and the Ramsey house before the crime, the guy that was the middleman in the money transaction the day of the crime. The guy who showed up on the crime scene from out of state just hours after the crime, questioning the police. The forgotten suspect, Rod Westmerland. Does Westmerland have a connection with the intruder at their other house who stayed in Jonbenet's room? Or did John Ramsey write this letter looking to frame Westmerland, but didn't want to be obvious by not talking about it? That's actually another curious theory, because if it was the parents, how would they write the ransom letter, and why? Would they include statements like Fat Cat? So the last thing we'll look at here is this Smoking Gun article, thesmokinggun.com. Man sues over Jonbenet murder claim. Ramsey family friend targets anonymous online accuser in court. So this was November 9th, 2006. A friend of Jonbenet Ramsey's father has filed a lawsuit against an anonymous web surfer who has posted online messages claiming that the man killed the 6-year-old beauty queen as well as another person. In a lawsuit filed this week in U.S. District Court in Atlanta, Rod Westmerland, 54, alleges that someone using the handle Under the Radar has authored posts this year on 2 message boards that claim he murdered Jonbenet in December 96 and killed a pizza delivery man in a bizarre August 2003 bombing incident. Westmerland, a Merrill Lynch senior vice president who is only identified by his initials in the complaint, is a friend of John Ramsey, Jonbenet's father. On the morning the girl was found missing from her home and a kidnap note was discovered in the family's Colorado home, John Ramsey called Westmerland for help in gathering ransom money. In his complaint, a copy of which you'll find below, Westmerland contends that he has been maligned by posts on message boards hosted by Topics.net and the Web Sleuth's crime sleuthing community. He intends to learn the real identity of Under the Radar via discovery in the case, which was filed by attorney Lynn Wood, who had previously represented the Ramseys, John Ramsey and his late wife Patsy, in several libel actions. Okay, so a lot to dissect there. So what can we deduce from all of this? Westmerland, of course, it's interesting. Based on the case laid out here by Under the Radar, he makes an interesting case. Of course, now this is definitive. Of course, on Mindshock, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Obviously, there is no smoking gun evidence against Tom Westmerland. So, again, I am not alleging he is or isn't guilty of anything, because there's just not enough information. You would have to know more information about his relationship with John Ramsey. I mean, what's his motive, really? There's just a lot of variables here that do not allow for a motive here, unless you're going to the dark theories where he's part of some satanic Illuminati circle of the elite doing these child sacrifices. And even then, even if he is a member of that, that still doesn't mean he was responsible for the death of Jonbenet Ramsey. So there's just so much unknown, it's impossible to say. But again, if the only thing you know for sure is that you know anything for sure, to dismiss theories and possible suspects, again, I'm not saying Westmerland is or isn't a suspect. Under the Radar is claiming he's the best suspect. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with Under the Radar, but it's just curious. There's too many unanswered questions. There are too many unknown variables, as always. But to just outright dismiss without honest investigation, that's not logical either. So, hope you guys enjoyed another edition of Mindshock True Crime in the Jonbenet Ramsey series. Plenty more to come, and there is yet another possible suspect who maybe even fits the bill even more. And this is also a suspect that does not get discussed often. And to those that believe that there are dozens and dozens of these suspects, no, there are not. There's just a couple that really have a bit of a deck stacked against them. But the thing is, it is a mutually exclusive deck, so to speak, because all of these people can't be guilty unless one wants to allege, I mean, they're all crammed in her house, or one wants to allege she was killed elsewhere and then placed in the house. Again, you'd have to have some substantial evidence of that, which, again, we don't really have a lot of evidence one way or the other in a lot of these issues. If you enjoy the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. Like and share this podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. So consider becoming a patron today to support the channel as well, especially if you want anything specific covered soon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.